A swordsman family who conquered half the world. Runcandle, a family of renowned swordsmen, each with exceptional talent and strength. Its members became unrivaled rulers of the world. Fight, conquer, enslave. That was the motto of the swordsman family, the family to which Jean belongs. Jean Runcandle, the youngest in the family. At the selection ceremony that determined his future, the boy chose the sword of the head of the family. He was the one who was to lead the clan. Rubbing his chin, his father said then that his choice lived up to expectations and found it interesting. The young man had no doubt that success and of course glory awaited him in the future, but this turned out to be wrong. He had no talent for fencing. The boy rested his wooden sword on the ground while he listened to how there was no point in his training. He himself came from the Runcandle family, so why didn't he know how to handle a sword? They told him he was a disgrace to Runcandle, a disgrace to the family. Clearly not up to the standards of his family. The worst swordsman in the family's history. During training, someone called Jean by name. The brothers approached the young man, and one of them asked why he was waving his stupid sword again, to which the other suggested leaving it, because a loser only needs a special sword. With a mocking face, the light twin noted where the special sword was, and the other echoed that he meant the same thing. The younger one was not worthy of Barasada, that's why he swung the stick. Jean looked down. Haytona came closer to the younger one and asked why he was silent. Swinging his leg, the scoundrel demanded an answer. He hit the young man in the ribs with his knee and called himself and his twin his great brothers. Pressing his palm to his stomach, the boy laid down, and they called him a runt. Jean looked back at the sword, and when he reached for it, the second twin asked why he was bothering so much. Stepping on his brother's hand, the scoundrel added that there was no point in his training. The young man clenched his teeth. At that moment, Daytona showed him some papers and asked what they were, and he himself read that they were the basics of fencing. Waving the book, the tormentor mockingly clarified that the little one really thought that he would read an abstruse book and immediately learn how to fence. The blonde bent the wooden sword in half and declared that such non-entities were not worthy of a chance, while the other begged him to stop and give up his things. The sword creaked under the pressure while the elder continued that he should give such a chance. Ignoring Jin's pleas, the brunette finished tearing up the book that such people forgot their place. The young man looked in horror at the remains of his things. When the brothers added that he was clinging to hope in vain while the twins were trampling the scraps, the younger one asked why they were doing this to him. But the next moment he was grabbed by the hair. Throwing the boy to the floor, the tormentor replied that it was all for his own good, and he did nothing but argue. The second clarified. Did the nanny teach him this? And the poor boy shouted that it had nothing to do with Gilly. Jin's eyes reflected the faces of the villains until they noted that he still dared to contradict them. Decided that it seemed that he would have to teach him manners. Bullying brothers, complete lack of talent. Rising to his feet, Jin decided that he should not care about this. It was necessary to continue training. Breathing heavily, the young man thought that only through diligent training would he achieve recognition from the family and be recognized as Runcandle. That was what he believed in. But soon the doors to his home closed, and he was told that from that moment on he was no longer part of the family. A gust of wind caught the hem of the young man's cloak. He looked at the gate uncomprehendingly. He clenched his fist, repeating that they took his efforts into account. Smiling sadly, the boy said that this is why he was left alive. And so at the age of 25, he was banished from his family and doomed to a miserable, aimless existence. It was then that he met the master, and he realized that he had talent. Not just talent, but a talent for magic forbidden in his family. 3 years later, Jean was studying in the library, reading that one must combine natural mana with one's own in order to replenish it. Standing near the table, the young man added that one must then strengthen the manifested mana. Suddenly, a shadow covered the frightened mage. He found himself alone in the darkness. The boy's eyes widened when he saw something. Turning around, Jean asked who it was. The huge figure that towered over him called itself Sodaret, the Lord of Shadows. Holding Jean in the palm of his hand, the giant called his full name. The young man looked at his interlocutor in shock as he told him that he had offered to make a contract with him on behalf of the God of Shadows. Raising his hand, the Lord added that if he agreed, he would not only gain power over the shadows, but would also be able to remove any curse. But then the giant noticed the chains that led to the boy's heart, and was surprised. Just think about it. The shadows stirred when the Lord noticed that apparently someone hated him greatly in childhood. Shrinking to the size of the interlocutor, the giant noticed that apparently his talent was sealed with a curse. He clarified and received confirmation. Examining the seal, the Lord called it an illusion of a blade. It suppressed the ability to fence. Such a terrible curse could not fall on one of the Runcandilas. Having plunged his fingers into the seal, the Lord of Shadows understood everything. That's what attracted him. To Jin's surprise, the chains shattered into pieces, and the messenger of the deity of shadows declared that from that moment on, no curse would affect him anymore. Towering over the young man again, the giant declared that all he had to do now was become an outstanding swordsman mage. The boy looked at the ruler with gratitude, and he added that he would be happy to watch him. The shadows dissipated and the mage found himself standing in the same room. He exhaled slowly. Then he grabbed the sword lying on the table. Jin rushed outside. He abruptly pulled the blade out of its sheath and made the first swing, raising the weapon up. Jin realized that everything was exactly as Sadaret said. Each time he took up the sword, he reached new heights. The young man's face reflected delight when he realized how light the blade was. Continuing to make lunges, the mage felt that it was weightless, like a feather, the feeling that there was nothing in his hands. He lunged again and again, and then he raised his hand up, deciding to add a little magic. The blade in his hands glowed, and Jin realized that the worst swordsman in history with his name no longer existed. Breathing heavily, the young man thought that finally his efforts paid off. Continuing to enjoy his long-lost abilities, the magician did not notice something, namely a group of unknown knights who were watching him. Blood was flowing from the guy's eyes. Stretching out a trembling hand, he did not believe that he did not hear screams. Lying under a pile of stones, Jin could not understand why his body was so heavy. His vision became clouded. Hearing footsteps, the dying young man called for the master, then Sadaret. His eyes were closing and he could not realize if there was anyone here. Looking at the book lying among the rubble, he did not believe that he died in his sleep. Is this all because he really is an entity? There were also pieces of the sword lying under the stones, and the dying magician managed to think that he had only just had a chance to combine magic with the power of Saldate. His eyes were closing and Jin's last thought was, if everything had to end like this, why was he given a chance at all? The next moment he saw green grass and children's palms. Looking around, Jin saw members of his family. Then his gaze rested on the sword stuck in the ground and he could not understand what was happening because he was definitely dead. A girl leaned over the boy asking him not to hang his head, and he recognized his nanny Gilly. Where was she from? But then among 100 blades, he recognized one special one. Barasada, the sword of the head of the family. The surprised baby raised his eyebrows. Crawling towards the sword, it dawned on him that this was a selection ceremony. Continuing to crawl forward, Jin realized that he had returned to the past. Tearing his palm from the grass, he remembered that now he was only a year old. The boy reached forward with his hand. In his past life, he had chosen this sword by pure chance. The little boy's palm touched the blade of the sword. The faces in the crowd were very different, from delight to anger, but still the young master chose the sword of the head of the family. Resolutely looking at the hilt of the sword, Jin decided that in this life he would decide everything himself. The eyes of his relatives widened. They did not believe them. Continuing to look at the little boy, they did not believe that Master Jin had chosen the sword of the head of the family. Despite the others, the father announced that the youngest had chosen Barisat. The blade remained in place when the end of the selection ceremony was announced. The little boy continued to sit next to him when the head of the family ordered him to be assigned to the Beret Castle. 6 years later, in the Beret Castle during a thunderstorm, the boy's palm reached for the top shelf. Looking up, Jin realized that he could not reach. Dragging the chair, Jin remembered that 6 years had passed since he was sent here. Climbing onto the chair, Jin mentally added that according to the family rules, he would remain in the castle until he turned 10, which meant there were still 3 years left. Looking at the book, the magician thought that he was bored. The boy turned around when he heard a noise outside. The young master found the nanny frightened and asked what had happened. There was a dead bird lying on the floor of his room. The boy's expression darkened as he realized that only 2 people in the castle were capable of such a thing. The girl turned around abruptly when she heard voices. The twins entered the room with mocking faces, talking about the poor bird. Looking mockingly at his younger brother, Daytona regretted that the servants had found it. With the same look, Daytona echoed his twin, saying that they had prepared it for Jean. Jean silently looked at the bird while the elders asked if he liked the gift, and was sure that he was moved to tears. The boy remembered that the twins would grow up to be ruthless killers. Wrapping the corpse in a kerchief, the magician added to himself that they were only 9 now, and they had already killed a defenseless bird just to torture him. Continuing to grin, the blonde asked the younger one not to cry because it was annoying. But the little one did not even turn around, and they thought that he did not hear them at all. Continuing to look at Jean with mocking glances, the twins came to the conclusion that the future head of the family did not value them at all. And somewhere so Barasada, Jean said something quietly. The blonde put his hand to his ear and asked him to repeat. He grabbed the younger one by the shoulder and swung his fist, shouting that if he wanted to be heard, he should speak louder. But then the boy caught his older brother's fist. He stared at the little one in surprise. Calmly looking at Daytona, the boy repeated that he should shut the hell up. The next moment, Jean hit the tormentor in the jaw. He immediately got angry and roared, "How dare he!" In response, the boy hit his brother again and again. Swinging for a third blow, the magician said that he had tolerated them for a long time. Knocking over the blonde, Jean added that his patience had snapped. The sounds of blows were heard in the room for several more minutes. Letting go of the shadows, the boy announced what he wanted from that moment on. Raising his eyebrows, he advised not to be seen again. At that moment, a knight burst into the room and asked what was going on. The young master turned around and called his name. Looking at the twins lying on the floor, Khan asked what he had done. The man frowned when the youth answered that they had fought with each other. Looking at the knight with displeasure, the boy repeated that they had fought and then suddenly fell. Lifting one of the twins, the man thought that no one expected another from Runcandle, even children are merciless, and said out loud that it was good. Picking up the blonde in his arms, the warrior said that he understood and would take them to the doctor. But Jean objected that now they did not need to see a doctor. Turning around, the boy ordered to follow him. It continued to rain outside. The youth collected a pile of wet earth. Then he rose to his feet. The twins were lying under a tree with a grave image at their feet. Looking at the boys, the knight asked the young master if he wanted to abandon them right there. Frowning, the man reminded him that the rain was getting heavier. Throwing a cold glance at Han, the boy replied that they needed to think about their behavior. Pressing his fist to his chest, the warrior stated as the master ordered. Jean headed back to the castle. The knight followed behind, looking intently at his back. A crease appeared between his eyebrows as the man realized that the youth's power was not like an aura. Remembering the dark mark on the child's fingers, he couldn't believe it. But it looked like magic. Watching the young master open the gate, the knight thought that if he was right, there were more serious problems than the brothers' quarrel. Frowning, the warrior decided that he should report to the leader. Turning to the servant, he had caught his eye. The man called up to him, and he turned around. Looking gloomily at the boy, the knight ordered his horse to be saddled. Jean saw through the window how the warrior was about to leave. Raising an eyebrow, Jean realized that he had known it, and he decided to report it to his father. Watching the warrior leave, the boy reminded himself that Khan was not just guarding them, but also watching them. Summoning shadows onto his finger, the magician thought that since the knight had decided that he possessed magic, he would not back down so easily. Going over the energy of the shadows, the boy called it proof of his contract with Sadaret. Sitting down in a chair, Jean mentally added that thanks to this power, he realized that even death did not break their contract. Remembering his early childhood, the boy realized that thanks to his immunity to curses, the illusion of the blades did not touch him. Clenching his fist, the young master decided that Jean Runcandle, the shame of the family, no longer existed. Many things would be different from his previous life. Smiling slightly, the boy thought that now it was time to meet his father. The kneeling Han finished his report. The head of the family said that the younger one had beaten the twins. Without looking at the servant, the man ordered the flag bearers to be gathered. The knight frowned. 2 warriors turned around, hearing from their father that he was going to the younger one. He took a few steps forward. One of the subordinates bowed and reported that 7 Runcandle flag bearers and 200 knights were at his service. Without changing his expression, the man noted that this was good. The blonde girl calmly looked forward. The red-eyed man frowned. The girl with black hair smiled cheerfully, and one of the snake berserkers yawned. The mantle of the head of the family fluttered. The detachment led by Chiron moved to the castle of Buri. Putting her hands behind her head, Mary noticed that everyone had been gathered so suddenly. She asked her brother. Maybe he knew why, because she had already asked Luna. But it seemed that she didn't know either. While the guy was rubbing his chin, the girl said that she had no time for this. She needed to beat the mages, and he drew that the twins only had a year left. It was unlikely that the problem was with them. Turning to his sister, Dyphus remembered that their father had gone to see the younger one. Didn't she know? The knight grabbed her head when, in response to her question why they were going to see the younger one, her brother reminded her that he had chosen the sword of the head of the family at the selection ceremony, and admitted that she had completely forgotten. Looking at her father's back, the girl wondered if this was really the only reason, but she couldn't understand what was on his mind. Luna made a gesture of silence with her finger and called the boys by name, and her sister apologized, raising her eyebrows. The knight thought that their father had decided to personally visit the little one. As she continued walking, she wondered if the boy was really special. Gilly adjusted her charge's tie and told him that they had heard that the leader was coming to see them. She decided that he wanted to see the children, and he replied, "Who knows?" Dusting his cuffs, Jean thought that Khan had probably told him everything. Turning to the nanny so that she could comb his hair, the boy continued to think that he was stupid and would never have said it directly. He probably just described everything he saw. The boy's face acquired a bored expression while his hair was being combed, and he thought that the younger one's power did not resemble either an aura or magic. The leader wanted to figure out what it was. Continuing to look ahead, the magician came to the conclusion that his father would want to see if this power, or he himself, could be useful. When the gates to the castle opened, the young master said that his father would like to check if the youngest son would contribute to the greatness and prosperity of the family. A detachment of knights went inside. They moved with swords in their hands. When the head of the family appeared, he was greeted with a great ceremony. Raising the handle of the barisad, the man ordered the twins to be brought. Soon, the hooligans appeared before their father's eyes, and he called out their names. They looked at the head of the family in fear when he said that he had heard that they had quarreled with Jean and demanded to know what they were guilty of. The boys looked at each other and said that they had quarreled for nothing, and the youngest had attacked them first. Remembering the face of the little one, the sons added that he had struck them with his unknown power, not like an aura. The man narrowed his eyes when he heard that it looked like magic. Grinning, the children reminded him that magic was forbidden in their family. Mary sighed heavily when the boys said that this was true. If Jean had magic, he needed to be interrogated. But their father ordered them to be silent. Towering over his sons, the man ordered them to remember once and for all. The leader's gaze turned dark as he declared that they would not survive in the Runcandle family like this. The twins looked at their father in fear, and his father ordered Jean to be brought. Looking back at his brothers as they left, Jean reminded himself that his father Chiron was the strongest and most indifferent man in the world. The greatest hero of their time, a demigod, the quintessence of a knight. After he ceased to be a simple man, he lost most of his emotions. Now the man was obsessed only with the clan and its development. To him, someone without talent for fencing was just an empty space. Closing his eyes, the boy reminded himself that everything was different now. Resolutely looking forward, he decided that in this life, he would make everyone respect him. The young master opened the doors. Everyone present looked at him. The boy entered the hall. Kneeling down, Jean greeted the master. The man frowned and asked why he called him master and not father. Jean looked at him with honest eyes and reminded him that there were brothers, sisters, and knights here. Luna's eyebrows rose when the youth added that there were several hundred people here. So, he decided that the visit was official. So he chose the appropriate in his opinion address, to which his father found the answer exhaustive. Closing his eyes, the head of the family responded to the younger's thoughts that he was in the castle for another reason today, so he could call him father. Pointing a finger at the boy, he said that he would ask him the same question as the twins. Looking at his son seriously, the knight clarified what prompted him to take such actions. Clenching his fist, Jean gathered his thoughts. Pressing his fist to his chest, Jean replied that it was about revenge. Mary admired when the younger reminded that every Runcandle must repay what he deserved. The girl smirked when the boy continued that it did not matter whether they did good or evil to him. The head did not answer right away. Pierre looked at his father in surprise when he ordered everyone except him to leave the hall. The knights looked at each other wondering if the younger had passed the head's test. One of the flag bearers ordered not to stand still but to carry out the order, and the knights obeyed. Soon everyone headed for the exit. Mary glanced at her younger brother, noting his one-on-one conversation with his father. The leader was closing the door, and the girl thought that it was not bad for the little brat. Turning to his son, the man said that he would like to ask him a few questions personally. The twins said that he had some kind of special power. The boy lowered his head while his father reminded him that Runcandle was forbidden to use magic because then it was impossible to fully concentrate on fencing and reach the pinnacle of mastery. Towering over the kid, the leader demanded to know what kind of power it was. Looking up at his father, Jean heard that if it was magic, then he would not leave it alone. But the boy smiled. As long as his father did not know about his powers, he would not leave him alone because it was the power of Soderette. Releasing shadows, the younger lied that he himself did not know what it could be, magic or maybe an aura. The energy began to concentrate in the palm of the youth, and he added that he himself was interested in what it was called. The darkness gathered in the hands of the young master into a ball. With a barely noticeable smile, he asked his father to help him figure it out if he did not mind. Shock was reflected in the gaze of the head of the family. Looking at the shadow clot in the hands of his youngest son, Chiron recognized in this the power of the founder of their family. Chiron, frowning, looked at his son, saying to himself that he possessed the energy of shadows. In the hands of Jean was a powerful cloud of energy. The man remembered how Jean, when he was still little, chose a massive ball. He saw Barisad behind him, and said to himself that his energy was the same as his. After which he asked himself if he was really destined to lead the family. Jean raised his head and turned to his father. Chiron kept his hand on the hilt of the sword and quietly answered like this. Without taking his eyes off his son, he explained that the power of Soderette, the god of shadows, flows through him. Hearing this, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "The god of shadows?" Then Chiron imagined a man in black robes shrouded in shadow and said that Soderette had made a contract with Lord Timar, the founder of the Runcandle family, and had become their patron since then. He also imagined a comet flying across the sky and added that no one had seen the shadow god since Timar's death, so he could not say why he decided so, but it seemed that Soderette was trying to contact the ranks through him. Jean received the powerful power of the shadow god in his outstretched hand. Hearing the story, the boy said that he wanted to ask his father something, to which his father continued to look at him with surprise in his eyes. Jean, not taking his eyes off his father, asked if he was stronger than the god Soderette. The night moonlight fell into the hall, and Chiron, having received such a question, thought about it. After a short pause, imagining a cloak fluttering in the wind, answered that he did not know because he had never fought a god before. The man imagined a powerful creature hovering in the sky above him with magical seals around it. Having received such an answer, Jean smiled in confusion and asked himself, "Did he not have to?" Then he saw his father, who was rubbing his chin with burning eyes, and said to himself that he could not come up with a better answer. When suddenly Chiron extended his hand, turning to his son, the guy raised his head in surprise. The man put his hand on Jin's head and said that it was good that he asked because his innocent question gave him an excellent topic for conversation. Looking at his son, he continued to say that it was still the right decision to see him. After which he asked how he would use his power. In the hall, dust particles were visible from the moonlight. A few seconds later, Jean put his hand to his chest and replied that he would use it for the good of the family. Hearing this, Chiron frowned and quietly said, "For the good of the family." Then suddenly a smile appeared on his face. He put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly that he made him laugh. Then the man reminded his son how he beat up his brothers and threw them outside in a thunderstorm, and then asked if he dared to say that his strength was for the good of the family. Jean lowered his hands and his father told him not to lie. Jin's hands began to shake, and he said to himself that of course he would not forget everything so easily. His expression changed, and he showed his aura, saying that he would use it to achieve his goals. As soon as Chiron heard this, the smile disappeared from his face, and he said that he liked this answer. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Passing by his son, Chiron said that he would keep an eye on him. The door slammed behind Jean. Jean exhaled heavily, putting his hands on his knees. Smiling, he said that he got out of the water and scattered. Looking at the energy of the shadows in his palm, he was glad that there was an explanation for it. But who would have thought that his father would be interested in him because it was unexpected? Lost in his memories, the guy remembered himself as a teenager with a sword in his hands. His upset gaze was riveted to the ground. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jean said that this life was the complete opposite of the past. It was raining heavily outside. Mary smiled and handed Jean a small box. Giving it to the nanny, the girl said that it was a special gift from her older sister. A sly smile appeared on her face when she said that it needed to be boiled well, chewed thoroughly. Winking, Mary said that her brother should grow big and strong. Jean looked at the girl in surprise, frowning. He wondered why him. A bright beam burst upward. Gilly covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Something began to pulsate strongly in front of the guy and the nanny. Smiling, Jean realized that it was a phoenix heart when suddenly Gilly put her hands on his shoulders, thinking that Mary was crazy for giving something like that to a child. Mary was a 6th-rank knight, the 7th serpent bearer of the Run Candle, nicknamed the Furious Wind, and also, although few people know it, the Fury of the Southern Lands. Putting his cane on the ground, Jean thought that it was obvious why his battle-crazed sister gave him such a gift. Looking up, he realized that he had to grow big and strong to fight her. Reaching for his fork, Jean thought that if he ate it at such a young age, not only would he gain resistance to fire, but he would also grow faster. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy thought that a phoenix heart was needed by a 6th-rank mage for safe summoning. Imagining himself with a phoenix, he thought that in this life, maybe he would even be able to summon it. Dilly approached with a smile, apologizing for the wait. Putting the plate on the table, the nanny said that Lady Mary had given the boy such a wonderful gift, so he should eat before it got cold. The brothers appeared behind Jean, and he closed his eyes and said that if they had something to say they should not drag it out. Turning away, Daytona said that they noticed that they had cooked too much when suddenly Haytona scratched his face, adding that one Jean could not handle it. Looking at the brothers, the younger one asked if they really wanted this when suddenly the boys began to actively nod their heads. Pointing his finger forward, Jean asked them to listen. Putting a shovel into the ground, one of the boys asked in bewilderment why they were doing this at all. Swinging it, Daytona asked if someone would find out that they were digging here, to which Daytona, without turning around, replied that the younger one would get into trouble. Having left many footprints on the ground, the brothers said that they simply had to try this soup. Manna was coming out of small holes in the ceiling. A small stone suddenly hit the iron from above. There was a large silhouette inside the flask. The guy spread his arms out to the side. He continued to keep his eyes closed. After a while, the guys with the shovels returned. Seeing them, the maid raised her hand to her face in shock. Jean greeted the brothers and said that they had finished quickly, to which they covered in dirt, shouted for him to shut up and ordered that he bring him soup. Then Jean came up to them and pointed his finger at the table and said that he was already waiting for them on the table. When the twins came closer, they saw 2 spoons full of soup. Veins stood out on their faces from anger, and they said that it was only a teaspoon and asked if he thought it was not enough, to which he calmly replied that he said he would give them soup, but did not say how much. So he kept his promise, and then wished them a pleasant appetite. His brothers looked at the 2 teaspoons of soup and thanked the guy for it through their anger. It was pouring heavily outside. Jean took off his hood. Jean stood in the cave saying that he thought that they did everything in a hurry, but they tried hard enough. Knocking his hand on the wall, he added that a first-tier spell would be enough for such a wall. Magic energy appeared from his hand, and the guy said to himself that he was already upset that there was no way to splash out the accumulated mana. Jean smiled widely and a powerful aura enveloped his body. Then he rested his hands on the wall. A magical seal appeared in front of him, and an insanely strong magical energy began to be released from it. The guy looked at the stones flying in all directions with a smile on his face. Less than a minute later, he looked forward and said with satisfaction that he was finally there. Jean looked at the massive doors not far from him, saying that this was his family's secret storage. Raising his head to the ceiling, he added that in his past life, he never got here and now it was even somehow awkward. Jean put his hand on his hip and said that his older brother said that a code phrase was needed. A sly smile suddenly appeared on his face. Lowering his head, the guy put his hand to his chest and said, "The child of Runcandle wants to console Murakan." As soon as he said this, the massive doors trembled. They slowly opened in front of Jean. The Runcandle secret vault holds the secrets of the families that the Runcandilas have destroyed over the past millennium, and only Runcandle flag bearers can enter it. Jean walked slowly down the wide corridor, telling himself that it was huge. He remembered how in his past life his brother, folding his arms across his chest, said that he shouldn't even know about this place because he wouldn't become a flag bearer anyway. Jean looked at his interlocutor with a saddened face. Leaving his memories, Jean, with his eyes lowered to the floor, said that even so he had helped him, and now he would find a use for his knowledge. Not far ahead there was a bright glow. The guy suddenly raised his head in surprise. In front of him he saw a capsule. Inside it was a man. There were scales on his face and he was asleep. Jean came closer and asked if he was really not a man. Then he reached out to the glass. Without taking his eyes off the unknown, Jean asked himself where he came from. Suddenly shock appeared in his eyes and he shouted loudly that this could not be. The guy remembered how he said the words before entering the storage room. The child of Runcandle wants to console Murakan. Leaving the memories, Jean, looking at the man, asked himself if he was Murakan, adding that they saw the first flag bearer who defeated Murakan, sending it into a deep sleep. The guy took out the Kungan family book with a smile because they are also swordsmen. Starting to flip through the pages, Jean said that this is too complicated a theory for third-tier magic. He reached for his backpack, saying that he would take everything with him, but then he might be caught. Jean took out a notebook and a pen, putting them on the floor. Opening the pen, Jean said that he would come and rewrite. Gilly, with a smile on her face, brought the guy dessert. A cross made of sticks was stuck into the ground, next to which lay 2 roses. The guy was thoughtfully copying down all the information. Suddenly, his eyes widened, hearing a strange rustling sound. Turning around in fear, he wondered who was there. Coming closer to the door, the guy thought that no one from the castle would come here at such an hour. It suddenly swung open as suddenly a menacing silhouette looked inside, asking who Jean was. The guy opened his mouth, thinking why the black dragon was here. Looking closely into his eyes, Jean thought that he did not remember anyone talking about his awakening in his past life. Looking down, he thought that he needed to calm down because Mean was the guardian dragon of their family, and he needed to show respect, and then he might spare the child, after which he extended his hand saying that the child of the Runcandle and allowed to greet the guardian of the family. A smile appeared on the dragon's face. Changing his face, he screamed loudly asking what the guy called him. Approaching Jean, who had covered his ears, Birkin asked how he dared to treat him like a pathetic servant. Releasing his claws, the dragon shouted for the boy to be cursed. And although he would not lose his temper over a small matter, he was furious. Bracken squatted down, saying that he had been locked up for a long time. Looking up, he added with surprise that he had just woken up and saw a child in front of him. He began to sniff, asking why Jean smelled of shadow energy. Pointing his finger forward, the dragon said that he might have slept for 1,000 years, but he had not forgotten the smell, and that only those who made a contract with Saldate like Timar once did could smell like that. Furrowing his brows, Jean wondered if Murakan had awakened because of his power. Starting to run around the room, the awakened one menacingly asked where the smell was coming from. Grinning, the guy thought it was time to try something. Turning back, Murakan asked if Jean knew something. Activating the energy in his hands, Jean asked if this was what the dragon was talking about. Extending his palms forward, he added that his father told him that the god of shadows had gifted the boy with his power. Mira began to tremble, asking if he was serious. Falling to his knees, he asked if the one he had waited for 1,000 years was really just a child. Sadness appeared on the boy's face. They looked at each other without saying a word. Murakan placed his hands on the floor, calling out to the boy. Raising his head, he said that he had once made a promise to Sadaret, and it seemed that in order to fulfill it, he would have to unite with Jean. Without taking his eyes off the dragon, Jean thought about the promise. Without getting to his feet, Murakan said that he would explain everything later since he had just woken up and was not yet conscious, and it was unlikely that Jean would be able to understand. He began to tense his fingers, saying that he would introduce himself to the followers of Sadaret properly. An unknown energy enveloped Jin's body as the dragon said that he was Sodaret's representative. His hand turned black. His face turned the same color when he said that he was his friend. Dark energy enveloped his entire body, saying that he was the last descendant of the first creature created from the shadows. His gaze began to glow very brightly. Wind began to rise around his huge wings, taking the form of a dragon, he said, according to a 1,000-year contract. From now on, Muraken would serve the boy. Jin's face showed great surprise. Without moving, he continued to look at the dragon in fear. Approaching, Muraken asked him to state his name. Jin smiled. Extending his fist forward, he introduced himself as Jin, the 13th and youngest child in the family. Without words, they continued to look into each other's eyes. Mount Muraken, a place with violent winds, is named after this dragon. Long ago, Muraken ruled their lands. However, 1,000 years ago, Timur Runcandle defeated Muraken. And it is said that as a result, the storm castle was destroyed and Muraken fell into a deep sleep. Jin looked ahead, saying to himself that he was not sure if the founder's guardian dragon was telling the truth, because anyone who makes a contract with a god must do so in tandem with a guardian dragon. The truth is that nothing was known about Sodaret's guardian dragon. The guy in the white cloak stroked the dragon. Jin remembered how Muraken was still imprisoned in a capsule and said to himself that he would not be surprised that it was all because of his hibernation. Slowly walking out of the corner, he said to himself that since he was awakened, it means that he will now become his guardian, and then said that it was him. The man seeing the boy exclaimed, asking if he had really come. To which he handed him the food and said to himself that since they would be walking together in the coming days, it was worth asking him about everything that interested him. So he hid me in the secret library for a long time. The dragon, turning around, asked why he had fought Timur. Turning back to the book, he asked in response if he should really remember this since it was 1,000 years ago. After which he asked if the strawberry pie had really run out. Jin shook his head sadly and quietly said, "Stupid pie," while saying in his head that he was sure of one thing for sure, that he was crazy about strawberry pie. After a while, when Muraken asked him what he was doing, Jin closed the book and replied that he was writing, bringing empty books and writing down everything he had told him in secret. Muraken approached the boy and asked him in surprise if this was true, if he understood anything at all, to which he closed his eyes and replied that he understood only about 30% and that was all. Then Muraken waved his hand and with a smile on his face told him not to lose heart because this was quite good for his age since other children were not capable of this, and they were also lazy. Jin lowered the corners of his lips and quietly said that this only applies to ordinary children. He looked at the floor explaining that he was Rankle so he could not afford such a thing. He had 12 older brothers and sisters as well as a mother, father and grandparents. The man listened to the boy with a stony expression. Jin, without raising his head, continued to say that if he wanted to crush them, he would have to try hard. He kept his hand on the book when he suddenly asked how much of this book the founder himself would understand. Imagining a man with long hair, he also asked how he would look against the strongest man in history, how he could prove himself. Hearing this, Muraken looked up in surprise and asked if he was talking about Timur, adding that at his age, he would not have understood even a line. Hearing this, Jin looked up in surprise. Then Muraken put his hands on his knees and explained that theory is not always necessary. For example, he had not read books, but he fought excellently, adding that he had potential like Timur, but he was no match for him. Shock appeared in the guy's eyes after hearing this. He lowered his head in disappointment and asked if he would never lead the family. When Muraken answered no, the guy raised his head questioningly at his interlocutor. The man pointed to the book on the table and explained that he had made a contract with Sodaret just like Timur, and that he was reading something very complicated. Then he placed his hand on Jin's head and added that he was still young so he should be patient and train more, and in time he would become as strong as Timur and maybe even surpass him. Hearing this, Jin raised his head to Muraken and asked if he really thought about it. Then Muraken smiled widely and exclaimed, "Of course," and then asked if he knew what Sodaret was nicknamed, to which he replied that he did not know. The entire galaxy was circling above the Black Hand. The man introduced the powerful god of shadows and replied, "Infinity." Then he poked his finger at the boy's chest and added that Sodaret's power was limitless, which meant that he, as a follower, had no limits either. Hitting the boy on the back, Mikan asked him to believe in himself, so he would teach him a secret technique to cheer him up a little. Folding his arms over his chest, he added that it was the release of shadow energy. Surprise appeared on the boy's face as the dragon suddenly said that everyone who is involved with shadow magic should be able to do this. The beginning and end of his training and subjugating shadow energy. Pointing his finger at Jean, he said that if Jean has not mastered everything yet, then this could be dangerous. So, they will be careful and gradual. As the boy suddenly clenched his hands into fists, wondering where to start. Putting his hands on his hips, Murakan replied that he first needed to learn how to open his mana. Looking up, Jean asked why, thinking that he had often done this in his past life. Raising 2 fingers up, the dragon replied that releasing shadow energy was opening and moving mana flows, which meant that Jean had to be able to use mana perfectly, and that was what they would do for the next 2 years. Jean frowned, thinking that 2 or 3 years was a long time. Murakan smiled, saying that one could not learn something advanced without knowing the basics. Extending his hand with mana forward, the guy asked what was next. Frowning, the dragon asked in bewilderment how he had managed to do this, to which Jean replied without hesitation that he had been able to do this for a long time. Continuing to look at Jean, Vaesen asked if the guy wanted to learn how to move mana. When suddenly Jean extended his other hand forward and moved the mana into it. Exhaling heavily, the man said that only the greatest geniuses were capable of such a thing, and the guy was a capable guy. So, he would show what releasing shadow energy looked like. Jean smiled widely out of interest, starting to release mana. Murakan said that shadow energy was drawn from shadows, enveloping the candles of mana. He said that Sodaret created all the shadows in their world. Everything around continued to be covered with energy. Looking to the side, the dragon said, "Therefore, Sodaret is the lord of all the shadows in the world." The energy approached Jean, and the dragon added that Jean was his follower. Mana quickly rushed across the floor. A black shadow appeared on the floor under the chandelier. Dark clots of energy quickly rose upward. There was a huge shadow under Murakan's feet. Straightening his cloak, he said that the guy could also become a lord of shadows. Jean began to look around in surprise. The dragon had a sly smile on his face, and said that it was the release of shadow energy. The surprised boy turned his head back with a smile. The sky was red, illuminating everything around. The knight approached Luna, saying that their territory was clear and there were 5 areas left to clear, so they would deal with them, and the task was completed. Turning her head, the girl said that 4 months would be enough, so she asked to tell the knights that they could rest. She looked ahead upset. Luna was holding a bloody weapon in her hand. Turning around, she asked what 9-year-olds like. Half a year after the twins left the Storm Castle, standing by the carriage, they said goodbye to their brother, saying that they would see each other again. Jean was called out, and he turned around in surprise. He turned 9. The maid with a wide smile on her face was holding a cake in her hands. The guy smiled warmly and thanked Gilly for her congratulations, then asked if she would give everyone a piece, to which she replied, "Of course." But at that very second, a man entered the hall and loudly called out to Jean. Bowing, he apologized for disturbing him, to which Jean, turning to him, asked what happened. Luna entered the palace. A powerful aura emanated from her. There was cold calm on her face. As soon as Jean and Gilly heard that the girl had arrived at the castle, they raised their eyebrows in shock. The first flag-bearer of the Run Candles, a knight of the 9th rank, the firstborn of the head of the White Whale family, Luna Runcandle. Although she is stronger than her brothers and sisters, the struggle for power is not interesting to her. She does not participate in the dirty war for the throne. A whale swam next to the white-haired girl. She looked into the blue distance, and was like a lonely white whale. That's why Luna never cared about other children, and always avoided them. Jean remembered how in a past life they stood with their backs to each other, and said to himself that they were strangers, not a family. They were so far from each other, and it was she who decided to come to the Castle of the Storm without any warning. Luna's snow-white hair smoothly lay on her back. The guy saw his sister walking towards him, and asked himself if something terrible had happened, and if not, maybe she found out that he was in the secret library. With excitement in his eyes, he looked at his sister. Luna stopped a few steps away from her brother. Looking at him, she said that he had grown up, to which he replied that if he knew that she was coming, he would have dressed appropriately. when suddenly the girl put her hand on her brother's head and said that he was very cute. After which she asked if it was really necessary to notify everyone in order to see her brother. When suddenly she grabbed him by the shoulders and said that he looked a bit out of sorts. Was he sick? To which he replied in confusion that it was nothing. He was just a bit nervous. Hearing this, Luna raised her eyebrows in surprise. Then Jean, raising his hand, explained that it was the first time he had seen her so close. So he was nervous. Hearing this, Luna let go of her brother and said to herself that it was normal in the Runcandle family to spy on relatives, steal from them trampled dirt. After which, she wondered if Jean really thought that she wanted to follow him, or something like that. With such thoughts, she clenched her hands tightly into fists. Upset, the girl lowered her head and quietly replied that she had behaved disrespectfully. From what she heard, Jean raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what. Gilly stood behind him with her arms folded, and Luna said that he might be small but she shouldn't forget that he was Runcandle after all. Without raising her head, the girl apologized. Then she knelt down and addressed her brother. Luna took the boy's hands and said that she wanted to talk to him alone, and then asked if she could ask the nanny and the knights to leave them for a while. Jean looked at his sister with his mouth open in surprise and wondered if she really wanted to talk alone. After a few seconds, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he answered, "Of course," while saying to himself that he still didn't understand what she wanted, but apparently nothing bad. Massive drops of rain were knocking on the window. Luna sat down in a chair and said that she wanted to tell her brother something, which is why she came without an invitation. Jean sat down nearby and asked what it was. Then the girl raised her head and said that when his father visited him, he had attracted all his brothers and sisters with his behavior, which meant that as soon as he left the Storm Castle, they would start watching him closely. Having said this, she took her brother by the hand. Lowering her eyes to the floor, she asked the boy to listen to her. Looking at Jean, Luna confessed that she hoped that he could live happily without getting involved in the family conflict. Jean listened with his mouth open as his sister continued to say that she really didn't want him to suffer from their family's customs. As soon as he heard this, his eyes widened in shock and he wondered if this was the only reason his sister withdrew from the throne war. He looked at his sister's hand that was on his arm and wondered why she didn't talk about it in her previous life if she didn't want him to get involved. Looking at his sister's eyes, Jean wondered if it was because he wasn't worthy of talking to her. After asking himself this, Jean looked at their hands again. Luna knitted her brows in disappointment as she looked at her brother, who continued to ask himself if it was because no one even saw him as a rival. After a short pause, the guy put his hand on the girl's hand and said that he was truly grateful to her. Without taking his eyes off his sister, he added that he was not going to drop out of the game. Hearing this, Luna put her hand to her chest and said that she was not joking about this. She was not talking to him because she thought that he would become her competitor. To which he replied that he knew all this, but there had already been an attempt on his life. As soon as the girl heard this, anger appeared in her eyes. Jean, looking down, continued to say that this was precisely why there was no turning back, and a powerful aura began to emanate from his sister. The cups of tea on the table began to crack and the girl screamed, asking who dared to attack him in the Storm Castle. Jean tensely raised his head. He saw his sister above him with burning eyes, who angrily asked which of their brothers and sisters tried to kill him. Grabbing her brother by the hands, she screamed for him to tell who wanted to kill him, to which he answered fearfully that it was classified information. But to tell the truth, he did not even understand who it was. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and Jean, lowering his sister's hands, added that although he was attacked, he was completely fine. After which he said that it meant that not all relatives hated him. So he was very grateful to Luna for letting him understand this. He was very happy. Hearing this, the girl calmed down. She suddenly hugged her brother and said sadly, "It turns out that he had already been drawn into this vile conflict." Pressing the guy tightly to herself, she added that this made her very sad. Jean hugged his sister back and told her not to be upset, simultaneously saying in his head that he could not even imagine that Luna was so kind and sensitive. After a short pause, the girl moved back, saying that today was a holiday, so there was no point in talking about sad things. A warm smile appeared on her face, and she added that today was his birthday. Then she took a gift out of her inside pocket and said that she came here to congratulate him. Luna opened a small box which contained a pendant. After taking it out, she asked if her brother could turn his back to her for a second, to which he answered, "Of course." When she put the pendant on the guy's neck, she explained that when he was in a hopeless situation, he should break the blue stone and then she would come to the rescue wherever she was, so he should never take it off. Hearing this, Jean looked at the gifted artifact in surprise. Luna, leaning towards her brother, congratulated him on his birthday, to which he happily thanked her with a smile on his face. After a while, they were sitting at the table and Gilly was bringing a cake. Luna fed it to her confused brother. Gilly watched from the side with a warm smile on her face. A few hours later, Luna waved her hand and said that it was time for her to go. Jean said goodbye to her and asked her to take care of herself. After that, Jean returned to the library and Mirakan, turning around at him, shouted in shock, asking what was around his neck. The guy froze in surprise and replied that it was a birthday present. Mirakan pointed to the pendant with a shaking hand and said that the one who gave it to him seemed to love it very much because to give something like that, something amazing, to which the guy asked what it was. Then Mirakan presented a mountain of corpses and said that it was an artifact of the demon King Oral. 1,000 years ago, people risked their lives just to get one of his artifacts. Hearing this, Jean asked if he was really that amazing, to which the man folded his fingers and said, "Of course." Then explained that the pendant gave the wearer resistance to attack magic no higher than rank 5 and also increased his magic power. So he was sure that it also had the ability to summon. When the guy said that he knew a lot about him, Mirakan turned away, smiled widely, and said that he had lived during that period and he was very famous. Jean gave his comrade a small box and Mirakan asked if there was really a person with very strong energy here and this gift was from him, to which he answered yes, from his older sister. After which he asked in surprise if he could even feel her energy from here. As soon as Mirakan answered that it was so, and he was sure that she noticed his energy too, Jin's eyes widened in shock and screamed, asking if this was true, after which he wondered if it was true that she would not tell anyone about this. There were 2 pieces of cake in the box, and the man replied that there was no need to worry since she had given him something so precious. After saying this, he pointed to the amulet around the boy's neck and asked if he thought she would give up her brother and leave him to die, adding that he could trust her. As Luna left the building, she stopped and said that there was definitely a strong energy coming from here that had not been there before. But if her brother was planning something, she would pretend that she did not know anything. Mirakan ate the divinely delicious cake with tears in his eyes. Jean looked at this reaction with a very embarrassed expression. A warm smile appeared on Luna's face, and she told her brother to always remember. Closing her eyes, she added that no matter how he grew up, she would always be by his side. Jean thought that life in the Storm Castle would be incredibly boring. But it brought him a lot of things. Recognition and hope from his father, the heart of a phoenix from his sister Mari, friendship with the moon, and even meeting the guardian dragon. He could not even dream of this in his past life. Thinking about this, Jean remembered everything that happened. Now Jean is 10 years old. A bright light was shining into the hall. Jean hit his sparring partner with force. Preparations for moving to the central castle began. Khan prepared for the blow. His hand created a powerful shock wave. Jean made a quick lunge. He struck his opponent in the palm with his fist. The man looked at the guy with burning eyes, saying to himself that it was as expected. He saw how he was breathing heavily and added that it was not surprising that the master himself was interested in him because when he trained others, he assessed their abilities. But judging by his look, he was the one here assessing whether he was suitable as a teacher. Jean stared at Han. After a short pause, the man lowered his hand and said, "That was enough for today." To which Han, wiping the sweat from his face, replied, "Okay." When addressed, the boy looked up and asked if there was something that didn't satisfy him during the training. Then Han bowed and replied that it was an honor to train him. Straightening up, he put his hand to his chest and explained that there was very little time left before he left the castle. So, he promised that he would do his best to prepare him in the best possible way. Hearing this, the boy put his hands on his hips and replied that he would rely on him. After a while, Jean extended his finger to the burning candle. The flame quickly swallowed the tip of his finger. A smile suddenly appeared on Jin's face and he exclaimed, "Finally!" Gilly, seeing this, fearfully raised her hand to her face and asked if he had burned himself. Jean turned around and replied that fire was now like water, to which she laughed and replied that she was very glad that Lady Mary's gift worked. She then leaned towards him and said that she had only heard of the phoenix heart, but had never seen one in real life, to which he replied that he hadn't either. With a smile on his face, the guy continued to look at the candle, saying to himself that he had eaten about half of it, and would probably finish it in a couple of years. Opening the closet, Gilly said that they were leaving the castle at dawn, so he should tell her in advance what he needed. Suddenly, she saw books on the table. Looking at them intently, she asked if she should take them on the road, to which he replied, yes, he would read them along the way. Picking them up, the girl said, okay, after which, she asked if he needed anything else, to which Jean replied, no, nothing more. Folding the shirts, the maid said that she understood everything, adding that she would make him a strawberry pie. As soon as Jean heard about this, he jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, exactly, and adding that he would take a little walk. Hearing this, Gilly turned around in surprise at the gentleman and asked if it was really now, to which he apologized and said that it would only be for a short while. Entering the library, he called out to Murakan with his eyes wide open. Approaching Murakan, Jean asked if he had forgotten that he was leaving tomorrow, to which he exclaimed, of course, because he had no idea how much he had been waiting for this day. Jean did not take his eyes off the man, asking how he could take him with him. Then Murakan stretched out his hand and with a smile on his face exclaimed that there was no need to panic because he was the legendary Black Dragon. Then he hit himself in the chest and added that although he was weak, it was all nonsense, and he would go after him and no one would even notice him. To which he asked in surprise if he was weak, but why didn't he say so earlier? Murakan looked at his hand and replied that he had slept for 1,000 years. How could he not become weak? Jean did not take his eyes off his interlocutor, asking if he would be able to regain his strength, to which he calmly replied, of course, because together they would become stronger. Leaning his hand on his hip, he added that he was his guardian dragon, so he should rather become a strong swordsman mage like Timar. Jean continued to look at Murakan, asking him if it was true what he said, that originally the Runcandilas owned both a sword and magic. His eyes were full of surprise, and he said to himself that in his past life, he heard from Sodarat that their family were swordsman mages. He imagined the insanely enormous strength of Timar and added that he, as their family founder, was the strongest swordsman mage in history. The guy looked away sadly, saying to himself that now everyone has forgotten about it. Murakan folded his arms and explained that his family had abandoned magic and was only pursuing swordsmanship due to a humiliating pact made 1,000 years ago. Raising his head to the ceiling, he added that although he was revered as the head of the family, his return would hardly be welcome. But if it were 1,000 years ago, Murakan then pointed at himself and added that he was sure that he would be revered for bringing back a noble creature to the world. Hearing this, Jean raised his eyebrows and asked if he really thought the Runcandle would do such a thing. Murakan leaned towards the boy with a smile on his face and replied that yes, it sounded like nonsense, but anyway, he would hide well, so there was no need to worry. Jean pointed at the empty capsule and asked what about it since someone might come to the vault and find that it was gone. To which he replied that there was no need to worry since he would simply cast an illusion using dragon magic. When the guy asked what if his illusion was seen through, Murakan placed his hand on the man's head and asked him in a displeased tone if he had forgotten that he was a shadow dragon, adding that casting an illusion was a piece of cake for him, so there was no need to panic. Hearing this, Jean removed his hand from his head. Murakan looked at the empty capsule and said that as he had said, he was weak, so it would not last long. Then he suddenly smiled and added that he would support it as long as he could until they regained their strength. Jean turned to the man with a smile on his face and thanked him for this, to which the man replied that since he was grateful, he could have shown more respect. Then the boy reached into his bag and said that he had something for him. A few seconds later, he pulled out a pie made from the first strawberries of the year, as well as the wine that he had stolen. Handing the bottle to Murakan, Jean told him not to get drunk, otherwise he would cast some strange illusion, to which the latter, with a blush on his cheeks, joyfully shouted, asking who he took him for. Putting everything on the table, he joyfully shouted that he had not raised him in vain, after which he asked if perhaps he could introduce him to the nanny. After some time, Gilly buttoned the gentleman's fur coat and told him not to expect that his life would be as calm as within the walls of the Storm Castle. She held his hands, adding that he had trained hard, but now everything would be much more difficult, and besides, she would no longer be able to cook him a pie all the time. To which he replied that she should not worry because he himself understood everything, so he would give it his all. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that she would do the same and devote herself completely to him. After that, people approached them from the side and called out to the master. The guard knights Jerome and Holtz bowed, greeting Jean, after which they said that they would make sure that he arrived at the sword garden safe and sound. Jean looked at them, answering that he trusted them. After that, he began to leave. October 30th, 1790. The guy accompanied by knights and a maid walked to the carriage. Stepping on it, he said that he was finally leaving the castle of the storm. 2 harness horses neighed loudly. Sitting inside, Jean looked out the window, saying that he was now heading to the Runcandle estate and the sword garden. The wheels of the carriage clattered on the ground. Gilly looked out the window and saw heavy snowfall. Jean put down his book. The girl assumed that the entire road would soon be covered in snow and decided that they needed to wait out the blizzard in the nearest village. Sitting opposite her ward, the woman reminded him that if there was too much snow, it would not be possible to teleport. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently and Jean almost fell. Jerome shouted that they were ambushed and asked them to stay in the carriage. The nanny hugged the child and asked him not to worry because they were guarded by knights of the 7th rank. Snow fell around the birches. Sounds of a struggle were heard. The maid frowned and reported that there were about 20 enemies, among whom were magicians, warriors, and perhaps even archers. The genie's eyes widened in fear when Gilly said that there was hardly anyone higher than the 7th rank in there. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that they needed to get out of the carriage right away, and the girl asked what that meant. The boy gave her a stern look and explained that the guards were not to leave the Runcandle child unattended under any circumstances, and that one of them had to stay behind. The woman looked at her charge in surprise. The nanny remembered how the knights had bowed to them, and realized that at least one of them was a traitor or an impostor. The heir narrowed his eyes and assumed that something had probably been planted in the carriage, and said that they needed to get out of here right away. The maid gritted her teeth and replied that she understood everything. With a wave of her retractable claws, Gilly promised to protect the young master and apologized for not being able to control herself. The girl immediately cut a path for them to get out. There were snow drifts around the birch trees. Jean narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Running deeper into the forest, the woman said that she would accept the deserved punishment as soon as they arrived at the estate. Jean asked her not to think about it. Sitting in her arms, the boy asked her to come back because he wanted to make sure of something. The nanny asked what they were talking about. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when the boy suggested that their allies could have set up an ambush. Looking away, the child explained that the attackers would have immediately attacked the carriage if they needed him and added that it was suspicious that it had become too quiet. A group of people was visible behind the hill. The man raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to find the heir of Runcandle and block the path on the left. The heir frowned and said that his guess was confirmed. The people in robes and with staff were members of the Yuta family, which is part of the Mattel family of magicians. The mercenary from the Black King's squad gritted his teeth. Jean pointed at Jean and said that they had disappeared into the forest. Standing on a hill, the stranger shouted that their main goal was to protect the heir of Runcandle. Murica stood in front of the maid and explained that they had come to save them on the orders of the Runcandle family. The knights clenched their teeth in anger. The man asked how they dared to attack the young master. Standing behind him, Jean realized that they were imposters because they would have dealt with everyone without any problems if they were really knights of the 7th circle. Jerome and Holt stood with their backs to each other. Frowning furiously, Gilly asked how they dared to attack them and challenged them to answer who was behind them and what they wanted. The guard smirked and said that was too obvious a question. The villain opened his mouth wide and asked if she really thought he would answer as servant of Runcandle. The girl pursed her lips and asked what they should do now. Jean asked her to kill one of them. The boy narrowed his eyes and added that the second one should have his hand cut off and brought to him. Hearing the order, the woman made a sharp jerk forward. Her menacing eyes sparkled. The nanny cut the traitor's body with her claws. Having dealt with him, the maid turned to the second impostor. The villain did not have time to swing his sword as he immediately received a blow. Blood gushed from the fresh wound. Something flashed in the air. Gilly got close to her opponent and struck again. She had an enraged look. The girl struck the enemy's other arm. She kicked the ground hard. Holtz fell to the ground. The woman looked down. The nanny grabbed the traitor by the hair. The boy assumed that his patron had greatly underestimated his opponents. The imposter fell face down in the snow. The maid adjusted the retractable claws. The heir explained that to serve in the Runcandle family, one must be a warrior of at least the 7th rank. The child crossed his arms over his chest and said that if they wanted to kill him, they should have sent 3 or 4 knights of the 8th rank. The villain explained that this was only a warning and shouted that the reign of the Runcandle would soon come to an end. Jean frowned and said that he wanted the same. Jean smiled slightly and said that the reign of the Runcandle would come to an end and his personal reign would begin. The villain's eyes turned bloodshot. Halls raised his head and praised the great Sipple family. The boy looked up and asked who they were talking about. The man in the robe stood in front of the dragons. Sipple was a famous family of wizards that ruled the other half of the world. Energy swirled around the members of this family. Unlike the Runcandle who pursued the mastery of the sword, they honed the mastery of magic. After the death of the founder of the family, representatives of the two families met at the negotiating table and concluded a humiliating treaty that forbade the members of the Runcandle to use magic, and all their magical abilities were sealed. The traitor angrily clenched his teeth. Jean realized that these were the followers of Zippel. Jean winked and asked his friend to leave him somewhere nearby because there was no point in talking to him. Gilly grabbed the imposter by the hair. Their families were sworn enemies and Zippel still instilled fear in the Runcandle. The boy frowned, thinking that they had nothing to do with what had happened today, and assumed that their followers were doing whatever they wanted. There were traces of blood on the snow, and the boy realized that something was wrong because it was not that easy to fool a warrior of the 7th rank even with a good disguise. The girl looked down sadly. The child put his hand to his chin and decided that there was only one person who could help them. The woman bowed and reported that she had done everything as she was asked, and the heir thanked her. Jean approached his savior and asked his name. Raising his eyebrows, Jean explained that he had survived only because his squad had distracted attention and promised to report this as soon as they arrived at the castle so that they would be generously rewarded. The boy asked him to take care of the teleportation gate, and Eureka put his hand to his chest and promised to do everything in his power. The boy returned to the girl. The captain wondered if it wasn't too early for him to be roaming around so freely outside the castle since he was only 10 years old, and asked where he got such self-confidence from. The man frowned menacingly and remembered his words. Some time ago, the child grinned and declared that he would establish his own government. The commander realized that this was not a childish fantasy, and that he was completely serious. The mercenary approached his comrades and asked them to watch their behavior while the gate was being prepared for teleportation. The guys frowned in displeasure and asked what kind of stupid order this was and why they were even doing this. The nanny looked back and said that they were ready to go. Eureka smiled broadly and said that it was time for them to go. Jean walked along the snowy mountain. The captain asked if it was really okay that they left those imposters unattended. The dead traitor lay in the snow. Jean explained that when they were found, they would serve as a good example for their comrades. The maid leaned over to him and informed him that they would reach the village in 2 hours. Jean suggested that they wait out the snowfall there. Gilly raised her eyebrows when the boy called out to her. He frowned and asked her not to blame herself for what happened today because even a knight of the 9th rank did not suspect anything. The girl frowned sadly. The boy said that it was even harder for her to notice anything and that there was nothing wrong with his request. Looking forward, the woman asked him for forgiveness. The child looked back and thought that she had not changed at all. In the memory, the nanny held the baby in her arms. The fate of each maid of the Runcandle family was tied to the fate of the child entrusted to her. The young man clenched his teeth angrily. Gilly was his nanny in her past life. The girl fell to her knees in front of the other servants. She was also disliked because the heir had no talent. Jean lowered his head. The woman was expelled from the castle along with him. Then she only bowed and asked for forgiveness for not being able to serve him properly. Looking down, Jean decided not to be so harsh with her and thought that it would not hurt her to temper her character because her new life was radically different from her past. The nanny folded her hands in front of her and said that she would gladly accept any punishment for what happened. The boy opened his mouth wide and ordered her to stop blaming herself. The boy looked back and called her his only guardian. The maid looked at him in surprise when the child explained that if she worried about such trifles, it would only create more problems in the future. The heir frowned and asked her not to make him repeat it twice. Gilly closed her eyes and promised to improve. The sign pointed ahead. The girl was surprised that the young master was so worried about her. The woman frowned sternly, deciding that he was doing all this only for her own good, and she realized that she had to pull herself together for his safety. Her eyes sparkled. Jean noticed this and was glad that the girl had perked up. The tavern door opened. Someone greeted Jean. Murika approached the employee and asked her for 2 rooms. Jean frowned and wondered who was behind this attack. Red thread surrounded Gaston. The cat cast a monstrous shadow. Dragons were also good at transformation, but even they could not do it perfectly. Many fake images appeared behind Gaston. Only he was capable of such things in the whole world. With the help of his magic, this man committed more than one crime in order to sow chaos throughout the world. The boy closed his eyes and thought that if this was his doing, then things would be much more complicated. Standing in the doorway, the man asked to say if they needed anything. The boy concluded that nothing special had happened yet. Sitting on the bed, the child remembered that in his past life, a special unit of the Beemant Empire had arrested him and decided to lure him over to his side, because his abilities could be very useful. The heir frowned and wondered why he would lure someone who had already pointed a sword at him once. Jean yawned and realized that he had to make sure that nothing had changed from his past life before the reincarnation mage did more damage. Gilly looked back and said that she would guard him outside. The girl looked at the gentleman who was lying on the bed. Jean had fallen fast asleep without saying a word. The woman closed her eyes and smiled. The black cat wagged its tail. The boy was lying under the covers when the animal began to make loud sound. The boy got out of bed and realized that he had fallen asleep. Stretching, the child remembered that he had trained a lot in the Storm Castle, but still such loads were not suitable for a 10-year-old body and wondered what those sounds were. The cat was sitting outside the window. The heir greeted him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and realized what was going on. In the memory, Murakan smiled widely and promised to hide well so that the young master would not worry about anything. Putting his hands on the windowsill, Jean remembered that his friend wanted to follow him unnoticed and asked if this really meant turning into a cat. The beast opened its mouth wide and hissed. Jean asked him for forgiveness. The boy led it into the room and explained that he did not expect his comrade to take on this form. Dark energy appeared around the cat. The boy assumed that he should have become one of his servants, for example, a groom. The man opened his mouth in displeasure and said that then he would definitely be exposed. Murakan said that he had a very hard time and accidentally stumbled. Murakan fell and hit his head on the windowsill. Gilly ran into the room and asked what happened. Mikan grabbed his head and trembled. The girl bared her claws and asked how the scoundrel dared to pursue her master. Having pinned him to the floor, the woman ordered him to tell everything right now and asked who he was. Tears appeared in the man's eyes, and the child asked his friend to stop. Hearing that the nanny was in front of him, Murakan extended his hand to her and said that they had finally met. The maid narrowed her eyes in disdain. Murakan smiled and said that he had been waiting for their meeting for a long time. The maid asked what they were talking about. The heir pointed at his comrade and introduced him as the guard of Runcandle. Jean pointed at his friend and wanted to introduce her, but Murakan replied that he knew who she was. Bowing, the maid apologized for her behavior. The man asked her not to worry about it and said that he could not be offended by his favorite cake. Gilly raised her hand and asked why he called her that. Murakan explained that she was wonderful and beautiful and that her cakes were the most delicious. The girl looked at the young master and understood why her ward asked her to bake them every day. There was a mark from a blow on the windowsill. Jean asked his friends to sit down and said that he needed to explain everything to them. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and was surprised at how much the young master hid from her. The boy apologized for having to lie. Murakan smiled slightly. The woman explained that she always knew that her ward had an exceptional talent, but magic, a contract with Sadaret, and a dragon were too much. The nanny clenched her fists and declared that she was very happy for him. The maid looked away. The boy said that for now no one except them should know about the awakening of Mirakan and his connection with him. The man spread his arms and asked his comrade not to worry. Gilly thanked him for his kindness. The girl snapped her fingers and realized that the noise was from his transformation. There was a large crack on the windowsill. Mirakan explained that he simply fell awkwardly. Mirakan opened his mouth wide and laughed. The woman asked the master if he could be trusted. The child confirmed it. Jean met at the middle teleportation gate. The nanny thanked the Black King's squad for their work and promised that the Runcandle family would generously reward them. Standing in front of her, Murika thanked his ally and said that they had learned a lot on this mission. The cat sat on the shoulder of the heir. The man said that he would look forward to the moment when the young master grows up. The maid raised her eyebrows in surprise when the captain wanted to ask her a personal question. Raising his hand, the mercenary noted her amazing talent and asked why she left her family and became a nanny in the Runcandle household. Gilly turned away and said that it was not that important. Bowing his head, the commander decided that it was impolite of him and apologized. Next to him stood the other members of the Black King squad. Jean entered the middle teleportation gate. An employee asked them to introduce themselves. The girls showed him the family crest and asked to take them to Kowloon in the Hufester Allied Forces. The gate worker realized that they were from the Runcandle family. Waving his hand, the man said that it was a great honor for him and promised to give them the best seats. The heir clenched his fists and looked ahead. The employee asked them to wait 2 hours and explained that then they would be home in an instant. Jean sat down on the sofa and the woman wanted to ask the young master something. The cat immediately jumped on her lap. The nanny admitted that she was worried and explained that even if Mirakan was exposed, they would be able to get out of it. Jean interrupted her and realized that she was talking about magic. The maid reminded him that none of the Runcandela were able to use it. Smiling, Jean asked her not to worry and said that he would hide it so that no one would notice anything. The guys looked around. The boy frowned tensely. There was a golden dragon depicted on the man's robe. He had white hair and purple eyes. A member of the Zippel family entered the room with 2 bodyguards. He sat down on the sofa opposite Jean. The guy squinted and thought that this man looked familiar. The stranger leaned on his hand and said that he had not expected to see these losers here and that he had lost his desire to go to Hufester. The cat jumped off Gilly's lap. The scoundrel looked at him and called him cute. The magician extended his hand and asked who the good boy was. Mirakan immediately scratched him. The guards immediately ran to the young master. But the magician said that he had provoked him himself and that he was an ordinary animal, and concluded that it was better to keep swords and sheets around Runcandle. The young man frowned sternly and thought about the fact that these people did not react to his provocation. The child continued reading a book and the girl stroked the cat. The stranger got up from the sofa and cleared his throat. Extending his hand, the member of the Zippel family introduced himself and apologized for his rudeness. The heir looked at him carefully. Jean imagined his adult version in the cherry orchard and remembered that this was the next head of the family who the young magicians looked up to both in terms of skills and character, considering his abilities an unattainable ideal. Eridan smiled. Jean was surprised that he met him at such a young age and decided that it was quite funny. After stroking the cat, the boy said that he was also interested in what he was like and was glad that his peer was not a fool. The young man smiled awkwardly and asked where such conclusions came from. The guy explained that if his guards had actually pulled out swords, he would have had to go to Hufester without guards and without a couple of fingers. Jean closed his eyes and realized that even Runcandle's jokes were cruel. The child frowned sternly and asked if his words sounded like a joke. The magician put his hand to his chin and asked permission to give him advice. Baradin raised his hand and asked him not to cut off someone's fingers so quickly, as it would only cause problems for both families. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when the heir stated that it was very funny. Jean smirked and explained that their fathers would not start a war over some childish quarrel. Baradin's eyes widened in surprise. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and agreed with him, promising to repay him for such a valuable lesson later. Jean asked him to do it right now. Jean leaned towards him and asked what he needed. Jean smiled awkwardly when the boy asked him to remain silent until the gate was activated and not to disturb him while he rested. Veridin shook his head and thought that this man would become someone amazing in a few years. He hid behind the table and realized that he would have become friends with him if it weren't for their origins. The boy squinted, surprised that his peer would act like this even after threatening to cut off his fingers, and wondered if he was really all right in the head. A voice from a speaker hanging on the wall announced that the teleportation would begin soon. A huge accumulation of energy appeared under the ceiling. The voice warned that the teleportation could cause headaches and nausea. Light energy filled the room. Veritin called out to his comrade. The young man smiled widely and shouted that he would look forward to their next meeting. The child turned away and hoped that it would never come. White clouds floated above the castle. The carriage sped down the street. The heir stepped out. Pedro bowed and introduced himself as the second steward of the house. Many swords were stuck in the ground. The butler guessed that it was not so easy to get here. Green leaves were falling in front of the main castle of Runcandle. The place where the blades were sticking out of the ground was called the Sword Garden. They were left by those who contributed to the prosperity of the family. Thus, this garden was a symbol of hope and honor. Jean walked along the path. Jean also once hoped that after death, his sword would be placed in this garden. In the memory, Jean was kneeling. He had no strength or potential. He wondered why hard training should have changed anything at all. The boy looked up. Walking forward, the boy realized that his life in this worthless place would gain meaning. The sun's rays illuminated the corridors of the castle. The child stopped in front of his father. Rosa smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. They looked at her and agreed with her. The cat's eyes widened. Chiron narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked if his son really took in a stray cat. Jean stroked Murakan and explained that he had taken him in. The man scratched his chin and noticed that he had a knack for choosing the right words. The family members cast a bloodthirsty glance at Jean. The woman sat down next to the cat and asked what his name was. The Black Panther picked up the cat. The boy named him Butterfly. Raising his hand, Daifa said that they could not allow him to do such a thing and asked how a stray animal could bear their family name. The knight closed his eyes and asked him to stop. The warrior frowned sternly and asked why his son gave the cat their family name. The boy put his hand to his chest and replied that he wanted to be responsible for him. Murakan smiled. The child explained that it was the first time he had taken in someone, so his name should be meaningful. Chiron narrowed his eyes and called it very funny and asked if his son understood the significance of their family name. The heir confirmed this with a stern frown and declared that whoever hurt the cat would pay for it. The man placed his hand on the hilt of the sword and noted his talent for making enemies. The head of the family noticed how his other sons looked down in displeasure. Smiling, Jean agreed with him and added that he also had a talent for getting rid of enemies. The knight smiled widely and said that the others should be careful if they tried to deal with his son. After that, the warrior left with his wife. 4 years later, Jean was holding a wooden sword in his hand. Approaching him, the trainer decided to end the training for the day and praised the student for his work. The boy asked if he was really only going to have morning training. Garen smiled and asked if young Luna hadn't planned to train him. Putting the sword on the rack, the young man said that he completely forgot about it and wanted to have a snack first. The man looked after him and asked if he would really be eating with the other students again, and said that Rosa was very upset about it. The heir replied that he did not want to play staring games with his siblings while eating. The cadets went to the table to get their food. The swordsman was sitting on the steps. Someone came up to him and said that they brought him food. Belop smiled happily and said that this was not all. The boy sat down next to him and began to eat. Jean remembered that in his past life, due to lagging behind in training, he was deprived of knowledge and expelled. Jean silently narrowed his eyes and thought. The guard stuffed his cheeks full of food. The boy asked if it was really that delicious. With his mouth wide open, the knight expressed gratitude to the Runcandle family for having the opportunity to eat such wonderful meat. The young man asked him not to say that. The warrior scratched his head in embarrassment when the heir remembered that he had said the same thing yesterday. The cadet's mouth dropped open in surprise when the swordsman asked him to learn to be careful because those who speak their minds will always be looked down upon. Frowning, Jean suggested that he straighten his shoulders, raise his head, and be at least a little more confident, and explained that he should not forget his status in this family. Belop pouted and reminded him that his grades were terrible and that he had not even been given a rank. Jean closed his eyes and stated that becoming a cadet was not an easy task. There were scraps on the tray. The boy explained that it did not matter how bad his grades were because he was still better than his peers who did not get in. The boy continued to eat silently. The youth thought that his comrade was so pure and sincere that it was no wonder his relatives mocked him. The heir imagined a man standing in a pool of blood and thought about how his friend would become a loyal servant of the Beeman Empire and turn into a ruthless killer in the future. Taking the bread in his hands, the swordsman remembered how upset he was when he learned that his peer had committed suicide and concluded that he should not abandon him under any circumstances. Jean put a piece of meat on his tray and allowed him to finish his meal. The boy smiled happily. Jean looked at him and decided to personally make sure that he was not kicked out of here. Continuing their meal together, the boy realized that he would not make all his past mistakes again. Walking along the corridor, the young man thought about the fact that he had a second rank of shadow energy release, a fourth rank of mana, and a second rank of fencing. The heir looked at his hand and realized that everything was going well so far, and that at this rate he would be able to reach the third rank in fencing in a couple of years. Luna leaned on her sword and said that today they would continue yesterday's training. Standing in front of her brother, the girl warned him that this time it would be a little different. The woman smiled and said that the heart is his eyes, so he should look through them. Closing his eyes, the swordsman thought about how he had never even heard of such training and realized that he had no other choice. Jean frowned. His sister said that for those who live by fencing, it was extremely important to open their inner vision. The knight also closed her eyes and asked her brother not to open them. Lowering his head, Jean remembered that only those who had reached the 7th rank could comprehend the inner vision, and wondered how she wanted to teach someone who had only recently reached the 2nd rank. The warrior held the sword of aura in his hands. Inner vision was achieved by dispersing it, and the boy still could not use it. The young man folded his hands on his sword, thinking that his sister had probably come up with something and decided to trust her and focus on training. Approaching him, Luna praised her brother and asked him to come back. The heir thanked her. The swordsman leaned on his weapon. The girl realized that he exceeded her expectations every time and decided that this was to be expected from him. Jean scratched the back of his head. The woman thought that her brother was demonstrating a concentration that was not typical of people of the 2nd rank, and he would understand everything in a couple of years. The knight smiled and wished him a quick growth. The guys gathered on the training ground. They looked quite nervous. Smiling, Garen announced that today would be a decisive sparring match, and explained that a good grade would help them become knights faster. Jean crossed his arms over his chest. The man said that today was a very important day for him. Jean looked at each other. The mentor relayed Rose's words that if the student defeats 10 opponents with a higher rank, he will be able to start training in the advanced group starting next year. The guy looked away. Bellup grabbed his shoulders and trembled. The boy opened his mouth in fear. The young man realized that he had to do something so that he would not be expelled, but he still lacked confidence. Standing in front of the students, the coach explained that today they would fight 3 opponents in turn. The heir crossed his arms over his chest. The knight added that the 10 best would fight him one-on-one. The cadets entered into a fight with each other. One of them fell to the ground. The swordsman concluded that the training was not in vain. Garen put his hands on his belt and asked those who were not chosen to sit back down. Jean took the sword in his hands. The man asked him to get ready. With one movement, Jean knocked the weapon out of the enemy's hands. The wooden sword fell to the ground. The boy remembered that he had defeated 8 people in his past life and realized that this time he needed to defeat 2 more people. The girl stepped forward when the mentor asked her to prepare for battle. Mesa smiled and said that she relied on her master. The boy thought that she was one of the few who would complete their training and become a guard. The woman furrowed her brows decisively and said that she would beat him at all costs. Grinning, the heir replied that he would look forward to it with impatience and realized that fighting her was the most important moment in the test. The cadet bounced off the ground. The swordsman blocked her blow with some difficulty. Jean looked at the crossed swords and decided that his acquaintance had become stronger than before, but it was still not enough to defeat him. Jean parried the blow and remembered that after her he would have 8 more opponents. The student continued to attack, but the boy parried all her attacks. Gritting her teeth, The girl wondered why the master only used normal strikes and remembered that he had demonstrated a wide variety of techniques before. Holding the weapon with trembling hands, Mesa was sure that there was a reason for this. She opened her eyes wide and decided that this could not be. The young man smirked. The woman wondered if he underestimated her and thought that she had no chance of winning. The cadet gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. The student swung it and offered to see who was stronger. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. Masa determinedly knitted his eyebrows and parried each blow of his opponent. Her hair fluttered in the wind. The warrior realized that she could not allow her opponent to push her aside and simply had to surpass him. The girl raised the sword above her head. The wooden swords hit each other. A piece of the blade flew into the air. Mesa looked at the broken sword in fear and asked how that was possible. The tip of the blade was at her throat. The swordsman smiled and thanked her for a great fight. Jean looked at his weapon and called it useless. There were cracks on the wooden blade. The woman realized that her opponent had been hitting the same place throughout the fight. Holding the broken hilt in her hand, the cadet thought that she would not be able to outpace him in accuracy and tenacity, even though their endurance and strength were at the same level. Jean looked back when the student called out to him. With her mouth wide open, the warrior promised to devote herself to training and declared that she would definitely win next time. Clouds floated above the castle. The guy realized that everything was going according to plan. The boy clenched his teeth in fear. The young man decided that it was difficult to fight with the others in such a state. He struck and realized that because of Ma's crushing defeat, everyone was confident that they would not be able to defeat him. The wooden sword fell to the ground. Lowering the weapon, the heir realized that he had completed the task and was glad that everything went as expected. The swordsman looked away when someone praised him. Garen smiled and congratulated him on the fact that from next year he would be trained by Rio Runcandle. Jean thanked him and said that he was counting on his support. The man offered to summarize the results of the morning training. Jean looked ahead and asked how much they had left. Many of the boys had bandages. The coach answered that they had 10 more minutes left. The boy said that he wanted to fight someone else. The young man took the sword from the rack. The coach asked who they were talking about, opened his mouth wide and called out to his friend. Bella pointed his finger at himself in fear. The swordsman asked him to come forward and fight him. The boy trembled in horror and tried to object. Jean pointed the sword at him and said that he would not be able to survive in the Runcandle family like that. He frowned sternly and challenged his comrade to battle, promising to destroy him. The cadets slowly stepped forward. Jean stood opposite each other on the training ground, raising his weapon in front of him. The student wondered why the master had chosen him and suggested that he wanted to teach him martial discipline. Jean looked down and called out to him. The guard smiled broadly. The boy explained that he was tired of all these battles, while he, on the contrary, had plenty of strength. The young man put his hand on his belt and stated that his level was still higher, and that was why he wanted to fight him. The warrior asked what that meant. Suddenly, the heir rushed forward. Bellup gritted his teeth and missed one blow. The boy staggered and asked why the master was doing this to him. The swordsman delivered a crushing blow. Their swords clashed against each other. Jean smiled and noticed that his opponent was blocking blows. Well, the cadet thanked him. Jean jumped back. The tip of the wooden sword touched the ground. The student clenched his teeth and held back another blow. The distance between the opponents was created again. The boy fell to his knees. He found himself on the ground and tried to knock his opponent down. The guard couldn't hold on and fell down. The warrior closed his eyes and got to his feet. The shadow of his opponent loomed over him. The young man asked if he really thought this was an ordinary fight. The heir pointed the weapon at his opponent and said that he could have killed him. Bellup grabbed the blade. The swordsman asked him to get up and said that he would no longer spare him. The boy got to his feet. The other guys watched their duel carefully. A light aura appeared around the wooden sword. Mesa's mouth opened in shock when she saw it. The cadet clenched his teeth angrily. A bright haze appeared around him. The girl turned to the coach and asked him to stop the fight because the young master could get hurt. Jean frowned and asked his mentor to take the grave with him what they were about to see. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Garen obeyed the order. The student narrowed his eyes and asked if this was really what his friend wanted. Jean sternly frowned and said that someone who could use aura did not have to hold back. The guardian angrily clenched his teeth and said that he had made a terrible mistake if he wanted to fight him. The warrior rushed into battle and shouted that he should have acted earlier. The boy raised his weapon in front of him and parried his blow. The wooden sword broke under the pressure of the aura blade. The powerful blow made the young man jump back. The heir narrowed his eyes and thought that he knew that his comrade was strong, but he did not even guess how strong. In memory, the swordsman crossed his arms over his chest and looked at his peer. A wooden sword hit him on the head. During sparring training, Bellup always managed to understand the opponent's strategy and assess his skills. The guys gave each other 5. The boy deliberately lost all his fights. With tears in his eyes, the cadet swung his blade. The swordsman could not even imagine that he had an aura. The blade fragment fell to the ground. The student approached his opponent. Jean counterattacked at the moment of his strike. The guard's hands trembled. The warrior opened his mouth in shock. His weapon slipped out of his hands and fell to the ground. Jean grabbed his friend and knocked him to the ground. Bellup closed his eyes and tried to free himself from his hand on his neck. The guy let him go. He rose to his feet and his opponent fell on all fours. Clutching his throat, the boy asked why his opponent stopped and said that if he wanted a worthy fight, he should have gone to the end. The young man looked down. The cadet asked if he really enjoyed playing with people so much. The student opened his mouth wide and asked why he did it. The heir replied that he himself was not pleased to provoke him. The guard clenched his fist and asked what was the reason for his excessive stubbornness. The swordsman crouched down to pick up his weapon and replied that he knew nothing about it. Jean looked at his comrade and stated that he knew only one thing. Jean sternly knitted his brows and explained that in order to be kind and caring, one must be strong. The guy put his hand on his friend's shoulder and called him weak but very kind. Bellup's mouth fell open in confusion when the young man said that good people could not survive in this hell. The heir narrowed his eyes and asked him to become stronger in order to protect good. Ma's mouth fell open in amazement. The swordsman smiled and apologized for his rudeness. The servants who were carrying the pot widened their eyes in surprise. They stopped and asked if they should come back later. Jean replied that everything was fine and that they could bring food. The boy looked down and asked the master to go and have lunch. Jean put his wooden sword on his shoulder and promised to grab a portion for him too. A scary monster was visible and it was audible whether the younger one had said so. Khan, leaning forward, answered positively. Suddenly, Chiron, smiling, laughed and exclaimed that these were his beliefs. Introducing the joyful Jean, his father clarified whether he wanted to rule by force and help the weak. The knight explained that in this case it was necessary to understand whether such an approach was beneficial to their family, and let him return and tell him, to which Khan, nodding his head, obeyed the order. Chiron lowered his eyebrows and said that it was time for him to go on his first mission. It seemed like the guys were waving to each other, and Jean said that he was 15 years old and had been promoted to a third-rank knight, and that the first vacation had begun, and the cadets had either gone to their hometowns and villages or stayed to continue their individual training. The girl dealt a powerful blow to her opponent. A sharp sword was visible, and Jean explained that when they moved to the advanced group, they could forget about wooden swords because they would be given a custom-made sword. The blacksmith was making weapons, and the guy added that some cadets had already given instructions regarding their swords, and he wanted to find a suitable sword in their armory. Sweat ran down the young man's face when he heard how he was addressed. Luna, putting her palm on her chest, said that she had been looking for a sword that would suit him for a long time, and the cadet said that his sister would choose his sword for him because she herself wanted it. A month ago, the girl holding the master tightly asked to choose a sword for him. Jean looked ahead thoughtfully. Closing his eyes, Jean muttered that since she understood swords better, he should trust her. Suddenly, it seemed like Luna was holding a huge weapon. Jin's pupils narrowed sharply. His sister, putting her hand on her side, exclaimed that he was also called the Killer of Vale, and at his age she often used one, and then she wanted to use something like an axe sword of a similar shape. The girl, lowering her head, added that she thought that the form of Krantle which she fought with came from him, and also asked her brother if he liked it. The guy clenching his fist was confused. Luna narrowed her eyes, hearing that he was grateful that she helped him choose a sword, but it was unlikely that such a sword would suit him. The master's sister, looking down, sadly replied that it was okay because she was just joking, to which he thought that it didn't look like a joke. The girl said that the Veil Assassin was indeed a good sword but a bit heavy, which made the young man thoughtfully bite his lips. Suddenly the student turned her gaze to the side. Looking at the weapon, Luna said that she understood it, so he would have another one. The girl, opening the door, added that she really tried choosing it. Raising her hand, Jin's sister said that she thought about which one would suit him best, and which sword would suit only him. Holding out the dagger, the cadet exclaimed that she thought about it then. Jin's eyes bulged, hearing that he chose Barisad at the selection ceremony. Smiling slightly, Luna explained that this is what would suit him best. 2 sharp weapons appeared, and Jin thought that this sword was the brother of Barisad, which belonged to the founder, Bradamanti. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, to which the girl said that it seemed like he liked it. The young man holding the dagger said that it was unique, and even the other swords in the family collection could not compare to it. Smiling, the master muttered that he would do anything to get it, and was also stunned that his sister chose Bradamanti for him. Introducing his family, Jin thought that Bradamanti and Barisada were the most compatible with the energy of the shadows, and if he chose it himself, his siblings would object. Jin exclaimed that others also wanted Bradamanti, so he did not know how to thank her, and the student replied that something did not add up. Putting her palm on her chest, Luna said that she felt that he was still uncomfortable with her. The girl, narrowing her eyes, explained that this was starting to upset her, to which Jin objected that she was wrong because he was not lying. His sister, holding out her finger, said that she was already upset and therefore he would have to console her, which surprised the guy. A moment later, Luna, lowering her hands, asked her brother to close his eyes and added that they would begin training. The daytime sky appeared and the cadet clarified whether he understood what she was talking about, after which the master answered positively and heard that now she wanted him to remember one more thing. Jin asked what exactly, and his sister, placing her hand on his shoulder, said that among all the brothers and sisters trying to trample each other, there are also those who selflessly love him. The girl asked him to remember this well. Grabbing Jin, Luna exclaimed that he should not upset her anymore, to which he apologized and said that he would not do it again. Jin's eyes widened as he heard that she had spent enough time alone long before he was born and that he should understand that she did not want him to be alone like she once was. After which he responded positively. Holding her hands behind her back, the student said that it was time to return to training and asked her brother to watch with his heart. After some time, the high walls of the room appeared. Jin, smiling slightly, asked more in what he would say. Murakan, lying on the floor, said that he should put it away because it was still too early for him since he had not mastered the energy of shadows enough, and in order to use Bradamanti correctly, it must be at least rank 3. But he was still a brat with rank 2. The guy frowned angrily when he heard that he would not even be able to awaken the sword, after which he objected that he would soon reach rank 3 and would be able to use it. Suddenly, Maken closed the book and called the young man an upstart, and added that he should clean it already and listen carefully. The representative of Sodaret, baring his teeth, explained that Barisad and Bradamanti cannot be used haphazardly, but the energy of shadows of the 3rd rank is needed, and this is the bare minimum. Murakan, the master, stroking his head, exclaimed that he should use an ordinary sword until his strength reaches the 5th rank. Jin, lowering his eyebrows, said that he does not like to wait for a long time and all he needs is to reach the 5th rank in a year. Suddenly the guy frowned angrily. Murakan, grabbing Jin by the hair, explained that this is impossible even if he wins the competition of shadow energy, or absorbs it, and also added that he should worry about him. Suddenly Jin's hand began to shake and the representative of Sodaret said that this was such nonsense that even dogs would laugh at him, and if he understood him then he should not say such nonsense anymore. The young man taking the book exclaimed that he should repeat what he said again, to which Murakan asked to put it back where he got it. A moment later, Gilly entered the room and the master asked what happened and if something was wrong. The girl, raising her eyebrows, answered that Coach Garen was calling him to him, and he was supposed to come in person, but he said that he had to explain the strategy of the task to him, and show him on the map, so he would have to go. Jin, turning his head, asked again about the strategy. The nanny explained that the coach would help him in the first task and he would set off as soon as he had rested, and Jean, scratching the back of his head, clarified whether this was serious. Jean put his hand in his pocket and said that they had recently been promoted to 3rd rank, so it was a good time, but it was strange that they were moving out after a rest. Gilly crossed her palms and said that it was probably due to the difficulty of the mission, since usually those assigned to advanced groups or higher, and the boy said that he had probably already proven himself worthy. Turning around, the young man exclaimed to the nanny that he would find out everything and that she should wait here with Mirakan, to which he received a positive answer. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The master, entering the room, told Garen that he had been told that he had been assigned to the mission, to which he said that he could pass and only 10 cadets from the regular group had received it. A dark map was visible, and it was said that they would be divided into 2 groups, and that it was a search mission. So they would be heading to the southern border of the Jin Kingdom. And then a question was heard asking if the kingdom was close to the monster lands and also what was designated as the White Wolf tribe's base. Gon, flipping through the pages, muttered that low-ranking cadets should not be sent here. Turning his head, Jin thought that this was quite difficult for a first mission, and it was given out earlier than expected. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and Jean thought that the squad included cadets with average scores, and Bellip, whose scores were constantly fluctuating. Leaning forward, the boy muttered that it was as if someone had deliberately set this up. Tapping his finger on the map, the young man wondered if his father had been informed of his battle with Bellip, and he decided to test him like this. With his brows lowered, the master decided that he would show him what he could do, since his convictions were unwavering. 3 days later, the southern border came into view, and the guy said that they were to find Sember, the heir of the Villa family of Jin Kingdom. And once they arrived, they would set up camp in the central part of the border, and after that, each squad would go out to search. Mesa ran quickly past the trees, and the leader continued that every day at a designated time, a chosen person from each squad would come to the camp to share information with the others, and that he should no longer be called master, but commander. The knights walked forward, and the commander said that the injured and wounded should remain in the camp until they fully recovered. Jean, with his brows lowered, heard that this was all for now, and they hoped that their target was still alive. Bellip told Jean that Eddington had spotted a monster from the Watertail tribe, to which he waved his hand and asked again about the Watertail tribe. Jean said that they were rather peaceful creatures that avoided predators, and therefore it meant that he would not run into the White Wolf tribe. Now the guy clenched his fist, hearing that since he could not walk quickly because of the snowfall, he should go to camp 2 hours earlier and then return to Sector 13, after which he obeyed the order. The master, looking at the guys, asked the rest to start searching in Sector 13. Putting his palm on the snow, Jean thought that he had a bad feeling because his father personally appointed him for this task. But everything was going too smoothly. Jean muttered that perhaps he had misunderstood everything and this was a simple task, not a test. And at that moment, the little monsters approaching the cadets called them poor. The mythical creature holding out a fish on a stick said that he felt sorry for them and therefore let them eat, and also that it was a gift, to which Jean thanked him, and said that next time he would definitely repay his kindness. The tree trunk was visible, and the master thought that beyond Sector 13, the land of beast men began, and the cadets from the ordinary group were not their equal. Taking out the map, Jean thought that there was no need to strain himself too much for the sake of results, because the next 3 days would only confirm the results of the search in each of the sectors. Suddenly, the guy quickly moved his legs, after which he turned to Jean. Jean, turning around, asked what happened. The master's eyes bulged, hearing that the second squad was ambushed. The young gentleman held out his hand and asked to prepare to move out and for Bellip to report the situation, and was told that the second squad had dispersed to get away from the enemy, but only one had managed to reach the camp and report what had happened. Jean, squinting, asked if the beastmen had set up an ambush, to which the knight replied that they were just people and there were only 3 of them, and also asked why they were attacking the Runcandles with such a small squad, after which Jean said that there really was no need and he was sure that there were many more of them. Lowering his hands, Jean ordered Eddington and David to return to the camp because they would be guarding it and the surrounding area, and that contact with the enemy upon detection was prohibited, and if something happened, they should report first. White birches were visible, and the master muttered that many people could have set up an ambush. Rushing from the spot, The young gentleman wondered what their goal was and why they attacked the second squad and not the first, which he was in. Jean, waving his hand, said that they attacked them and thought that he did not know who they were, but he would personally make them pay for daring to touch the run candles. Blood appeared on the snow. Bellop, wide-eyed, asked if Mesa and the entire second squad were really dead, after which he was asked to calm down, saying that the blood was still fresh. Bending down to the ground, Jean explained that there were no traces of a fall, no pieces of flesh. Imagining how the guys were running away, Jean said that they fought here, but the second squad escaped, and judging by the tracks, only one person attacked them. There were footprints in the snow. And suddenly, the commander was informed that they had found someone's bandages, and it looked like they were made in Hefester. The cadet had a piece of cloth in his hand, and the master called her a good girl and asked where she had found them, to which she replied that it was on the western side. Jean narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, listening to how while they were bandaging the wounded man, someone else had attacked and they had to run to the west. Slightly bending down, Jean asked Sierra to go to Eddington and David and explain everything to them and for Bellop to follow him. A moment later, Jean was running quickly through the forest. The guy peeking out from behind a tree whispered that there was a second squad there. The tied-up guys were visible, and the master explained that Mesa was not with them and all three were guarding them. The commander, holding a dagger, said that Bellop should close his eyes for a moment and attack the one on the left in 2 seconds, to which he replied that he understood. Jean, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that Mirakan had taught him how to use the energy of shadows in such a way as to increase the sharpness and destructive power of an object. A second later, Jean abruptly threw the knife. The enemy bared his teeth menacingly, and Jean thought that he was now even more difficult to notice. It was visible how the dagger hit the enemy's body. The opponent, holding a sword, asked what was going on. The man suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seemed as if Bellop angrily lowered his eyebrows. Someone began to take a knife out of his pocket. A moment later, Jean abruptly rushed from his place. Suddenly, the enemy fell to the ground. The master, raising his head, asked if everyone was safe. The guy replied that they were fine, but Mesa was captured and there was no forgiveness for them, to which the commander said that it was okay and that they should take care of themselves first. The man bared his teeth menacingly. The young gentleman, slightly, heard the enemy beg for mercy, after which he clarified whether he was asking to spare him, because for a follower of Zippel, he valued his life too much. Drawing out his sword, Jean exclaimed that he would give him a choice. Raising the corners of his lips, Jean explained that he would tell who they were, what their goal was, and where the base was, and then only he would die, or if he remained silent, then he would kill not only him, but also his loved ones. Jean added that he would keep his promise and also swear by the honor of his family, which made sweat run down the man's face. The enemy, closing his eyes, answered positively and asked to spare his loved ones. Lying on the snow, the swordsman explained that they were a group of Canzello revolutionaries. Jean, looking ahead, thought that they were a terrorist organization that was active shortly before his death. Imagining a bright flame, the master mused that the world was engulfed in panic when they killed a lot of people and the king of Jean. And they also called themselves revolutionaries. A mysterious ruler appeared and the young master muttered that the revolution for them is to overthrow the kings and put their own in charge of the whole world. The man, turning his gaze to the side, heard the question if they wanted to cause unrest in Jean Kingdom by killing the Runcandela cadets, and answered that he does not know anything because he is just a flunky, and does not even know where the base is. But his group is located right near the lands of the Beast Men, and there are about 20 warriors of the 4th rank and also magicians. Jean, with his mouth slightly open, asked the last question about why they kidnapped Mesa, to which he was told that it was simply for propaganda to promote the revolution, and they were ordered to take all the girls alive. The guy, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that they were just scum. Jean, raising his sword, said that he would keep his promise. A second later there was a splash of blood. Jean, lowering his weapon, asked how long it had been since Me had disappeared, to which he received the answer that it had been about an hour. The master said that this meant that they were already close to their camp and that they should provide first aid to everyone and request reinforcements, and the cadet, frowning, asked that he really was going alone. The commander put down his sword and they explained to him that there were 4th rank warriors there, so it was too dangerous to go alone. Scott, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they were only cadets and they often died during missions, to which Jean said that everything was so. Jean, squinting, exclaimed that since one of them was captured, Runcandle could not abandon him. Turning his head, Jean said that he was stronger than they all thought and let them just follow the order because any objections would be considered insubordination. Looking to the side, the master informed Bellup that everyone from the 2nd squad was wounded, so he was the strongest among them, so he should be on guard, and also clarified whether he understood him and received a positive answer. A moment later, the young master abruptly rushed from the spot. Frowning menacingly, Jean thought that as long as he was in time, the night sky was visible, and Jean thought that there were about 20 warriors of the 4th rank in the enemy squad. Through the sweat on his face, Jean muttered that her fencing and shadow energy were of the 3rd rank, and her magic was of the 4th. Walking through the forest, the master said to himself that he was growing up quite quickly, but now he couldn't handle everyone at once, and most importantly, he had to save Mesa. Suddenly, a magical glow appeared in his hand, and he whispered that he would therefore try to avoid battles and focus on searching. A second later, magical threads appeared on the ground, and the commander used the terrain reconnaissance skill. With a wave of his hand, the young gentleman used the ability tracking wind. Suddenly, a magical beam rushed past the trees, the grass glowed brightly, and Jean realized that it was pointing towards the meadow. Quickly rushing, Jean muttered that they couldn't have gone far. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards the guy. Jean, moving sharply, was able to dodge the attack. The opponents raised their swords and shouted that this was Cadet Runcandle, and they needed to grab him. A moment later, the young man released a green beam. It was seen how an unusual force knocked down the enemies, and the mysterious entity clarified whether the rankers used magic. The man, his eyes bulging, exclaimed that he should be killed already. A bright light reflected from the dagger. Suddenly, the master struck his opponent's heart. Jean ordered the warriors to step back. A magic arrow quickly rushed towards the young master. Fiery chains surrounded Jin's hand. Suddenly, the enemy bared his teeth menacingly. Jean abruptly pierced his body with a sword. The flame strongly faded Jin's palm. A second later, the guy bent down. The magician, stretching out his staff, was perplexed. The young man quickly rushed forward, and Jean was very surprised that fire did not affect him. Suddenly, a blue seal appeared, and the enemy shouted that he would break through with the help of ice. A small stone on the master's clothes shone brightly. Suddenly, it seemed like the young gentleman was furiously cutting through the ice. The old man, clenching his jaw, said that he did not believe his eyes. A moment later, a splash of blood was heard. Lowering his sword, Jean muttered that they were bastards from Canzello. Looking at the tracks, Jean whispered that it seemed like they were not trying to hide, but were counting on the fact that their opponents did not have combat experience. Reaching for the ground, Jean realized that here they joined the others and left on a cart. Lowering his gaze, the guy thought that Canzello had its own hierarchy, and they probably divided the spoils according to the position in the group. Turning around, the young man muttered that it meant that they would not dare touch the share of the one who was more important, and for now there was a chance to save Mesa. Taking the map, the young gentleman whispered that he was already near the lands of the beast men, and the Canelo base was somewhere nearby. Having released the fire, the master decided that he needed to distract them, wait for the right moment, and save Mississippi. A second later, Jean threw a fiery stream forward. Suddenly, it seemed like the entire forest quickly caught fire. Raising his head, Jean realized that first they would have to deal with the fire. Small houses were visible, and it was heard that they were burning, and they also did not understand how this happened. The men, clenching their fists, asked where the fire was coming from, after which they shouted that they needed to put it out and bring water. Jean turned his gaze to the side, hearing that they were worthless idiots. The big guy opened his mouth wide and clarified whether they did not know how to put out a fire and ordered the mages to use water or ice magic, and the guy wondered if he was the one in charge here. A moment later, the young man ran behind the house, and an appeal to the boss was heard that they were not succeeding. The man, frowning furiously, asked if they thought a fire could even start in such weather and explained that it was definitely started by someone. The big man looked back in confusion. An unusual glow was visible in the distance, and the villagers were shouting that they needed to quickly bring the mages. Taking the keys, the young gentleman muttered that this was great because now he could get inside. After some time, the door creaked open. Light illuminated the walls of the room, and the master said that it was cool in here and wondered where they were keeping this. Noticing a hatch, Jean wondered if this was a basement. Suddenly, long hair appeared. The girl sharply turned her head, hearing the master call her. The cadet exclaimed that it was dangerous here, to which Jean, raising the corners of his lips, replied that she did not need to worry about him, and clarified whether she could go. Suddenly, Jean cut the ropes on his hands, and she explained that she could walk, but she would hardly run. And the guy said that it was okay because he would help her. Suddenly, the guys raised their heads and asked what that sound was. The girl asked if the commander could promise her something, to which he lowered his eyebrows and asked not to waste energy on talking. The cadet, squinting, explained that if he was in danger then he should just leave her because she could not allow him to suffer here. Jean, taking her, said that they needed to leave because it was dangerous here. It was visible how the guys came out of the ruins. Noticing the wounds from the claws, Jean thought that the beast men had tried. The girl looked to the side in bewilderment. Suddenly, the shadow of an animal appeared. The beast tightly gripped the handle of the weapon. The formidable wolf clenched his jaw, and it was said that this was the tribe of the White Wolf. Mesa shouted to the master that she would distract him, so he should run, after which someone attacked her from behind. The enemy moved his ears and said that they were useless trash, and there was no use for them because they couldn't even put out a fire. Jean bit his lips, hearing the question of whether it was all his fault. The guy stood up abruptly, answered that it was all his fault, and also explained that he was the son of Chiron. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man asked the beast to state his name. Baring his teeth, the wolf said that the young master was the offspring of the Runcandle. A few days before the start of the search mission, the Runcandle's house appeared. Jin's sword was surrounded by a dark force. Murakan, kicking him in the back, called him an idiot. The guy asked if he wanted to die because he warned him that he was not ready yet, and if he tried to awaken the sword, the energy of the shadows would poison him. Murakan explained that if he did not want to die from an excess of shadow energy, he should not even think about awakening the sword, and clarified whether it was clear to him. To which Jean, looking away, answered positively. Jean clenched his fists, and the opponent said that today was his best hunt. The beast said his name, and added that he was a warrior of the Truca family from the White Wolf tribe. Quajito, lowering his head, said that the tribe was created for battles and slaughter, and an adult white wolf is at least a warrior of the 6th rank. It seemed as if the warrior stuck his sword into the beast, and the young master explained that everyone knew that the White Wolf tribe could not stand the Rancandelas, and all because a long time ago the founder of the Rancandela family called their god the Great White Wolf to him, and killed him. Narrowing his eyes, the master muttered that he would not escape with Mesa. With his mouth wide open, Guido shouted that Javier would sacrifice him and his soul would rest in peace. Jean held the hilt of the weapon tightly and heard him choose whether to fight in a fair fight or tear him to pieces while he ran away. Jean, lowering his eyebrows, replied that he chose a fair fight. The wolf, his eyes bulging furiously, exclaimed that this was excellent, and it meant that the Runcandelas were not without nobility. Suddenly, the opponent swung his sledgehammer and said that then the strongest would win. A moment later, many stones flew apart from the blow. Quadito grabbed his hammer tightly. Jin's sword appeared. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. Having stretched out the dagger in front of him, the young man was able to defend himself from the attack. Baring his teeth, the master thought that this was a real white wolf, and he also no longer had the strength to block his attacks. A second later, the rivals jumped away from each other. Clenching his jaw, the young gentleman thought about what else he could win, because he had a secret advantage that the enemy didn't even know about, and that was the pendant given to him by his sister and the energy of the shadows. Remembering the blue medallion, Jean muttered that he wasn't sure it was worth wasting it on such a threat, and if he couldn't cope with such an opponent, it meant that he didn't have a chance to become stronger. A magic seal was visible in front of Jean, and he thought that magic couldn't be used because 4th term magic wouldn't leave a scratch on him. Ruins appeared, and Jean thought that if the guard knight was sent to find out about Canzello, he would immediately see traces of mana, and then he would be exposed and expelled from the family. The blow of the weapon hit the ground and the boy understood that it meant that there was no other choice. The young man, stretching out his sword, tried to hold back the enemy's onslaught. Quadito swung his hammer furiously, and the master asked the energy of the shadows to awaken his sword. A second later, the white wolf knocked out the young master's defense. Jean jumped back sharply, and the beast said that he had a good dagger, and also called him a bastard. Quadito, baring his teeth, said that for some reason it was not black like the famous Runcandela swords. Suddenly, a huge sledgehammer appeared. The weapon quickly approached Jin's head, and the white wolf exclaimed that he was stronger than he seemed. Suddenly, the beast menacingly opened its jaw. The guy threw sweat on his face, tried to remember what he felt when he tried to awaken the sword and heard that it was the end. The young man's sword began to shine brightly. The enemy, frowning angrily, shouted that both him and the white weapon would be sacrificed by Javier. The master, his eyes bulging, realized that he needed to remember right now. It was visible how the rivals quickly approached each other. Quadito's pupils narrowed sharply. The young master found himself in complete darkness. Magic chains surrounded the white wolf, and he said that he could not see anything. Opponents appeared on both sides of the unusual glow. Dark power came out of Jin's sword, and he said that he had been wondering why the Runcandle were famous for their black swords, but now everything became clear to him. Suddenly the beast fell to the ground. Quadito, raising his head, was perplexed. Squinting, Jean said that it was a good fight. Thick bushes were visible and screams were heard. Suddenly, Jean bent down from fatigue. The guy bared his teeth furiously. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and screamed. Having fallen, the master seemed to hear words that he was worthless, weak, stupid, a disgrace to the family, and also just a disgrace. A moment later, someone approached the young master and asked what he had just said. Mikan, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he had already said what would happen if he decided to awaken the sword while it lacked energy, and therefore would have to pay. Clenching his jaw, the representative of Sodaret clarified whether he would be lying in the mud poisoned by the energy of the shadows. Jean, hearing that he needed to get up because if he lost then everything would be over, and began to rise. Jean bit his lips and Mirakan asked if he still understood what he needed to do. A magical shell appeared around Jean, and he thought that he needed to release the energy of the shadows. Through the sweat on his face, the guy muttered that the energy of the shadows surrounding him was destroying everything and he could not use the release. But he could not give up. With his mouth wide open, the young man realized that he needed to relax. It seemed like the master was sighing heavily. Putting his palm on his chest, the young gentleman wondered if he had really managed it because the pain had suddenly gone away and it couldn't help but worry him. So it was too strange and his body hadn't changed at all. But he was filled with the energy of the shadows. Trying to get up, Jean whispered that he could move and therefore he needed to take Mesa and leave. Looking at the wreckage, Jean asked who was there. Suddenly the blonde, closing his eyes, begged not to kill him. Jean, looking away, asked if he was from Canzello, to which the young man replied that he was not one of them. The guy, raising his hand, said his name, and added that he was from the kingdom of Jean. The master, raising the corners of his lips, recognized him and introduced himself, and also said that he was sent to find him. Sember, through his tears, was happy about Runcandle, and the young gentleman thought that because of Canzello he had completely forgotten about him, and he felt somehow awkward because he was beside himself with happiness. The blonde exclaimed that he would never forget his kindness, to which Jean, closing his eyes, replied that it was nothing because he was paid, and suggested that they return. Jean, holding me, asked the young man how it happened that he was kidnapped by Canzello because they thought that he was simply lost, and he said that he was going to find his beloved. Hearing the question of whether they had decided to run away together, the guy, scratching his cheek, answered in the negative. Sember explained that the thing is that she died 2 years ago, which made Jean bite his lips in bewilderment. Introducing the girl, the blonde said that the face, voice, and even 2 birthmarks on her hand were exactly as when she was alive. And it may look like he's gone crazy, but everything was like that, and he couldn't be mistaken. The master, lowering his gaze, wondered if it was an exact copy, and thought that it looked like Br Bear's work. There was an unusual emblem on the ground, and the young gentleman thought that they probably wanted to kidnap him for money. And he wondered to himself if there was some connection between Beer and Canzello, because the last time he encountered him was when he was 10. And here he was again, after which he added that something was fishy here and therefore it was necessary to meet him to understand what kind of person he was. Looking to the side, Jean muttered that fortunately his atelier was in the capital of the Carano Principality, and when he transferred to the advanced group, he would definitely drop by to see him, and Sember thanked him for listening to him carefully. Jean said that reinforcements would soon arrive and therefore it was time to return, to which the guy crossing his fingers asked if he called the guard knights for him, and he whispered that he did it for me. Jean turned his head, hearing that the young man would never forget their meeting. A bright glow was visible in the sky, and the blonde shouted that if he ever needed his help, then he should just let him know. After some time, Gilly, crossing her fingers, congratulated the master on successfully completing the task and added that it was simply amazing, to which he thanked her. The nanny said that he was probably tired, so she prepared a bath for him, and the young gentleman, closing his eyes, said that he did not doubt her. A second later, Jean, reaching out to the cat, asked if he had behaved well. Unexpectedly, Mikan grabbed Jin's hand. Jean abruptly threw him against the wall, and also explained that you can't throw animals except for his assistant because he can. The guy asked why he was biting, to which he received a counter-question. Was he in his right mind? And had he completely gone crazy? The cat, waving his paws, exclaimed that he said not to wake up his sword because it would ruin everything, and added that he was worried about him. And the young man asked to listen to him. Murakan, lifting the master above himself, shouted that there was no excuse for him, and asked what could be more important than the life of Soderet's only follower. And at that very moment, Gilly said that the master had just returned. The young master's assistant, narrowing his eyes, objected to the nanny that she had not brought strawberry cake, and it seemed that they were in trouble, to which she replied that she understood him. The girl, confused, wide-eyed, listened as Jean explained that his comrade had been kidnapped right from under his nose, and he asked if he should have abandoned him, and Murakan clarified whether the pendant was for beauty since it was not some kind of jewelry for him. Placing his hand on his chest, Jean exclaimed that he did not want to waste it in vain because he could meet much more powerful enemies. The representative of Soderet bared his teeth menacingly and asked him again. Jean, clenching his fists, asked why he was so surprised, and his assistant called him, and the guy, crossing his elbows, asked how he knew that he was trying to awaken the sword, to which he received the answer that the rank of his shadow energy suddenly jumped from 3rd to 4th. The young man, widening his eyes, explained that he felt that the energy was overflowing him, but he could not imagine that he had jumped a whole rank, and Murakan asked to thank him for his mercy. The representative of Soderet, stretching out his finger, said that only 10 people experienced poisoning by shadow energy and 9 died, after which the master said that he was one of the survivors and asked who the second one was and whether he was the founder. Murakan, bulging his eyes, answered that it was him and Timar would have died. The young gentleman, waving his palms, said that it meant that they were similar to him, so he should not worry because he was not ready to experience such pain again, and also go wash himself. Turning to Gilly, Murakan shouted that he needed to be starved to get a grip on himself, and Gilly said that she would cook dinner for the master after all. The representative of Soderet said with his mouth slightly open that he was very jealous of Jean. After a while, a huge chandelier could be seen, and it was heard that Jean could not defeat a warrior from the White Wolf tribe unless he was a bandit wearing wolf skin. A member of the Runcandle family, sitting on a chair, asked how he managed it, since he had only reached the 3rd rank, to which he received the answer that perhaps he could, and, smiling slightly, explained that he could if he met the weakest white wolf. Mew, turning her gaze to the side, exclaimed that even in this case it was impossible, since it made even less sense that her mother immediately believed him. The 9th flag-bearer, squinting, clarified whether she thought so. Suddenly the boys with their hands behind their backs heard someone speaking to them, and answered that they were listening. Daytona, looking at his brother, whispered if Jean had really killed him, and he said that no matter what kind of monster he was, it was impossible. Haytona, with his mouth wide open, muttered that the problem was not whether he had killed the white wolf, but that he was moving to an advanced group. The boys, with their eyebrows lowered, said that if he studied with them it would be the end for them. The boys, with their mouths sadly open, said that it was terrible. Mew smiled slightly and asked what they were whispering about, and if they were afraid of what would happen when the youngest moved to them, to which the brothers answered in the negative, and then asked them not to lie to their older sister. The girl, turning her gaze to the side, explained that she hated it most when they lied to her, so much so that she was ready to rip out their tongues. The boys, with their eyes bulging, exclaimed that they were afraid, and the 9th flag bearer clarified whether they wanted their sister to help them, to which they asked how. The young men joyfully opened their mouths, hearing that they could use them, and that they should not miss the chance and take their slaves. An advance group appeared, and it was said that everything was subject to the laws of the jungle, because both 3rd and 5th rank knights were training here. The warriors looked menacingly ahead, and Jean said that the newcomers were mixed with those who had been here for 10 years. It was visible how the older sisters of Jean chained the cadets, and he explained that they choose several cadets and turn them into their slaves. The girls said that they should take them and show the younger one where his place is because they don't like him either, which made the brothers smile happily. And grinning maliciously, said that if they can't handle it, then they should hold on. Jean, wiping his neck with a towel, thought that he had completed the first task. So it was finally decided to transfer him to the advanced group, and the energy of the shadows reached the 4th rank. Touching the chair, the master muttered that if he wanted to use it properly, then he should reach the 6th rank in fencing in 5 years. Squeezing his thumb, the young gentleman thought that knights of the 6th rank are excellent swordsmen and 7th masters. But those who have reached the 8th rank and above are considered an exception to the rule, because out of 2 million inhabitants of the continent, there are hardly 100 who have reached the 9th or 10th rank. Introducing his father, Jean explained that only one could go further, namely the Star Knight. A moment later, Jean clenched his fist. Lowering his eyebrows, Jean decided that in this life, he too could become a Star Knight and even surpass him. After some time, the walls of the room were visible. The girl, holding a pen in her hand, allowed him to enter. The guy asked if his mother had called him. Rosa, sitting on a chair, answered positive. The master's mother, raising the corners of her lips, said that she had heard that he had successfully completed his mission, and she was very pleased with his results. The lady of the Runcandle house opened a book, and the young man thanked her. Frowning, the girl said that she understood that he had refused her advice to move to another room. Rosa, crossing her fingers, explained that he knew that only the child who would become the next ruler could use the room, and that it had been empty since Joshua had lived there when he was younger. But it was time for him to take it. The young master, narrowing his eyes, thanked her and added that he could not accept it. His mother asked why not, to which her son, keeping his hands behind his back, replied that no matter how nice the room was, it was still just 4 walls because it was too big and luxurious for him. The lady of the house clarified whether he really did not want to live there, whereupon Jean, closing his eyes, said that he had already decided. A moment later, Rosa tapped her finger on the table and said that he could go. Jean, with his mouth slightly open, obeyed her. Resting her head on her hand, the girl asked whether there was not a drop of greed in the youngest, or whether there was too much of it. Imagining Jean being held up with many swords, the lady of the house thought that what she had offered him was the quarters for those of the children who would become the head of the Runcandle family in the future. And so, she was sure that he knew about the support he would receive from the moment he entered this room, but he would become a target for those who did not receive this opportunity. Rosa, closing her eyes, said that he probably realized that she was testing him, and then she would eagerly await his results in the intermediate class. After a while, Jean, putting his hands on his hips, exclaimed that from tomorrow they would be transferred to the intermediate training class, which consisted of several factions. The cadets, biting their lips, listened attentively that they had found a place in his, and they would get into territorial battles and face aggression. Jean opened his mouth and said that they shouldn't be afraid because he wasn't going to just watch if something happened, and that all of this would disappear as soon as he completely contained the intermediate class. Jean explained that until that moment they needed to move in groups of 3, and even if they weren't training, and that they shouldn't act alone, after which the guys answered positively. The daytime sky was visible. Zed, holding his hands behind his back, asked to pay attention. A crowd of warriors appeared, and the 8th rank knight said that 10 recruits had been accepted this year and 27 had dropped out. The guys threw sweat on their faces. Listened to him say that the newcomers should gain experience from their mentors in the intermediate class because he only taught them how to wield the sword and assess their skills. The eldest member of the Runcandle family added that they should deal with all troubles on their own except for murder, and the master thoughtfully bit his lips. Zed, with his mouth wide open, shouted to the instructors that he had a question for them, then clarified that he always repeats himself. Many cadets were visible shouting that Runcandle does not need weaklings. The knight, with his jaw open, repeated that Runcandle does not need weaklings. The boy's jaw appeared and he exclaimed the same thing. Massa and Bellup lowered their eyebrows menacingly again. The young men, with their mouths open, repeated the previous phrases. Jean, with a heavy sigh, thought that it was very loud and realized that they were trying to scare them. Jean, looking at the brothers, muttered that the twins were here too. An evil warrior was visible, and Jean thought that this ugly guy behind them had been training for quite a long time and the twins would never defeat him alone, and they probably enlisted the support of the sisters Miu and En. The master turned his head and thought that they were trying to intimidate the recruits, but he had to make them understand that they had misunderstood. Suddenly the young master lifted his foot off the ground. The brothers, with their eyes bulging, wondered why he was going there and added that there was no need to be afraid because their sisters would support them. Jin's sword was shining brightly. Suddenly, Jin waved the weapon in front of the warrior. The twins opened their mouths in bewilderment. Zed lowered his eyebrows in surprise. A deep wound appeared on the guy's arm. A moment later, the young man's arm was torn off and he screamed loudly. Jin, squinting, asked for a doctor and muttered that it was not he who should be terrified, but they. Daytona, with his mouth wide open, asked if he had gone crazy, after which the master asked the cadet his name through the sweat on his face. The student said his name, and the young master asked if he knew why he had cut off his hand. The boy, drawing his sword, asked if he was ignoring them, and ordered him to draw his sword again. Jin, turning his head, asked the brothers if they could see that he was talking to Kajin and explained that he would accept the duel later so they could sit quietly. He opened, his jaw open in anger, asked how he dared to act like that after crippling his student. A second later, the boy covered his mouth with his hand. Raising the corners of his lips, Jin asked again about his student. Smiling, Jin asked if this cadet was part of his faction, after which he explained that he had looked at him bloodthirsty, which was why he had crippled him. The warriors, their eyes bulging, were perplexed. The master lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction, and the students thought that this was a battle for hegemony. Zed clenched his jaw and said that they had received a worthy response after trying to suppress the younger brother. Kajin bared his teeth in pain, and the eldest member of the Runcandle family continued that thanks to the twins, the cadets' position as part of their faction was stable. The young master turned his gaze to the side, and the younger brother, Chiron, explained that because of this, Jin actions were not unpredictable, but the battle for hegemony was an established tradition of the Runcandle, and it was also a very daring act. Jin, menacingly lowering his eyebrows, ordered all the recruits to listen to him. Standing in front of a crowd of warriors, Jin said that they could point their swords at him or attack him suddenly, as he did. The master added that they should understand that if he saw even a hint of hostility, he would respond in kind without hesitation, which made the boys sweat. Suddenly, the young master turned around, hearing that he was the 13th and youngest son. The eye of the eldest member of the Runcandle family was glowing red, and he asked if Jin thought he dared to do such a thing in front of him. Jin answered that he thought so, to which the man asked why. All of a sudden Jin explained that he was sure that he would not be fighting the twins but him. After which the boys widened their eyes in surprise. The younger brother Shurik thoughtfully bit his lips. A magical flash appeared in Zed's hand and he asked again if the master was saying that he would fight him, and also added that it was very interesting. A second later, a powerful force swirled around the eldest member of the Runcandle family. Pulling out an unusual sword, the man ordered the young master to explain himself because depending on his answer, he could behead him right there. The boy lowered his eyebrows angrily. Closing his eyes, Jin said that the elder decided to use a unique technique to intimidate the students despite the fact that he was in the classroom. Magic streams enveloped the armor on his hand, and Jin said that he was thinking about it when Zed attacked him. Suddenly, the eldest son of the Runcandle family made a circular strike. Jin lowered the corners of his lips. A bruise appeared on the boy's cheek and he remained silent. The younger brother, Zed, gritted his teeth and asked the boy if he did not like that the students were being intimidated and therefore decided to create a commotion, to which he replied that except for the part that he did not like, everything was as it was said. The students widened their eyes in alarm. And the knight noted that in that case they should have challenged him and clarified why they needed to wound another cadet. to which Jean replied that it was because he could not defeat him now. Grinning, Jean explained that if he thought he would emerge victorious, he would have attacked him instead of Kajin or the brothers. The man wrapped his fingers around the magic weapon and suggested that the boy did not value life too much or was relying too much on his status as the patriarch's son, to which he replied that this was not the case. The young man explained that he thought that sitting idly simply because his opponent was stronger than him was not how a member of the Runcandle family would act, to which Zed lowered the corners of his lips. The 8th rank knight noted that his life would be but a moment, and his honor would be a legacy. While Jin's brothers opened their mouths in confusion, gritting his teeth, the eldest member of the Runcandle family exclaimed that this was very stupid. The man shouted that Jin's bravado was so absurd that it made his uncle happy. Placing his hand on his side, Zed exclaimed that he would allow his nephew to do this since he was truly worthy of his family name. The cadet bowed his body, and Zed exclaimed that the cadets should remember this day since today they got to see what it was like to be in the rank family, and then added that this brat decided to show that they were crazy fanatics. Clenching his fist, the man told the students to fight and not to forget who they are. The uncle informed the boys that they were free to go, and their training would begin tomorrow, to which they gritted their teeth and agreed. Hayden exclaimed indignantly, and Jean turned away and said that as a younger brother he would give them advice. Turning his head, Jean explained that they were now more afraid of their older sisters and brothers, and then asked if it would be the same in the future. The boys lowered their heads, and the magician advised them not to dwell too much on what was happening now because it was better to think about the future. The nanny exclaimed that the young master had returned earlier while he put his sword on the sofa and answered in the affirmative. Putting his hand on his side, the boy called for the maid, to which she responded. The young man said that he had declared a battle for hegemony to the twins when suddenly Gilly's eyes widened in bewilderment. Raising his head, Jean assumed that the older sisters Mia and N were probably covering them, and the nanny asked if it was true that he had declared a battle to both at once, and received a positive answer. An enraged cadet appeared, and Jean explained that he had wounded one of his brother's students. And after some questioning, it turned out that this student was a member of his sister's faction. He covered his mouth with his hand. And Jean noted that this was because his brother was incapable of keeping secrets, and now belonged to their faction. And if the sisters found out about everything, they would probably be furious. Grinning, the young master explained that his brothers would never be able to accept a 5th rank knight into their faction since they usually recruit those who are weaker than them into their factions. Gilly lowered her head and noted that both ladies had already reached the rank of flag bearer, and then added that there was an unspoken rule according to which flag bearers can only fight other flag bearers. The nanny placed a tray of tea on the table, and Jean noted that it was true and that he was glad that his sisters had begun to restrain him because it was a huge blow to them. And since they were both flag bearers, they had no way to retreat from it yet. Sitting on a chair, Jean said that the only thing they could do was disrupt the distribution of his team and increase the difficulty of the missions thanks to their authority. After which he added that then there was a chance that he would be injured or killed. Gilly put her fingers to her cheek, and Jean said that they would not forget about the solo missions among those that were high difficulty, and that no one would follow him, and then added that this meant that he would be able to use all his strength. Smiling widely, the maid exclaimed that then this was indeed a great opportunity, and the boy noted that it was true. Lowering his eyebrows, the mage decided that he should thank his sisters and strive for more. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the cat with his hands. The young master closed his eyes and said that he was sure that no one would object to him taking his pet alone. Jean said that he would not take Mirakin on missions and would instead have him do something else, to which Mirakin turned around and asked what he would be doing. Jean said that he would tell him later, but until then, they should lie low. When suddenly Gilly closed her eyes and called out to the young master. Clouds appeared, and an announcement was heard that they would be moving out after the three finished their day's training at a secret training ground for members of the Runcandle family only. Folding his arms, Zed explained that these were special privileges for pure bloods, but they should not think that it would be easy. The brothers lowered the corners of their lips, and their uncle explained that their family's swordsmanship was based on destructive power, and then added that they fight, win, wield, and the character traits of their family are reflected in this art. The man stated that they do not have a specific definition, but there are secret techniques that can only be learned by being a flag bearer. To which Jean closed his lips and suggested that the sisters were causing a fuss here. Closing his eyes, Zed explained that there is no fixed form in fencing, be it the position of the feet or the stance. And this is the main difference between the Runcandle and other families. The uncle asked if the cadets knew the reason for this, to which the boy raised his hand and said that it was because of the unique physical abilities and talents that the Runcandle family members possess, and received a positive answer. A girl with a sword appeared, and Zed explained that being a member of their family meant having a great lineage, and then added that their physical attributes and sword skills were beyond the dreams of an ordinary person. The brothers stood in a row, and their uncle said that even if they had some shortcomings, their level was still much higher than average. Smiling, the 8th rank knight noted that this was why it was easy and simple for them to learn. Picking up a large object, the uncle said that he would now give each of them a steel ball. Jean, wide-eyed, wondered what it was and noticed that there were some kind of steel parts inside. The iron ball was lying on the table, and Zed explained that it was a pure stone that made a ringing sound when struck. The man said that they would now hear 3 types of sounds and advised his nephews to be careful. The 8th rank knight struck the steel ball with his sword. The boys closed their eyes and cried out in displeasure, to which their uncle asked if they were not very pleased. The eldest member of the Runcandle family swung his blade and said that the next sound would come. Haytona opened his mouth wide and cried out loudly. Zed put his hand on his side and noted that as they understood, the sound of the stone depends on the force with which it is struck. The steel balls were lying on the floor, and the man explained that if they struck weakly, the sound would be very quiet. But when they calculated the force well, the ringing would be truly beautiful. Lowering his hands, Jean thought that everything was clear to him, and the essence of the training was to make the sound perfect with each strike. And this was done to train fortitude, will, endurance, and concentration. Closing his lips, Jean thought that if we take into account the physical abilities of the Runcandle family, then this exercise was ideal, although its essence was simple. The brothers stood next to each other, and Jean thought that they were just hitting a piece of steel, and that it was too boring for their family's special training. Zed wrapped his fingers around the hilt of the sword and said that the last sound was coming. Taking the iron ball in his hands, the boy did not understand what the third sound was then, and realized that he definitely heard the rattling inside the pure stone. The 8th rank knight swung his sword, and the young man thought that there were steel fragments there. The young master's eyes widened, deciding that this could not be. Reaching forward, Jean shouted for his brothers to fall down. The steel ball began to crack. A moment later, a bright flash appeared behind the brothers. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred. A white shroud enveloped the entire space around. Lying on the ground, the boy sighed heavily. Putting his hand to his head, Haytona did not understand what happened when Zed suddenly clarified whether the youngest member of the Runcandle family had a good reaction. Lowering his sword to the ground, the 8th rank knight explained that if they struck too hard, it would end like this. Smiling, the man said that they had learned everything they needed to know and suggested that they begin training. His uncle noted that they were the first since Luna to not be hurt by the stone. As the cadet stood up, putting his fingers to his chin, the younger brother, Chiron, stated that most of their siblings had been trained by him, so this cruel performance was part of the initiation, and then added that he didn't think they would have another unharmed child. Raising his hand, Jean asked if he could find out how Luna had managed to avoid being hurt. Closing his eyes, his uncle suggested that he would be disappointed when he found out, but at least his brothers were annoyed, to which he replied that it was fine. A magical glow appeared, and the 8th rank knight explained that unlike Jean, Luna did not dodge, but like the others took the blow on herself. The girl covered her face from the fire. Uncle held a sword in his hand. His sister's eyes widened, and Zed noted that she was so strong that there was not a scratch left on her. The boy's eyes widened in fear, and the man paused and exclaimed that in any case, the 3 of them needed to start training. Pointing his finger down, the 8th rank knight told the students to hit until they could produce a clear sound at any time and in any situation, after which he clarified whether they understood, and everyone agreed. High windows appeared in the room. The maid smiled and called out to the young lady, to which she thanked her. Nanny placed a cup of tea on the table and recalled something about what the girl had said earlier, to which the girl asked if Nanny was saying that someone in the family wanted to kill Jean. The old man sat down on a chair and said that she suspected the young lady's Mia, and then because considering how they tried to keep an eye on Jean, She was almost sure that the sisters had a hand in this, to which Luna noted that it looked like it, but she did not understand if this was really the case and whether they were really so crazy as to try to kill in Beret Castle. Lowering her head, the girl said that it was forbidden to compete for the inheritance with someone who was in the castle. Closing her eyes, the student explained that besides, if her father found out about something like this, the family would be turned upside down, and their own lives would be in danger. Nanny turned her head and asked how big the chance was that the young gentleman was lying or misunderstanding something. Little Jean showed up and his sister explained that he was only 10 at the time, so both options were possible, and then added that they had been investigating for 5 years since then, but had not achieved any results, so there was some doubt that Jean would lie. Pointing to the side, the little Jean said he was a little nervous about something, and Luna said he was being careful around her at the time. The mug reflected the girl's silhouette, who explained that it wasn't because he was feeling awkward, but because her little brother felt like his life was in danger, and added that it was in the air. The nanny asked if they should take a closer look at the young ladies Mio and En, to which the student reached for the cup and decided that she was more worried about the fact that they hadn't found anything yet and that it was kind of creepy. The maid admitted that she was also worried that her siblings might harm her, to which Luna looked away and noted that she had managed to survive her 30th birthday and asked if the nanny was being overly worried. The girl put her head in her hand and said that she hoped her little brother was doing well, to which the nanny asked if she meant Master Jed's training, and the other girl said that he needed to feel the effects of her training of the eyes and mind. Closing her eyes, the older sister muttered that the pure stone really hit hard and she was sure that he was fine, and the maid exclaimed that it was great to watch them grow. The next day, the buildings appeared and it was said that 4 hours had passed since the training began. Frowning, Jean thought about how this training was the longest of all. Lowering his head, Jean realized that this was unbearable. Sitting on a chair, Zed announced a 5-minute break. Closing his eyes, Jean thought about how he thought this was an exercise to control his strength and develop his mind. But he was wrong and then decided that he needed to increase the destructiveness of his strength. The boy recalled how his uncle swung his sword and thought that he had managed to hit the stone without using it, but he himself did not have enough physical strength. Grasping the blade with both hands, the cadet realized that it therefore needed to be strengthened by controlling his aura. Closing his eyes, the young man thought about how he first needed to concentrate his aura and achieve a clear sound, and only then would he be able to break the stone. Sitting on the ground, the student mentally said that he could not rush and needed to do everything slowly because even his stupid brothers could do it in his past life, which meant he could do it himself. The 8th rank knight looked away. Hiona gritted his teeth and exclaimed that they were taking a break, and his uncle thought that they were all holding up well. Daytona closed his eyes and did not understand why it was called a break. A magical aura wrapped around Jin's body, and the eldest member of the Runcandle family realized that this child was special. Putting his fingers to his chin, the man guessed that no one knew, but he might be able to beat his older sister's record. A tall staircase appeared and someone said that this was very pathetic. Putting his hand on his hip, Zed asked Jean to tell his brothers that if they plan to be stupid tomorrow, they don't have to come. To which he replied that he understood. Lowering his hands, Jean walked forward, and his uncle thought about how the twins had run out of steam much later than he thought, and yet they were true Runcandle. The cadet clenched his fists, and Zed thought about the youngest member of their family. With his mouth wide open, the man did not understand why this guy was the youngest. Gritting his teeth, the 8th rank knight shouted that if Jean had been born 10 years ago, all the Runcandela powers would have been concentrated in his hands. Crouching closer to the ground, Zed muttered that this was a great shame. A month later, the cadets gathered in the square, waiting for the middle class to train. The informant opened his mouth wide and announced that the middle class had received their first mission and the students whose name was about to be called were to come forward, and then added that the first mission was a security mission and they were tasked with guarding the new recruits of the Blacksmith Association, and the guards would be Houston and Waiting. Standing on the stage, the guy announced that the third mission was the extermination of demonic beasts, and their target would be orcs. Holding the documents in his hand, the warrior noted that the location was the unprotected lands of the Kurano Principality, and wondered who would be sent there. The man leafed through the papers. The informant listed the 10 days of cadets, to which Mesa and Bellup opened their mouths in alarm. Crumpling the documents, the man said that there were 24 orcs on them that were to be exterminated. The girl pressed her lips together as they were told that since the monsters moved in pairs or groups, they should gather their resolve and give it their all. The informant declared that that was all and wished all the cadets good luck while the boy's eyes widened. Daytona turned his head and exclaimed that they were all new recruits, and his partner noted that they were poor guys and would return half dead. The young man gritted his teeth and suggested that they prepare incense and graves, while the other said that they had a minute before leaving on a mission and suggested that they write a will. The boy closed his eyes and asked if the student would like to make a request of young Master Jean when he suddenly began to parody him by saying that he wanted help, to which he was very indignant. Mesa took her partner by the hand and asked him to calm down because they were not strong enough to compete with them yet, and there was a mission ahead in which they could still manage to injure themselves, to which Tommen exclaimed that they had insulted the young master. With her mouth wide open, the girl shouted that he should shut up and stand still and asked if he had lost his memory because this was Runcandle. The cadet stood in the crowd and said that they should focus on the mission they had been given and return in one piece after its successful completion. Looking away, Mesa exclaimed that this was how they would put them in their place, and this was the only way. Daytona swung his sword over the clean stone. The steel ball began to split into two parts. The guy's eyes widened in delight. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. A bright magical beam rushed past Dayton's face. Jean lowered his head. The brothers called Jean, to which he turned his gaze in their direction. Suddenly, a stream of energy hit his hand. One of the twins raised his hand and asked if his younger brother was okay, to which he said that he was still alive and asked him to do it somewhere far away from him. The brother stood near the iron balls, and Jean thought about how it had been a month since they had started training with pure stones, and his older brothers had started to explode them, and he himself thought that it would take more time. Looking at his palm, the cadet did not understand what kind of feeling it was. The eyes of the young master noticeably decreased, and the guy realized that then it was as if a path of iron beads appeared in front of his eyes. A sharp spear was flying towards the student, and the young man thought about how it was imprinted so clearly, like the trajectory of an arrow. Putting his palm to the pure stone, Jean decided that if the fragments of the pure stone flew at him again, he would definitely be able to dodge. Jean pursed his lips and assumed that this perception might have something to do with his older sister's training. In his memories, Luna walked with her hands behind her back. Jean grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands and thought that before he forgot the feeling, he should try again. Zed lowered the corners of his mouth and declared that they had been given a mission. Gritting his teeth, the twins muttered something about a celebration. Clutching his head, Daytona shouted that he was already sick of just thinking about the Beamant Empire, and Daytona said that he hated all these banquets, and that they were boring. And his uncle expressed his condolences to his nephews. The knight of the 8th rank said that thanks to the boys, the rest of the brothers would not have to dance at the imperial reception, and Jean at the same time looked away. The man closed his eyes and asked if they were ashamed to sigh about their mission, even if it was such a trifle, and then added that if he saw it again, he would make them dream of death. The twins apologized to their uncle, and Jean opened his mouth and thought that the sisters Miu and were also mean because they punished their ignorant brothers by sending them to a social event in the Beamant Empire. Throwing his hand on his shoulder, Zed said that this was a big event, and it would be difficult to refuse even if you were Runcandle, because many important people would gather there, and then tell the brothers to go there and learn something useful from them. Turning over the sheet, the man said that there was a certain task for the younger one, to which he responded. Uncle said that he had to eliminate an enemy, and his target was the toy of the Ice Palace Master Talaris, to which Jean lowered the corners of his lips, and Uncle continued that in other words it was one of her many lovers. Frowning, the eldest member of the Runcandle family asked if it was true that Jean was aware of the Ice Palace and its master, to which he answered in the affirmative. A tall building appeared, and it was said that it was a huge tower in the middle of the western sea of the continent, and that it was owned by the master of the Ice Palace, the 51st Master Talaris. The girl leaned on her arm, and it became clear that she was also known as the Spider of the Abyss, and was famous for being merciless to anyone who attempted to kill her lover. The young master looked down, and his uncle explained that the Ice Palace was an independent force that was outside the influence of Runcandle and Zipple, and then asked if his nephew understood how strong the Ice Palace and its master were. A das on the man appeared, and the Knight of the Eighth Circle reported that his target was named Alcaro, and that the man was accompanied by people from the Ice Palace. Zed noted that the man lived in the criminal district of Mummet, to which the twins gaped in surprise. The brothers began to whisper that if it was in this area, they would know that the knights had ordered it, and wasn't it too much, even if the younger one was so good, while Jean raised his hand and said that he had a question. Jean, holding his chin with his fingers, noted that the customer was the Xandra family, and then asked if it was true that they had ordered the murder of their own member. Folding his arms, Zed replied that it was and suggested that they had done everything they could to bring him back. But apparently they had failed, and then added that they had decided that it was better for Alcaro to die than to reveal the family's secrets. Uncle asked what his thoughts were and whether he could carry it out, to which Jean closed his eyes and declared that he would do it. The 8th rank knight frowned. Looking at his nephew, the man thought that the boy probably knew about the master of the Ice Palace in Mummet, but he simply agreed. And if he said that it was unreasonable, he would have to talk to the knights. Putting his hand on his hip, the eldest member of the Runcandle family said that it was good, and he liked the cadet's straightforwardness. Crossing his elbows, the man said that the 3 of them would leave in 2 days, when suddenly the twins asked if their younger brother was really going to Mummet. Zed explained that Jean said he was ready, so there was no need to stop him, and training was cancelled during missions, and asked the boys to make sure that their personal training would not interfere with the missions, to which they opened their mouths and agreed. Haytona called out to Jean, to which he looked away and asked what he needed. Raising his fist, the boy shouted that if he was cornered, he should just reveal himself and say that he was a member of the Runcandle family, and the other shouted that no one would dare touch him, to which Jean admitted that he did not expect them to worry about him. The twins' eyes widened and exclaimed that they said this so that their brother would not die before they defeated him. Having struck the steel ball, the cadet asked the older brothers to decide who they liked more before he returned. The boy's mouth opened in alarm. Grinning, the young master said that they should decide whether they liked the sisters or the younger brother more. The 8th rank knight called out to the twins, to which they simultaneously turned around. Jean was walking away, and the uncle explained that the younger one wanted to tell them not to go against him. Lowering his eyebrows, Zed noted that they should listen if they wanted to live happily ever after. 2 days later, Mesa stepped forward and asked if the young gentleman was heading to Mummet, to which he replied in the affirmative. The girl noticed that the cadet's hair had changed, to which he looked up. A sword appeared in its sheath, and the student explained that it was a disguise since he could not arrive there as Runcandle. The boy smirked and said that his mission was different from theirs, so he needed a different teleportation gate, and then asked if it was true that they had an extermination mission, to which he responded in the affirmative. The young man noted that they looked gloomy and asked if something had happened, to which Mesa closed her eyes and replied that everything was fine, and that they had come to say goodbye before he left. The cadets lowered their heads, and Jean did not understand what it meant to say goodbye, since this was not the last time they would see each other, after which he added that if everything did not go so well, then one of them could die. Jean closed his eyes and said that their worry would not change anything, then added that they should focus on the task at hand. A bright light covered the young master's silhouette, and the boy noted that they should not waste their energy on unnecessary worries until he returned. Bellup raised his eyebrows and asked the young master to be careful, to which he said that they would see each other again. Gilly noted that they were very cute, to which he placed his hand on his sword and asked the nanny to keep an eye on them. The cat closed his eyes and said that the boy should not worry because his body was magnificently black, to which its owner said that it should not be caught or noticed. Gritting his teeth, Murakan shouted that Jean was an intolerable brat, and should be careful not to be discovered and not be careless because of his wonderful disguise, to which he told the cat to leave already. The maid said that Murakan had not arrived yet, so it would be quiet for a while, to which Jean, grabbing the reins of the horse, asked her to take it as a vacation and said that he would bring her some souvenirs. Folding her palms, Gilly admitted that she was worried because Jean had to kill the lover of the mistress of the Ice Palace, after which she added that she knew that the guy was not just an ordinary cadet, but Mummet was a very dangerous place. The nanny asked him to take care of himself, to which he climbed onto the horse and replied that he would do so. Smiling, the young man said goodbye to his interlocutor. An arch at the entrance to the criminal district of Mummet appeared, a place where the most hardened criminal elements gathered. Bursting into the room, the big guy shouted for everyone to accept the new guy when suddenly the others cried out that it was Tonk, who had been caught again. In the criminal's hideout, men were raising their mugs of alcohol, and a large bandit shouted that he was back. The big guy grabbed a marginal half his size with his arm. Pressing his lips together, Jean thought about what they say, that even grass doesn't grow because of the energy that comes from these creepy guys. The hooligan frowned with displeasure, and his partner assumed that they really did have a new guy. Throwing a coin forward, Jean asked for a glass of water and a light snack. Everyone shouted that they needed to see this guy, and the bartender grabbed the money with his hand. Tonk opened his mouth wide and noted that the young man was new, but was acting like one of them. And why did he specify which organization some knight of the 9th rank came from? Gritting his teeth, the marginal worker called out to the new guy and said that since he had managed to get into Mummet, he needed to learn its rules, after which he ordered him to kneel. The big guy ordered to lick him when suddenly a small blade appeared near his neck. Drops of blood flew onto the table. Frowning, Jean asked how long he had to wait. The hooligan's eyes bulged in fear. The men smiled broadly and shouted that Tonk had died and that they knew that one day the big guy would end up like that. Turning his head, Jean paused and thought that, as the master had said, all the madmen were gathering here. Grasping the blade with his fingers, the guy mentally repeated the words of the mentor that if he wanted to impress the local marginals, he needed to show them strength and fearlessness. Closing his eyes, the cadet said that even in his past life, he had managed to receive great support, and he hoped that the day would come when he would be able to repay his teacher. The bartender held out a glass and a plate. The man asked him not to be afraid since he hadn't poisoned the food. To which Jean, leaning his head on his hand, noted that poisons were not favored here, and he knew it. Frowning, the owner of the establishment said that the young man was well informed, and then asked if any of his relatives were from here, to which he replied that it was none of his business. Holding a gold coin in his hand, the bartender asked if he wanted drugs since the recent batch was quite good, or if he was looking for someone, to which he replied that the latter suited him. A girl with long red hair appeared and Jean clarified whether someone had passed by, introducing herself as Hister. Closing his eyes, the man answered negatively and stated that he was sure of it, to which Jean said that he understood everything, and in that case, he would be grateful if he knew where he could spend the night. Closing his eyes, the cadet noted that he wanted there to be no bedbugs and all that. The owner of the establishment folded his arms and said that there was only one place, then added that it was an inn in the west of the city called the Moonwell, and even the king stayed there so you could rest easy. A bright moon hung in the sky above the inn building in the west of Mummet. Taking a step forward, the cadet thought that Alcaro was a stupid offspring of a count who grew up without knowing what poverty was. And now he was going crazy from entertainment and pleasure, and all he had was a noble family name and a pretty face. So he was a typical scumbag who trembled in front of the strong and mocked the weak. Raising his head, the boy thought that the reason why his target was idly waiting in such a dangerous city was because he wanted to attract the attention of the mistress of the Ice Palace. So, the only place he could be was the inn. Remembering the conversation with the man at the bar, the young man realized that there was a high chance that Alcaro was cooking that new drug in his room. The student walked to the stairs and decided that since his target was the lover of the master of the Ice Palace, he probably had security. Moving his hood, the youngest rank thought that he should first check out the hall when suddenly loud screams were heard. Alcaro opened his mouth wide and asked why they were telling him that he couldn't, then stated that they had saved him yesterday. Putting his hand on the railing, Jean thought that he was lucky because he didn't know that he would meet him so soon, while the guard said that the man couldn't do this anymore. And the man screamed that he was fed up and began to beg them because if he didn't, he couldn't be sure that he would be able to stay another hour. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protector said that he couldn't do this because they had to protect him. Then added that they couldn't spoil him. Suddenly, Alcaro pointed his finger forward and shouted at the other man to shut up because he didn't want to hear it. The count's son raised his hand and shouted that if he didn't get it, he would do everything without them, and they were good for nothing bastards, which he remembered, after which he declared that when his darling returned, she would cut off their heads. The boy looked away and remained silent, while the young master asked how they dared to sign in front of him. Aokero, his eyes wide, called the defenders peasant brats and declared that he was a member of the Xandera family when suddenly he was hit in the stomach. The boys did not understand how much longer they would have to guard this idiot. To which the man turned his head and remarked that it would be nice if this man died from an overdose, and did not understand why such a bastard should be left alive. When suddenly he was asked to be quiet and do what he had to do without any reasoning. The guard carried Aokero on his shoulder, and Jean thought about how his escort was about rank 6 or so killing him would be much easier than expected and the problems would come later. So, he needed to eliminate him while avoiding the guards and remaining unharmed. Jean lowered the corners of his lips, thinking about how not using poison was an unspoken rule of Mum's, so everyone would be offended if he decided to poison him and the guards could interfere. Putting his fingers to his chin, the cadet decided that he should sew up Aokero quietly in the secret room of the Moonwell. Suddenly, the guy put his palm to the surface. Raising his head, the student said that he had decided everything. An archway appeared in front of the entrance to the criminal district, and someone was heard asking how many bodyguards he had. The guy walked behind the girl and answered that there were 6 of them. The lady folded the paper in her hands and declared that all the difficulties arose because of a puppy who did not know his place. The guard closed his eyes and asked if it was true that everything would be finished today, and then noted that the lady was there to personally get rid of him. Extending her hand to the side, the girl said that she could kill his kind at any time, and then suggested that they hurry and go to the Moonwell. The lady ran ahead and said that she could not wait to tell them the good news, and her protector agreed. Bright lightning appeared in the sky. A stream of blue energy pierced the building in which the people were located. Frowning, the guy exclaimed that it was coming from the direction of the Moonwell. An elegant hairpin appeared in the girl's hair, and she said that these people were crazy. The lady's eyes widened and noted that they definitely chose the wrong day. Raising his head, Jean decided to make a ruckus by using magic right from his room, and as soon as he added 4th tier shadow energy, he would gain the destructive power of the 6th. Taking off his robe, Jean thought that this would make them think that he was at least a 6th tier mage, because no one would think of a brat who had barely turned 15. Blood stains appeared and Jean realized that no one would think so because even Veridin had barely reached that level. Throwing his clothes on the bed, the guy thought about the fact that in addition, thanks to the properties of shadow energy, there would be no traces of magic used after him, so there would be no reason for suspicion. Lowering his chin, Jean said that if he wanted it to look like it came from outside, then a lightning discharge would be enough. A dark aura appeared under Jin's feet. Raising his hands, Jean exclaimed that he was using shadow energy release. Suddenly, all that was visible around him was darkness. The cadet spread his fingers and began to speak. Smiling, the boy admitted that no matter how much he thought about it, this plan was a little crazy. Suddenly, a bright bolt of lightning flashed. The young master lowered his eyebrows and called for lightning. A powerful energy discharge struck the room where the people were. Cirrus widened her eyes and assumed that she had chosen the wrong day. A moment later, a bright flash of magic appeared. The protector said that some high-ranking mage had a grudge against the Moonwell, to which the lady opened her mouth in alarm and said that this seemed to be true. The guard frowned and the commander of the 7 swords noted that this wizard could be after their souls. With wide eyes, the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace reported that there were 6 people from their tower in the inn, and her mother's lover was definitely there. Cirrus pulled her hand back and asked everyone to hurry, saying that she didn't care about Alolo because the lives of their people were a priority. A powerful clap of thunder appeared in the sky. The lightning strike sent people flying back. Having crawled out from under the stone rubble, no one understood who did it because the Ziplomages were killed, but they could take revenge on them. The man exclaimed that he lied when suddenly the guard rushed forward and the lady tried to stop him. The guy raised his head and the commander of the 7 swords asked he to stop. A powerful energy flow hit the people again. Having fallen to the ground, the defender did not understand why this happened. Clenching her fist, the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace assumed that judging by the force of the blow, this was the last attack. Jumping on one leg, the girl exclaimed that she hoped that their people were okay. The guy began to take away the stone rubble and sighed heavily. Closing one eye, Jean wondered if it was because he had used all his shadow energy on the last lightning, but it was damned close to rank 7. And thanks to the pendant, he had managed to avoid serious injuries. Looking at the wounded youths, Jean decided that the Ice Palace guards were apparently alive. But he did not understand where Allah was. Crouching on the ground, Jean realized that if his target had survived, then now was a great chance. Cirrus leaned over and noted that there were people her age in Numit. The cadet's eyes widened and the girl asked if everything was okay because he had also been hit pretty hard by the lightning. The commander of the 7 swords turned her head and said that getting out of here would be a great solution and asked to hurry up and get up, to which her assistant exclaimed that their people were on the other side and they were injured, but everyone was safe. The girl grinned and noted that it was a relief for her and asked to tell everyone to gather outside and if Alcaro was with them then they needed to kill him, to which the guard replied that he understood everything. Cirrus explained that magic was homogeneous, and it was definitely one person, and if they found him they should capture him, to which Hanant closed his eyes and accepted the young lady's order. The girl opened her mouth slightly, and Jean did not understand whether she was the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace because from her words one could conclude that she came to deal with Alcaro. Jean wiped his face with his fist and thought that this man would die anyway, so there was no need to stick his head out. But the problem was different. Clutching his head with his hand, the cadet realized that it would be bad if this girl remembered him, so he needed to hide his face as best as possible and pretend that he was hurt in this mess in order to leave quickly. The guard lowered his head and remarked that it was a shame because Alcaro had died from a magical attack and they had failed the mission of escorting him. To which she asked if it was true and immediately exclaimed that it was excellent. Cirrus, widening her eyes, said that she had come to relieve the assistants of this burden because it was time for them to stop listening to the whims of an idiot. The girl pushed off the ground with her foot. Raising her sword high in the air, the commander of the 7 swords shouted that from now on, the inn was under the control of the Ice Palace. The lady loudly called her name and declared that she was the daughter of Talaris, the master of the Ice Palace, and the commander of the 7 swords. Lowering her weapon, the girl exclaimed that anyone who resisted would be declared an enemy of their tower. Pointing his finger forward, the man shouted that it was time for her to stop joking because they didn't care whose daughter it was, and it was Mumit, while another supported that the kings of this city ruled here, not them. The marginal added that it was the Ice Palace that could be to blame for the attack, to which Cirrus closed her lips and remained silent. At that very moment, the lady dealt a crushing blow. The girl gripped the hilt of her blade tightly and pointed out that, as she had said, the protesters would become enemies of the Ice Palace, and then asked if playing ruler of this cesspool was really a way to look down on their tower. Turning away, the daughter of Talaris stated that if it turned out that the attack was their own fault, they would receive compensation, and then clarified what would happen if the mage had targeted them and the Ice Palace had been an accidental victim. The man bared his teeth and let out an indignant cry. Cirrus dropped her jaw and asked if it was not clear to them why they should take control of this place. The residents of the criminal district said that they could do whatever they wanted and gave their consent to find and kill this mage when suddenly the lady put her sword in its sheath and said that of course, and they would start searching for him among the survivors because it could not be any of them because there was not a single mage here. The girl noted that no one knew whose wrath such bastards like them could incur, to which the bandit would grit his teeth, and Cirrus asked him to keep his objections to himself. Grasping the stone with her fingers, the daughter of Talaris clarified why a child like this guy was still here when he was told to leave. Jean closed his eyes and muttered that he was a little scared and also hurt his leg. After which he asked for forgiveness. Taking the kin in her hand, the commander of the 7 swords suggested that the stranger was too cowardly for a man and too cute for a swordsman, and then asked him to roll up his pant leg. Running her fingers over the abrasion, the girl remarked that Jean was lucky to have survived the attack and added that she was sharing the medicine with him so she could take it as the greatest honor. Jean asked how he could repay her for her kindness, to which she smiled broadly and told him to forget about it. It was nothing. Leaning down, Cirrus asked how someone like him could repay someone like her, and then asked him to just think of it as a pleasant memory, and thank the Ice Palace now and then. Waving her hand, the lady bid farewell to the stranger. The cadet smiled and said goodbye in return. A moment later, The youth frowned and realized that his mission was accomplished. A mark from the blow was visible in the air. A huge goblin attacked the cadet. The monstrous monster opened its mouth wide. The troll fell to the ground and the student exclaimed that this was the 18th. The boy stepped on the enemy's back and assumed that they would be able to return without losses. Scott gritted his teeth and suggested that they all survive and wiped the noses of the freaks who laughed at them when suddenly they were called. Mesa frowned and asked her partners not to relax because there were still 7 monsters roaming around. The girl folded her arms and thought about how orcs usually did not move in groups, but these ones went alone, so they were easier to kill, and then assumed that the gods were still watching over them. Mesa smirked and thought that Master Jean was blessed, and this blessing touched them too. Reaching out her hand forward, the cadet shouted that they needed to get back to searching and not relax until the end of the mission, and also to remain vigilant. A green bush appeared. Suddenly, a cat jumped out of the leaves. The pet lowered its head and muttered that they thought they had 7 more to go, but if they caught the last ones, it could go home. A few days ago, when Jin's squad had set out on a mission, a crowd of goblins had appeared in the forest, and their leader had asked if everyone was there. Muraken stood on a rock and asked the orc spawn to listen to him, then declared that from now on they should walk alone. Muraken, turning down the corners of his mouth, explained that if they disobeyed his order or wandered around in pairs, he would destroy them all. The man said that if the monsters understood everything, they should disappear from his sight. Suddenly, the crowd of monsters began to scatter in all directions. Raising his paw, the cat said that this kid made him do such unworthy things. Walking through the forest, the pet clarified that it was because Jean was a 1,000-year-old contractor, and then fell silent. The tree branches swayed in the wind and Irakan shouted that everything was on him. Wagging his tail, the cat thought about how he would make the little one buy him new comic books. When he returned, looking down, the pet decided that in this body, he needed to do everything possible so that the squad returned from the mission in full force. Suddenly, a huge foot stepped onto the ground. The animal's eyes lit up brightly with bulging pupils. The cat did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. Looking at the powerful knight, Muraken said that it was coming from the other side. Taking human form on the tree, the man thought about where they could have come from. After which he said that he did not think that they would be able to return just like that. A magical spot formed on his palm and Muraken noted that it was good that these children were about rank 3. Putting his hand in front of him, Muraken said that if it were Jean, he would have immediately noticed his barrier. Streams of black energy scattered in the air. Dark magic began to envelop the space. A huge protective dome appeared in the sky. Bellup closed his lips and bewildered. Raising his head, the guy noticed that it suddenly became dark around him, and asked if it was going to rain. A giant knight was visible in the distance. His eyes were shining brightly. The dragon opened his mouth and did not understand how someone dared to do this. Muraken spread its wings full of magic. Waving its tail, Muraken asked how an unknown person dared to send his warriors without his permission. Raising a wing, the mythical beast said that this was not a living creature, but a relic of ancient times. The knight held a spear in his hand, and Jin's assistant exclaimed that this was a grave giant. Closing his eyes, Muraken said that he was sure that the dragon clan got rid of them a couple of 1,000 years ago. The huge warrior knelt down, and Muraken did not understand whether the monster that guards the graves of the dead gods could be here. A magic sphere flew out of the monster's mouth, and he said that wherever the grave giant came from, this was not the most pleasant meeting. Flying high into the sky, Muraken declared that he would finish him off in one fell swoop. The mythical beast released a stream of magical breath from his mouth. Blue energy surrounded the head of the huge warrior who began to scream loudly. A magical glow appeared. Bright rays appeared in the air. Blue flames burned on the head of Muraken. The mythical beast stepped on the ground with his paw. A moment later, Min took on human form. Stretching his shoulder, the man exhaled with relief and said that he had not used his powers for a long time, and from this his bones were cracking. Muraken paused, folding his hands in front of him, and stated that there was no way the grave giant could have appeared here by chance, and then added that no matter how much he thought about it, the Zippel family was definitely involved. There were broken weapons on the ground and Muraken was confused about what was going on in this world. Frowning, the man decided that it would be best not to tell Jean anything for now, since if something happened, he would be able to protect him. Putting his fingers to his mouth, Murakan thought about how much Jin had grown in 10 years. Jin's robe fluttered in the wind and Murakan stated that he was sure that he had enough strength to go against the Zippel family. A large man appeared in the room. Suddenly, the door to the room opened slightly. Raising his hands, Gaston shouted that there was a problem with his creation, the grave giant. Valletta lowered his eyebrows and said that he had already heard the news, then added that as far as he knew, they were attacked by a grave giant at night. To which the other man exclaimed that it was all true. Clutching his head, Gaston muttered that he never thought that anyone would dare to destroy his precious creation, to which the head of the terrorist group was indignant, that it was not so important. Now Murakan appeared, and the man said that the one who defeated the giant was a dragon, and moreover, a shadow dragon, then added that he had to personally go there to check everything. Beer Bear put his fingers together and asked if the other man wanted to tell them that the dragon had noticed their work, to which the other man replied that he was not sure but thought it was a warning, and then asked them to look around and that they would send people to help him. Valletta closed his eyes and said that he urgently needed to meet with the Zippel family. Zed smiled triumphantly and informed his nephew that he had successfully completed the mission and returned from MIT safe and sound. Jean put his hands behind his back, and when his uncle continued that the flag bearers who had given him this task would obviously be surprised and indeed furious when they found out how everything had gone, he thanked him for the assessment. Folding his arms over his chest, the knight announced that everything was fine. All fighters should disperse, and the crowd responded, "Yes." The young man went to his teammates and praised them for their excellent work, and they in turn were glad that the young gentleman remained safe. Ma put his hand on his hip and asked his comrades if they heard what they were talking about. Watching the cadets leave, Kaing remembered that somehow that same day, a magician had miraculously carried out a terrorist attack on the hotel where the mission target was staying. Lema waved his hand and noted that young Master Jean was indeed a lucky man. To which his brother informed him that they lived in some kind of unfair world, not only rankle, but also kissed by fate. No matter how hard some tried, they would never rise above the average cadet. Turning his gaze to his senior comrade, the guy noted that who knew if they were skilled enough, but young Master Jean was only 4th rank and his cadets were 3rd, and asked if he would just leave everything as it was. The youth placed his elbows on his knees and clarified that the interlocutor was proposing even if he was arrogant, and the youngest gentleman, pure Runcandle blood still flowed in his veins. Gloomily, he added that until the young Lady Muir gave the order, they themselves could not do anything. But at that moment, the subject of the discussion approached the cadets, and they were surprised. Did he really hear everything? Jean hid his eyes behind his hair, but when the fighters assumed that they were too far away, he said that unfortunately, he had excellent hearing. The guys immediately tensed up. A shadow fell on Kajin's eyes when the youth asked if his hand was okay. He answered that yes, the doctor said that thanks to the smooth way he chopped it off, it was easy to restore. Clenching his fists, the heir said that he understood and noted that it seemed like they were having an interesting discussion. And the fighter agreed, explaining that most of them, ordinary people, when faced with someone like him, whispered behind his back and asked him to ignore it. Jean looked at the boy and said that it did not matter what he did or did not do until he became a flag bearer. Looking around at everyone, the swordsman added that roughly speaking, it did not concern them, and the opponent replied that someone like him would be whipped in an instant if he wanted to, and smirked when he heard the question of why he would do such a thing, answering that it was because he was acting extremely impediment. Jean admitted that he really was an eyesore. The boy rose to his feet and his comrade clarified what he was doing, while he clarified with the young master if he really thought so. With a serious face, the cadet stated that in his opinion, it was unpleasant for anyone to see the young master gaining universal recognition after completing the mission through pure luck. Jean, without changing his expression, calmly explained that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding, and he did not say that because the other man was mocking him or being rude. Placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, the youth added that as a 5th rank knight with outstanding abilities compared to the intermediate class cadets, Kajin should be stronger than him. Snatching the blade, Jean asked why he was secretly gossiping. Pointing the weapon at his opponent, the youth reminded him that he had already said that he had the opportunity to challenge him at any time, and the other was even surprised. The knight scowled at the young master, and when he demanded that he draw his sword and not give it to him, they could handle everything properly. He stated that it sounded like he wanted them to not put restrictions on the auras, and he confirmed that he had understood correctly. Drawing his blade, the boy threatened that the boy would regret it. The boy blocked the enemy's first blow with his sword. Watching the boy, Jin admitted that he really had heavy attacks. Blocking the blow again, he mentally added that Kajin was no match for those he was about to fight. At some point, the young master stumbled and the knight asked if he saw it now. Swinging his weapon, the boy shouted that the enemy was still too weak to fight him. Miraculously, the boy managed to block this blow. Glancing down, Jin managed to notice the hidden blow. Not surprisingly, it almost hit the target. The aura left a trace of the sword in the air, but then the swordsman's eyes widened. Leaning back, he dodged the blow, and he himself realized what had gotten through to him. Looking closely at his opponent, the young man thought that just like that day when a steel ball hit him because of that, he was beginning to understand what trajectory the next blow would take. Kajin continued to swing the blade, and the boy tried to calculate the infinite number of options for where he could strike. Reflecting each one, Jin figured that there were not so many of them for a knight of the 5th rank. Looking at the knight's distorted face, the young man mentally added that this was especially important when the enemy was invisible behind a blinding veil of anger. The blades crossed again when the swordsman decided to finish the boy off in 3 blows. Calmly looking at his opponent, the young master warned that he was reading all of his actions and he would not defeat him. But the latter, blazing with anger, said that the young man continued to say such meaningless things. Jin continued to dodge each attack, mentally pronouncing each of them. The enemy's eyes widened as the young man ducked under his blow, after which he sent an aura along the blade, deciding that it was time for the final attack. As he struck, the knight was sure that his aura was so strong that a 4th rank could not even dream of successfully blocking it. The weapon flew out of his hands and stuck into the stone of the floor. Confusedly looking straight ahead, the guy wondered how the enemy had just parried the blow. Pointing the tip of the blade at his opponent, the young gentleman said that he knew how many years it took him. Seriously looking at the knight, the young man added in order to get the 5th rank. Lowering his gaze, the guy clarified whether he had been deceived. He did not know that the opponent had the 5th, but the latter replied that he had not lied. Putting the sword back in its sheath, Jin explained that he simply knew nothing about it. He never got involved in a fight if he knew he would lose. At that moment, the twins ran up asking what had happened. And then they froze. The younger one turned to his brothers and they could not believe that he had defeated Kajin. Passing by Haytona, Jin said that it was as easy as pie. The brothers watched him in shock. In the chambers, Mia was indignant. How could the younger one defeat her knight? Did he want them to believe it? Folding his hands behind his back, the guy admitted that he himself was very ashamed, to which and asked if he had been bribed or if he had given in himself because he was run candle, but he objected that it was none of that. The young lady frowned and asked what was the matter. Then the young man seriously claimed that a 15-year-old boy defeated a 5th rank knight so quickly. He replied that not only he, but also everyone who was on the training ground could confirm this. Jin's strength exceeded the 5th rank. The warrior lowered his head when the girl demanded to forget it was her own fault for expecting something from someone like him, and ordered him to just get lost. The door closed behind the guy, and looked at her sister, and assumed that it seemed that the younger one was showing them his teeth, and she replied that not only them, he was baring his teeth to the whole family. Looking ahead with a cold gaze, the young lady said that on the younger one's next mission, they would experiment with their children. Smiling slightly, she added that this must be the place from where he would return with a load of 200. The young master stood by the window with his arms crossed, and Gilly told him that there was a commotion in the sword garden. Everyone was amazed by his abilities, and he said this. Looking out the window, the young man said the first head, Luna's father and sister. In the entire history of Runcandle, only 3 people became 5th rank knights at the age of 15. So he had 5th rank swordsmanship, 4th magic and shadow energy. Such a level of swordsmanship even he himself did not expect. Just normally trained with a pure stone and reached the 5th rank. While the nanny poured tea, the swordsman thought that it seemed that if any of his 3 powers, shadow energy, magic or aura, became stronger, it affected the others. When previously he was overloaded with shadow energy, opened the flow of aura and mana. Turning to the woman, the boy realized that no one in history had such powers, so it was useless to search for records. But he was sure that these three powers were definitely connected. He noticed that flowers had appeared in the room and asked if the nanny had put them there. But she replied that they had been brought into the room while he was away, so she did not clean them up, asking if they needed to be gotten rid of. He shook his head and replied that there was no need, there was no curse on them, so everything was fine. And when the guard replied that she understood, he returned to the topic of conversation. Sinking into a chair, Jean explained that since they had discovered that he had become a 5th-ranked knight at 15, his brothers would begin to get a little nervous. Resting his cheek on his fist, the boy added that this was especially true for Joshua's brother since he was a contender for the place of the next head, Joshua Runcandle. When Luna renounced her place as the first flag-bearer, the second became a strong candidate. With the support of Rose's mother, he secured this position. As Mirakan began to eat the cake, the young knight concluded that it would be a good idea to hide his abilities until the time came when he decided that revealing his achievements would be more useful. Licking his paw, the cat listened to the boy's words about how since it was known that he had reached the 5th rank, the news about it would spread beyond the family, probably even in the press, and then noticed that their little one was so open in complimenting himself. And he was also sure that if he was the center of attention, his brothers would become more obedient. The faces of those present lengthened when Jean agreed with this, and more importantly, his father would personally come to the Sword Garden. He needed someone else to act as the heir besides his sister Luna. His father had never been satisfied with any of his elders. She was the only one who had caught his attention. She was not interested in the throne, so the head decided that she was not suitable for the role of the heir. Then Joshua consolidated his position. Brother Dyphus, Sister Runtia, and Sister Mary became the temporary successors. This line was carved in stone. But ever since Jean appeared, everything had changed. Looking at the people close to him, the young man thought that his father did not care about age. This man who gave everyone a chance, so he would drive him just like when he was a common rank. Jean was sure that all his orders would include two things. First, it was a test to see if he could overcome the age difference between him and his older brothers. Second, it was protection. His father did not want him to die at the hands of his relatives before he passed the test because he was a special case. Gilly frowned and pointed out that if the young master's story was published in the newspapers, he would be inundated with invitations from families and groups from all over the world. And he admitted that she was right and offered to handle all the meetings at once. The knight closed his fingers together and explained that this meant holding a banquet when his father arrived. So, he asked the nanny to be prepared. The dragon's cat face twisted in shock when the young man said that the woman would be responsible for keeping a special eye on Mirakan. If he turned into a human and snuck into the party, it would be the end of them. Jumping up on his hind legs, the cat was indignant. Did he look like a child? And he had never even thought of such a thing. But the guard promised to take the young master's words into account. A few days later, the nanny was changing the flowers in Jin's room and said that it seemed like the butler was very busy answering an endless stream of letters. When she asked him, it turned out that even the ruling family of the Beemant Empire did not remain on the sidelines. The young man looked up from his book and clarified whether he was talking about the emperor and empress and found it funny. It seemed like the higher-ups were also very curious about what was happening. The guard folded her hands on her apron and added that the chief had sent a schedule of visits home through Khan. The knight was turning the pages when the nanny said that the chief planned to come in a month, and the arrival dates of other families were also listed. And by the way, the young masters have become quite quiet lately. The boy slammed the book shut and warned that if they tried to take control of him when everyone was watching, it would look like a demonstration of either their fear or hatred depending on their reputation. At that moment, Pedro burst into the room, calling for the young master. Breathing heavily, the old man said that he had been assigned a mission and was being sent straight to the ruins of Colin. The glass flew out of the frame from the screen. How could those who called themselves flag-bearer do such a thing? The 7 elders winced and scraps of books flew around the room when the mother asked how they could do their job so disgustingly. Rosa, leaning her hands on the table, screamed how they could send the youngest to Zippel territory. The door opened slightly when she demanded to know what they were motivating. Jean entered and the woman calmed down realizing that the youngest was here. Runita looked ahead indifferently. Ran and Vigo glanced sideways at their brother. The young man put his hands behind his back, and when his mother asked if he had already heard that his next mission was in the Colin ruins, he answered that he had. Looking tiredly at Jean, the warrior said that this mission was cancelled. There was no chance that he would go to Colin, and Enmu immediately called their mother indignantly. The woman turned around and barked at them to shut up. These mongrels only thought about killing the youngest. The blonde pressed her palm to her chest and clarified, "Isn't that strange?" The second sister frowned and added that she hadn't really understood why her mother was defending the little one, to be honest. Throwing an angry look at her daughters, the warrior declared that they were crazy for continuing to talk nonsense, and she was reminded that their father had always silently encouraged their quarrels. Looking around at the others, the girl reminded that competition was needed in their family, and she was sure that everyone here grew up fighting. The mother pursed her lips, which reminded the second sister that she had been sent on ruthless missions many times when she was only a middle rank. Rosa, sinking into a chair, agreed with this argument. Competition was needed, no matter what the methods and techniques. The girls stared at their mother with wide eyes when she clarified. But did they reach the 5th rank at 15? The young man looked at the warrior when she added that the youngest was different from all his brothers and sisters. Runia yawned as the woman explained that if they had jumped to the level of the youngest at his age, she would have protected them, too. Miu clenched her fists as her mother added that they did not deserve her protection. Now that she saw the state they were in after becoming bannermen, she did not regret it one bit. The lady called out the names of the other children and stated that since the 3 of them were also bannermen, they were responsible for the ruckus caused by the sisters. Clenching her fists, the warrior ordered that Runtia would practice self-discipline for a while and that Ran and Vigo should return one of the family swords from their storage, to which the latter even clarified what she meant. The blonde gritted his teeth as his mother stated that if she had her way, she would collect all the prestigious swords they had and advised him to thank her for getting off easy. Looking straight at her youngest son, the woman waited to see what his actions would be, especially when she dragged his siblings, who are not related to this, into the situation. As Jin's gaze slid over his relatives, Rosa wondered if he would pretend and persuade her to soften or if he would enjoy the favoritism. As she began to put the documents in place, the lady wanted the younger one to show her how he would solve this situation. She looked back at her son when he addressed her and let him speak. With an easy smile, the boy stated that he really liked the mission assigned to him by the sisters. The mother leaned forward and clarified that he really agreed, knowing what a godforsaken place the Colin ruins were. The girls' faces lengthened when the younger one replied that yes, it was part of Zippel territory that the Runcandle had wanted to get in the past and failed. He understood the risks. Continuing to smile, Jean added that he was not going to retreat in this battle. Jean stood in front of his family members and said that he thought the mission assigned to him was wonderful, and narrowed her gaze when the younger brother stated that the place was indeed dangerous, but he did not believe that it was an irrational decision. They probably decided that he had high enough abilities. While the others were scratching their heads in confusion, the young man clarified if that was why they entrusted him with this mission. To which his mother said that it was reckless, he was clearly trying to irritate her. The boy's gaze was completely honest. He noted that if they decided to suddenly replace a person on a mission, it would be tantamount to admitting their incompetence. The warrior frowned at her son and objected that their partners would not suspect them of such a thing, and his sisters simply sought to harm him since they could not break him in battle using their authority. The young man nodded and informed his mother that everything was so. Looking at his mistress with determination, the young knight said that if he were to face the sisters head-on, victory would be theirs, but if he succeeded in his mission, he would deal them a heavy blow. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Jean added that, in other words, he had a vanity to win this battle. Placing his palms on the table, his mother reminded him that the Colin ruins were a place where he could die if he made a wrong move and asked if the boy really wanted to go there, and he confirmed it, but asked for one more thing. The brothers gaped when the younger one asked if he could have the swords that had been taken from them once he had successfully completed the mission. The woman's face disappeared behind her hair when her son explained that the upcoming mission was marked dangerous, which was why he asked to be allowed to receive at least this reward. Rand scratched his head and told his brother that they were just swords. What was the point if he wanted them so badly? he offered to give him one of the ones he still had. But it would be better to forget about the mission. Extending his palm, the boy asked if he didn't think it would be enough to at least stay alive until his father arrived. But the younger one found this funny. Still with the same calm expression on his face, the young knight said that if it was so important, he would stop the sisters before they assigned him this task. Rosa interrupted this dialogue. Despite the indignation, the woman said that if the younger one successfully completed the mission, she would give him his brother's swords and added that everyone was free to go. Watching the children leave, the lady thought that she was afraid that the younger one would act like Luna, so she trampled the pride of the others. The woman smiled when she realized that it seemed unnecessary, and was sure that her husband would be happy to see that the younger one was growing well. On the way out, the young man stopped when he realized that he was not alone, and asked gloomily, "Did the little one really think that luck was on his side?" Squeezing the door handle, Jean objected that they probably did not know, but he was not very lucky. Folding her arms over her chest, the girl reminded that his calmness would soon disappear. The mission was a team one. He would not be alone. Turning to the sisters, the young knight thanked them for their concern. Heading away, he added that they would see each other again. Soon, Jean met his new squad, and they were all familiar faces. The first to introduce himself was Mile, who was also going on this mission. The second introduced himself as Lima. The latter said that it was an honor for him to be with him, and asked for forgiveness for the past mistake. His brother also promised not to fail on the mission. Kaing pressed his fist to his heart, and said that it concerned him too. Calmly looking over the guys, the young knight agreed to leave the past in the past where it belonged and offered to work, to which he heard the group's consent. While one of the escorts took out documents, intending to introduce the young master to the essence of the matter, he thought about what honor was being discussed if all three were members of his sister's faction. Rather, they planned to stab him in the back and blame everything on the danger of the task. Squinting, the young man listened to the fact that the mission was a search. The place was designated the ruins of Colin. It was necessary to find 4 pistols. Initially, a settlement of natives was founded on the site of these ruins, but at present, the territory belonged to Zippel and is connected with the kingdom of Phelan. Although Colin was discovered several hundred years ago, Zippel, who came across the ruins and the locals, killed and enslaved almost the entire population. Of course, now they said that they respected the locals, but this is only at first glance. Although they seemed content with the conditions, in reality, they were nothing more than slaves. The lives and rights of these natives were not important to most people, so they were ignored. Moving towards his goal, Jean remembered that the reason the Zippel had spared their lives was to rule the land of Colin. It was a hypocritical act of false atonement for the past. Usually, the Zippel family strove for rational governance, and their people were sincerely loyal to them. Looking ahead, the young man mentally added that, however, they had gone too far in the past. Peeking out from behind a tree, the young knight continued to remember that they had not simply tarnished their reputation. All for the sake of an artifact in the form of a mirror which the natives had hidden most carefully. Its existence was the main secret of the Zippel family. But thanks to the brave journalists from his past life, the whole truth was revealed. The published report contained evidence of the atrocities committed by the Zippel in an attempt to find the artifact. According to the locals, it was called the Fountain of Mana, an object just looking at which could increase the level of mana to 7. With its help, the Zippel family would create an army of mages. Continuing to observe, Jean reminded himself that this would begin in 10 years. So far, they have not found the source. Clutching the hilt of the sword, the young man decided not to let the Zippel creatures take it this time. Seeing several people near the walls of the warehouse, one of the escorts whispered to the young master that the mages were returning. Remembering the layout of the territory, Mile reported that there were mages patrolling at these 2 points, and the artifact they were looking for was in the 3rd warehouse. Kajin drew his eyebrows together when Jean noted that a surprise attack in itself was not difficult, but there was detection magic, and asked him not to worry. No matter what happened, they would all protect him with their lives. The boy glanced at the knight and thanked him. Putting his hand in the inside pocket of his robe, Jean reminded him that safety depended directly on endurance. Handing the food to his companions, the young gentleman suggested that they rest a little and start in an hour, and the eldest of them replied that he understood. The offered package turned out to contain dried meat, and the boys thanked the young man, and all three really ate the food calmly. The young knight glanced at those chewing. Then he pulled on his mask and said that he would go, and wished them sweet dreams. Mile tried to stop him, but suddenly staggered. All three felt sick, and the eldest suspected poison in the food, but the boy objected that it was just a sleeping pill. When one of the traders extended his hand to Jean, he asked if he was really going to admit that they were there to kill him. When everyone fell asleep, the young man muttered that he would be less suspicious of Kajin if he acted as arrogantly as usual. Pulling up his hood, the young knight grinned. Moving away, Jean wondered out loud. Interestingly, only dogs were prone to follow their master's orders with blind devotion. Soon, he reached the third warehouse. In front of the doors stood two guards who were chatting with each other. But only one of them began an interesting story about how he was interrupted. Jean ran into him. The second grabbed a spear and asked who it was. The young man glanced at him. Then he leaned back from the attack and quickly pounced on the enemy. The next moment, a strong blow landed on the neck. Having knocked out the guard, the young knight took off his hood. Looking at the defeated enemy, the guy figured that there were only two of them. It did not look like there were other guards outside. Approaching the door, Jean discovered another oddity. Taking the lock in his hands, he realized that he did not feel any traces of signal magic. Opening the lock, the young man decided that sometimes they allowed ordinary people to hang around the third warehouse, so Zippel did not consider it particularly important. The young knight opened the doors and looked inside and immediately found a magic circle of blood and detection at the entrance. Squatting down, the guy remembered that the public knew such a circle as a protective magic that allowed you to find out your family tree. But in fact, the circle distinguished between people and demonic beasts, as well as victims of an epidemic. Glancing sideways at the line guard, Jean figured out that it did not matter whose blood it was, as long as it belonged to an ordinary person. The young man cut the enemy's palm with a dagger. Scooping someone else's blood into his palm, he mentally added that therefore there was no point in leaving evidence. The young knight sprinkled this blood on the magic circle. It lit up with a scarlet light. The guy looked inside, thinking out loud that the first alarm was not difficult. Now it was necessary to get the artifact. But to his surprise, magical clots began to rise in a circle. Jin's eyes widened. He used the man's blood, and yet the circle was activated. Turning back, the young man at first decided that the guard was sick. But seeing two monstrous figures, he realized that he was not a man at all. Jumping back from new opponents, Jin could not understand what was going on. The young knight launched a wind of silence around the monsters, after which, he bared the claws on his gloves. Any magicians in the area could detect spells, so he wanted to minimize their use. But the situation changed. When the monster rushed into battle, the guy concluded that the battle could not be avoided. Jean bent down, dodging the enemy's cross blow. Then he grabbed his dagger tighter and tried to hit the monster. He screamed. He attacked the young man again, and he had to jump back. Landing on his feet, the young knight grabbed his sword, unsheathing the blade. The guy cursed. Swinging the weapon, the young man sent an aura along the blade. The enemies looked at him angrily. Looking at their indecision, the young mag realized that they probably knew that the aura was dangerous. But then one of the monsters pulled out his dagger. The guy looked at it puzzled. The monster's wound was healing, and Jean realized that the enemy was able to recover. Frowning, the young man remembered that such a speed of regeneration was inherent only to the highest class of demonic monsters. But these two were people just a minute ago. The young knight began to think he was on the territory of Zippel. Many magicians passed through it, and the locals were enslaved. And judging by everything, these strange monsters were living golems. The monster swung his hand, and the guy mentally added that their creation was a grave crime. Having parried the enemy's blow, Jean tried to understand whether the Zippels could use the Colin ruins as a laboratory for experiments with forbidden magic. Dodging the second blow, the young man thought that the living golems had the strength and speed of smaller fourth-rank monsters. Their movements were clumsy, worse than those of fourth-rank swordsmen who had undergone proper training. It was not difficult to fight them. Usually a golem being a magic weapon did not stop even with serious injuries in order to neutralize it. It was necessary to destroy its core. It could be the head, heart, or stomach, one of these places. Illegal living golems were no different from ordinary ones. Swinging his sword, the young knight decided to take action. The blade pierced the monster's head, But even with such a wound, he was able to continue the attack. The guy dodged the golem's paw, clicking his tongue. The enemy began his attack again, and Jean realized that his strength and speed had not decreased at all. Moreover, he had become more aggressive. Sliding between the enemy's attacks, the young man concluded that the core was not in the head. The blade pierced the golem's stomach. Glancing sideways at the second, the young knight realized that there was one place left. With a jerk of the sword, the boy tore the core out of the monster's body. The ball fell onto the floor slabs. It immediately began to crack and release magic. Looking at this gloomily, Jean said that they were ready to mock even their brothers. But then he glanced back. The blade cut off the claws of the second golem. The monster's eyes widened. The sword sank into the enemy's stomach. The second core was broken right inside his body. The golem roared, turning his gaze inside the warehouse. The young man exhaled in relief. The magic was almost released. It was close. Jin's eyes widened when he heard. The dying monster stretched out his hand to him and begged him to kill him. The young knight exhaled. Then he pressed his lips together. As he thrust his sword into the poor guy's throat, he said that he was at his service. He didn't know what had happened to these people, but no one would become a living golem of their own free will, especially since after the transformation, they became expendable material with no future. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, the guy decided that it was not the time to be angry. He didn't expect that this would happen and that he would witness this terrible side of Zippel. He thought that the sisters were aware of the situation when they gave him the task. Jean resolutely looked ahead, remembering that no one had cancelled the mission. Picking up the golem's heart from the tile, the young man thought that even if he told the truth to the world, this family would find a way to hush it all up. Looking at the artifact, the young knight remembered that creating living golems was a serious enough crime for the Empire's investigative committee to put pressure on them. Continuing to hold the organ in his fingers, the guy decided that for now, he would collect evidence and continue the mission, of course. And in this case, the family would be able to completely deny their involvement. Heading into the warehouse, Jean mentally added that however this was solvable. Looking around, the young man continued to think that while the mages had not made any big moves, which meant that most of them did not guess the real state of affairs, if they had known that the guards were living golems, they would not have been so careless with guarding the warehouses. Not everyone in the Colin ruins was involved in the crime. Looking at the stone slab, the young knight realized that the protective magic on the stone slab was simple. He turned his gaze to the dish and added that it was already strong enough here. Putting the blade back into the sheath, the guy muttered that usually the protective magic was removed with effort, but he had another plan. Summoning magic into his palm, Jean added that 2 living golems were dead, so Zippel would have to bury all the mess that he would make. The mana in his palm turned into flames. On the other hand, the young man summoned a cloud of shadows, after which he simply connected them. Dark fire pulsed in the hands of the young knight, and he decided to just burn everything to hell. An explosion was heard when the mage activated the explosive flame. The curtains in the chamber shook from the scream. The voice accused the sick idiots who came up with the idea of sending Jean to Zippel territory. They were even in their right minds. The beaten conspirators sat on the floor while they were scolded for being 10 years younger than them. Luna looked angrily at the sisters and asked why they did this, to which one of them asked if the eldest was asking because she really didn't know. Towering over the girls, the warrior said that this was not an answer. If the banner men had started a battle for hierarchy with the junior middle rank, the girls hung their heads as their sister scolded them. Turning away, number 1 told them to be ashamed of themselves. Even she felt sorry for them being their family's bannermen, and leaned forward, shouting that her sister had never interfered in their squabbles. With such power, she shouldn't have. Glancing back, the girl explained that if they had won after the youngest test, she wouldn't have said a word, and they didn't immediately understand the meaning. Luna explained that Jean had succeeded in the mission at the Colin ruins, and must have been reporting to Mother right now. The sisters clenched their fists and teeth in frustration as their eldest explained why she had brought up shame. After all, they had given him the wings he needed to fly. Turning away from the girls, the warrior asked if there had ever been situations in their family where Sabata had failed with such shame as this one, and ordered them to leave, and they had no choice but to obey. But near the door, the eldest stopped the sisters. Putting her palm on the bed, Number 1 noted that judging by her observations, Jean was not one to show mercy. Asked to be more careful, she said this only out of concern for them. Sitting down on the sofa, the warrior added that although if something goes wrong, looking at the girls, Luna added that they were still her younger sisters. Nanny approached the ward with a tray and noticed that she raised her hand to her younger ones immediately upon returning, and she had already thought that she had started puberty again. The girl closed her eyes and asked what age she was, and the nanny noticed that her puberty had passed unnoticed. While pouring tea, the woman said that she was worried about the lady. Considering the young master's character, he would never forget something like this. And the warrior asked if she also thought that they were not fit to hold a candle to Jean. Number 1 folded her hands on her knees when she heard the woman say that she was sure that in 5 years they would not be able to meet him in a real fight. So they had very little time left to live. Asked not to say something so terrible. They were still blood relatives. Taking the cup in her hands, the girl asked if the nanny had found what she asked for. The one who tried to kill Master Jean. The woman replied that it was not 2 ladies. They were of middle rank at that time, so there was no use looking. Looking down at her tea, the warrior had also dismissed Mary and Yona and the Tana twins, leaving only a few suspects. The woman listed the remaining siblings. Number 1 took a sip from her cup as Nanny continued to explain that aside from Masters Ran and Vigo, she couldn't scrutinize the others recklessly, and Nanny agreed as the other 2 were known for their deception skills. Setting the tea down on a saucer, the warrior added that she would likely get a headache trying to examine them and decided that she should just watch them. Otherwise, Nanny would definitely get into an awkward situation caring about her suspicions. Nanny smiled and noted that Miss had thought well even after the assassination attempt. The young master was growing up well. When Jean returned to his quarters, the woman noted that there was no need to worry too much and announced to her people that he had returned. Gilly pressed her palms to her chest and thanked God that the young master had returned safe and sound. The girl grabbed the ward by the hand, and when he said that everything was fine, there was no need to worry about him. And soon even she herself would not be able to defeat him. She objected that he was sent to such a dangerous place. If something went wrong, she would take revenge with her life. To which Mirakan asked why his sweet strawberry pie said such terrible things. Running closer, the cat asked the little one if he reported. And in response, he heard yes. People would probably gossip that he completed this mission without help. But now he did not care about gossip. Rummaging through his pockets, the young man offered to look at something. He put a jar on the table and said that it was the heart of a living golem. The dragon looked at the contents and noted that the young knight was a favorite of fate since he himself returned intact. The golem was probably the result of a failed experiment. Did he really find it in the ruins of Colin? The cat's face reflected horror when the boy told him that 2 guards turned into monsters and attacked him. They adjusted with each hit and disappeared when he pierced their cores. Putting a paw to his mouth, the dragon thought. Last time it was a grave giant, now living golems. What to expect next? What is the plan of the Zippel bastards? Putting a paw on the can, the cat stated that in any case, if his words are true, then this is the work of Zippel, considering that the ruins were their territory. The young man looked questioningly at the interlocutor when he thought, and raised an eyebrow when the dragon suggested that they visit Colin again later. Frowning at the boy, the cat explained that he would like to ask them a few questions about what was happening. Watching the expression on the cat's face, the young knight thought that he had no particular desire to return to the living golems, but it would be much safer with Mirakan. Julie pressed her hand to her chest, listening to this conversation, while the boy thought that if he was lucky, he could even find the source of the mana. No matter what kind of mess they made there, the Zippel family would do everything possible to hide the situation. Looking at the mustachioed interlocutor, Jean agreed to allocate time. Soon after the completion of the mission, Kajin and the H brothers returned on their own. But Mia stripped them of their cadet qualifications and expelled them from Runkandle. Expulsion of cadets who officially completed the mission was a cruel punishment, but no one felt sympathy for them. Meanwhile, June 1795 arrived and Zed stopped the training of the younger members of the family. Folding his arms across his chest, the man told his nephews that from today on, the youngest training with the pure stone was over. Tomorrow. He was expecting only the twins, and they answered yes without much enthusiasm. Here, The knight rubbed his chin and noticed that Jean might as well not come to the morning training with the rest of the cadets anymore. The older brothers lost their jaws when their uncle added that the head would tell them something next week. The boys looked at each other, and Daytona whispered to his brother that it couldn't be that their father promoted the younger one to the flag bearer. He couldn't, and the second one was only confused. The blonde was reminded that the flag bearer trainee must leave Runcandle to earn honor, and Hona confirmed that he should act independently without any support from the family. Clenching his fists, Jean thought that finally he no longer had to endure the dissecting attention of everyone around him. Smiling happily, the young man realized that now he could develop his powers the way he wanted. The detachment of the head of the family moved forward. The leader chuckled when Han said that they would reach the sword garden in 2 hours and noted that the last son kept interfering with his training. He had planned to stay in the Black Sea for 10 years, but it happened again and again. The knight frowned and admitted that back in the Storm Castle, he had sensed that young Master Jean was unusual, but he could not have imagined to what extent. What he did in the sword garden had truly shocked him. The male leader froze, not answering right away. He was impressed by the fighting spirit of his youngest son. Remembering Jean as a small child, the man found him extraordinary, and when he was a child, his eyes betrayed deep regret at their first meeting. Closing his eyes, the knight added that he was clearly trying to hide it. Visualizing scenes from the past, the leader continued that he could not forget how he provoked his brothers and sisters as soon as he arrived at the sword garden. He was sure that no one taught him this, but the younger one instinctively knew the rule of eliminating opponents. The other brats knew this and tried to hold him back, but it was enough to just look. Junior had successfully completed the mission in the Colin ruins. He had survived and returned every time his siblings had thrown him into the clutches of death, and now he was a rank 5. Besides Mumit and the Colin ruins, the leader was more interested in his first mission. He had fought a warrior of the White Wolf tribe one-on-one and won. He had expected Junior to use his subordinates as a shield, but who would have thought that he would be able to handle a wolf on his own? With a satisfied smile, the man concluded that his son had proven the weight of his own promises. Looking up at the sky, Han asked the leader if the boy really believed that the boy had killed one of the white wolves on his own, and the boy had confirmed it. Remembering the power of the shadows, Chiron admitted that in truth, it was not quite like that. Regardless, he was a funny guy, and his father wanted to know all the details of the first mission from him. The head of the family's cloak fluttered in the wind. He was met by a neat line of knights. His wife and eldest daughter came out to greet the knight, the former saying that they were waiting for the head of the family, and he praised his wife for her good work. Glancing at her eldest son, Rosa countered that Joshua had prepared everything himself. She hadn't had to do anything. The standard bear bowed when his father stated that since the adult children were doing well without him, there was no need to leave the Black Sea. Jean glanced sideways at his brother while the man continued that the guests they would be receiving today would be overly attentive to him. Passing by the eldest, Chiron clarified whether this would complicate the lives of their children. The woman walked her husband to the door, agreed with him, and suggested that they go inside. She prepared his favorite dishes, and he agreed that it would be nice to eat. But then his gaze fell on something interesting, namely the precious hilts of the blades on his youngest son's belt. 10th ran when his father said his name and Vigo's name. The second looked down when the leader asked if he had really given them the swords he had given them. The blonde, closing his eyes, had answered earlier that the younger had stolen them from them, and they had agreed to give them back if he successfully completed the mission in the ruins of Colin. At these words, the knight burst into laughter. Patting his son on the shoulder, the man said that this was excellent, ordered him to make sure that they would be returned, and noted that the young man was wonderfully perceptive. Throwing a displeased glance at the younger, the leader joked that he sometimes wondered if he really was his son. In the evening, Chiron and his son were standing by the window, and he remarked that it seemed to be his first banquet, and the latter confirmed this. Thoughtfully looking out into the courtyard, the young man thought that in his past life, thanks to his teacher, he had attended some receptions of other families. But this was his first time at the head of the family. Involuntarily recalling his past life, Jean remembered that on those rare occasions when banquets were held, he hid like a criminal. But now he was an honored guest next to his father. Looking at his own reflection in the window glass, the young knight reminded himself that for this he even had to die once. The boy looked at his father when the latter expressed confidence that he knew this. But their family rarely held such events because they only celebrated those occasions that deserved to be celebrated. Jean smiled, and when the head of the family added that, in other words, his achievements were slightly high, thanked him. Placing his palm on the young man's back, the knight asked him to guess how many they invited, and he guessed about 1,000. Frowning, the man answered that he was right and added that since the last time 7 years ago, the number had increased by about 200. Looking at his son, the head of the family asked if he knew what this meant, and he replied that it meant that their family's prestige had grown in the past 7 years. Watching the guests arrive, the man recalled that other families would occasionally hold huge banquets. But all of the 1,000 guests gathered here today were outstanding people. For 7 years, he had done nothing but continue his training, exterminating demonic beasts in the Black Sea. Raising his head, the knight continued that, however, their family's prestige had continued to grow because in the current era, he alone had become the quintessential knight. But if he were to disappear, looking down, the man added that it was very likely that most of those present would turn their backs on Runcandle. Glancing at his father, Jean mentally acknowledged this. If it weren't for him, the family would not have so much power. The Runcandle and Zippel families were the two main families, but the moment his father passed away, the gap in military power between them would widen significantly. Clenching his fists, the young man added that in that case, the Zippel family would have absolute superiority over everyone, and then called out to his father. When the head of the family turned around, the young knight said that if he were not there, and these people decided to turn their backs on them, Zippel would start to oppress them and drive them into a corner. The boy's gaze became gloomy when he admitted that in that case, he would abandon the family. Chiron opened his mouth. Looking straight at his father, Jean explained that if the rank family collapsed without a head, it would indicate the incompetence of the next head. He did not intend to die a miserable death with such a patriarch. But there was another reason. Squinting, the young man clarified how many other people's vulnerabilities they had at their disposal, and his father did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Recalling the recent events, the young knight explained that in exchange for returning Brother Vigo's sword, he asked him to show him the family's custom contracts, which only the flag bearers had access to. Looking down again, the boy continued that the head of the Verna family had deceived the emperor and pocketed the empire's treasures. But thanks to their efforts, his relatives could attend this banquet without a twinge of conscience. The clever family had recently asked them to remove the mages from the Zippel family. Harold's daughter had sold the family heirlooms to support her gambling addiction and had approached them without even paying the commission fee. Looking at his father, Jean admitted that he had obtained a bloodless weapon at his disposal with just one glance. The secret contracts that only he and his mother were allowed to view should have had many more weaknesses, and he clarified whether he meant to say that even without him, he could have protected the family. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that if someone who was not the quintessential knight were to lead the family, it would all depend on his diplomatic skills, and the leader could not help but agree with him. As he continued to watch the commotion in the courtyard, Chiron noticed that they were not the only ones who knew of other people's wormholes. The Zippel family had just as many in reserve, and the young knight was also sure of this. The man looked seriously at his son, who retorted that the Zippels could never justify owning such things, and asked why he thought so. The boy chuckled and replied that it was because the role of the villains belonged to Runcandle. Still standing, Jean repeated that regardless of whether the next leader could use the weapon or not, he would abandon the family without a second thought. The father rubbed his chin, and when the boy added that he would prepare for revenge on Zippel later, no matter how long it took, he laughed and noted that everything was clear to him. But the boy explained that he had to be alive to take revenge. It was not so bad. The knight cast an interested look at his son. The other children did not have the courage to talk about the possibility of Runcandle's downfall in front of him. They only bragged, but the youngest was not like that. A satisfied smile appeared on the face of the head of the family. Jean directly expounded his conclusions to him, remaining absolutely unperturbed. The man looked at his reflection in the window glass, regretting that love appeared in his declining years. It seemed as if he had all the talents of Luna, the wild nature of Mari, and the fighting spirit of Dyphus. Sadness touched the father's face. 10 years for sure, but not more than 15. That's how long he could remain at the head. As the young knight looked out the window, the man decided that he would enjoy watching the younger knight turn the line of succession upside down. Taking a step to the side, Chiron decided that it looked like most of the guests had already arrived. It was time for us to go, and his son agreed with him. After taking a few steps away, the head of the family suddenly remembered something. Turning around, the knight warned that there was something he wanted to discuss with him after the banquet and that the young man would be called. Jean clenched his fist. He realized that it was about being promoted to a trainee flag bearer, which meant that he would soon be able to leave the family. Smiling, following his father, the young man thought that the 4 days of reception would be really long. Suddenly, one of the servants rushed to the head of the family. The servant looked at the boy in surprise and asked what was the matter, and the servant informed him that guests had arrived without an invitation. The knight frowned and asked what that meant. Watching the servant calm down and take a respectful pose, the man began to guess who the uninvited persons were who had come to the banquet. Indeed, cloaked figures appeared in the courtyard, and they were members of the Zippel family. The young man opened his mouth wide and called out to the leader. Chiron frowned and asked what was the matter, to which he received the answer that guests had arrived without an invitation. With his mouth slightly open, Jin's father did not understand whether it was the Zippel family. People in robes appeared and the informant said that there were 5 of them and that it was the leader's assistant Andre with his family, to which the leader noted that this was very impudent. Folding his hands behind his back, the man asked Heinz to tell the guests to get out and that he could invite the rest inside, and then added that he should not do this himself, but with the help of his servants, to which he replied that he understood everything. Putting a fist to his mouth, Jean thought that Andre had really intruded brazenly, but he did not think that his father would reject the deputy magicians like that. Turning his head, Chiron asked his son if he thought he was being too rude to them, to which he replied that in his opinion it was quite appropriate. Heinz extended his hand forward and Jean said that the moment Andre expressed his displeasure and left with his family, he would ignore the order of the head of the Runkandel family for the other 4 to enter. The boy stood next to the arriving guests, and Jean explained that this was forbidden in the sword garden, to which his father said that this was true. The robed mage gritted his teeth and the head of the Runkandel family said that he would have to obey, and if not he would return home with his legs cut off. Taking a step forward, the cadet's father announced that it was time to begin the banquet. Standing on the balcony, the man thanked everyone for coming and introduced himself, then added that having such a wonderful son in his declining years, it seemed that he could finally get rid of his burden. The young master bowed and his father admitted that he wanted everyone to express their gratitude to his youngest son. Chiron lowered the corners of his mouth and pointed out that, as everyone knew, there were only 2 rules at the Runkandel family banquet, and then added that if someone got into a fight while intoxicated, they were to follow the guards to the arena. The guests raised their heads and the host of the banquet explained that the loser was obliged to submit, and the winner was obliged to show mercy since they were at a banquet after all. Closing his eyes, Jean wondered if this was inevitable. There were people in the hall, and Jean explained that hundreds of influential people were gathered in one place, all entangled in a web of favor and malice, and if it were a peaceful party, they would simply stare at each other and disperse. The young man looked sideways at the girl, and the cadet noted that this was a banquet in the Garden of Swords. The fighters were visible in the arena, and the boy explained that if you followed the rules that his father had set, you can beat the living daylights out of your enemy, even if you don't kill him. But in any case, the guests have the opportunity to show the others who is really the best. Standing on the balcony, Chiron admitted that he hoped that everyone would have a good time, and his son thought that at least this was his undoubtedly crazy family. Turning his head, the head of the Runkandel family noted that his heir did too, to which the latter was perplexed. The man, turning down the corners of his mouth, said that if he managed to find someone he liked, he should drag them into the ring, and then added that it was not worth choosing those who looked weaker unless they insulted his family. Jean smirked and said that he was sure that he was also forbidden to lose. Chiron closed his eyes and said that it was obvious because if his son lost then everything would have to be taken back from him, starting with Bradamanti, and ending with his nanny, to which he replied that he would know. Looking at the man's back, Jean thought about how it was the first time he and his father talked like this. Remembering how a close relative patted him on the back, Jean thought about how he could not even dream of such a thing in his past life. Jean imagined how he bowed in front of the guests, and realized that they had been talking like father and son all this time. Closing his eyes, Jean thought about how his goal in this life was not to receive his father's recognition or to become a favorite son, and then realized that his only goal was to surpass his father himself. At the banquet, the cadet talked to the guests with his hand behind his back. The guy looked around when suddenly the twins appeared next to him, who congratulated their younger brother on his 5th rank. Daytona placed his hand on the young gentleman's shoulder and asked if he minded if they stood together for a while, to which he replied that he certainly did. Turning his head, Jean asked how their training with the pure stone was going, to which Hona exclaimed that it was better and that they had succeeded after using the weapon that their uncle had recommended, and the younger brother asked if this was true and admitted that he was glad to hear it. Grinning, Jean whispered that it was enough to look natural and then asked them to leave, to which the interlocutor agreed and exclaimed that he understood everything. The man raised his hand and said that he was pleased to meet them, to which the cadet noted that this was the first flag bearer of the Ken family, and his brothers said that they were glad to meet. Daytona closed his eyes and told the younger brother that they would go, to which the latter wished him luck with the training and received words of gratitude in return. Jean said that he had heard many impressive stories about Jinnic deeds of the interlocutor since childhood, to which he smiled widely and said that it embarrassed him very much. Suddenly, Jean was grabbed by the hair and told that he was very curious about the child who received the 5th rank at 15. Huger, smiling widely, said that he was a small guy and looked 10 years younger than him, and also added that it was nice to meet him and gave his name. A moment later, Jean raised the corners of his lips. Turning his head, Jean greeted the guest. The guy letting go of the master said that he really was an amazing kid and clarified that he was really going to shame him for speaking to him a little informally. After which he exclaimed that although he was Runkandle, but in the world of martial artists, he was still his senior. There was a huge chandelier hanging on the ceiling, and the elder explained that he was a little excited about having such an exceptional junior, and at the same time the young master asked to listen to him carefully. Jean, looking to the side, said that his actions just now insulted him and all the guests who treated him with respect. Wearer's eyes widened, hearing that if he was going to make a noise because of the one who was the elder, then he should do it more carefully. The men looked forward attentively, and the guest was asked if he was younger than the 1st and 2nd flag bearer of the Ken family. The Knightly Order of the Dragon King and the Order of the Black King, because he was sure that he saw how his elders addressed him. Jean added that he should admit his mistake and apologize, which caused sweat to suddenly run down the guy's face, and at the same second Jean said that he said everything so he will pretend that nothing happened. The 1st flag bearer of the Ken family, placing his palm on back, explained that the young master had just saved his life, so he should do as he said. The man opened his mouth wide and said that he knew that sooner or later he would get into trouble for saying too much, and suggested that this time he settled things in a good way and also not to act thoughtlessly. The guest, leaning forward, asked to forgive him for his mistake as his elders did, since he would be grateful if he forgave him, to which the young master responded positively. A moment later the boy walked away. Luna slightly said that he definitely had a talent for finding enemies, and it would be nice if he could act like a normal child too. The guys clinked their glasses, and Jean explained that now he was actually a representative of the Runkandelo family. After which the girls said that it was for sure. Jin's sister, turning her gaze to the side, asked what he would do if Vugger challenged him to a duel, since he thought he was about rank 6. It was seen as the man patted the guest's back and exclaimed that he had told him to watch his words, and the young master replied that in that case the head of the Ken family and the other elders who were watching them would have stopped the fight. And at the same time, Luna clarified whether he wanted to say that he had even foreseen this in his calculations. And when he had only learned how the elite concealed all quarrels and agreements, Jean swirled his glass in different directions and said that if there was a person who could teach him such things, it would be good to keep him close. To which his sister said that learning how to handle a sword was enough, and also asked what else he needed. The girl lifted the corners of her lips, listening to Jean, who was sure that it would be difficult for her to understand. But there was still a lot that was needed to survive in a family where he was hated so much. Jean bit his lips, and Luna thought that he was talented and had a good head on his shoulders, and then wondered if that was why they tried to kill him at Strum Castle, and she wondered which of their siblings noticed the boy's talents so early. The master's sister, with her jaw hanging open, exclaimed that in any case she only came because it was a banquet in his honor, but it was somehow boring here, so she would go to a more fun place, to which the young master asked if she was leaving already. It was seen how the lady was dancing with the young man, and the girl answered positively and clarified if he was too short to dance with her now, and also added that he should give his older sister a dance when he grew up because she would take him somewhere nice, and Jean said that he would be looking forward to it. Jean turned his head, hearing that before she left she should try to send a message in the elite way. A moment later, Luna hugged Jean. Winking, the master's sister explained that it would be clear to everyone how much she valued him, and then asked if it was true that few would dare to be rude to him in fear of her. The lady remarked that they would see each other later, and her younger brother said that they would meet again, when suddenly one of the guests remarked that this girl must care very much about her brother, and another widened his eyes and wondered if this was not the white whale. The man clenched the cloth in his teeth and muttered that he would die of envy because he dreamed of laying his head on the head of Mrs. Luna. Gaston exclaimed that he would write a poem for her and perform it all night, to which Valletta folded his hands and asked him to be silent. The magician of transformation clenched his jaw when suddenly he was called. Margiela turned her head and asked her brother not to be so cruel to his comrade. Then asked if it was true that it was very important to Mr. Gaston, and then said that she could calmly attend the banquet only because this man believed in her and took her alone, so she should be a little patient. The leader of the terrorist group put his hand to his face, and his partner shouted that he knew it, and the younger sister Valletta understood him very well, and then said that he would gladly become her feet. Looking around, Jean thought. Closing his eyes, Jean thought about how tiring it was to play the role of the host. Jean, turning his gaze to the side, wondered where Zippel's people were, and whether he should go look for them. Suddenly, someone slammed a glass on the table. A hairpin appeared on the girl's hair. Sir bared her teeth and asked if he would mind if such a young lady dared to ask the rising star of the Runcandle family for a drink, to which Jean asked who she was. The commander of the Seven Swords leaned over and introduced herself as a member of the Ice Palace. The girl grinned evilly and stated that it was an honor to meet the young master. The young man smiled, and the woman called him the young master of the Runcandle family. Jean looked at the table and wondered if he should go look for Zippel's people. His eyes widened in surprise when someone slammed a glass on the table. The girl with a blue hair clip asked the young man if he would mind if she dared to ask the rising star of the Runcandle family for a drink. She looked at him with a sly grin. Frowning her white eyebrows, she smirked and introduced herself as Cirrus and Dorma of the Ice Palace. While the mage was pouring alcohol into her glass, the commander of the Seven Swords asked how someone her age could achieve so much so quickly. He replied with a calm expression that the girl herself was quite talented. They were standing in the middle of a luxurious palace. Jean said that the head of the Ice Palace treasured the series incredibly, to which she replied that this was true since she was her only daughter. The commander laughed, apologizing for her bust, and the young man replied that he envied her. He looked away and said that it was quite tiring to have so many brothers and sisters, and he thought that the girl definitely recognized him, but for some reason she still did not bring up Mamita. Cirrus, with a sly smile, said that she wanted to ask Jean something. Her eyes shone brightly, and she asked if his leg was okay. Jean smiled silently, tapping his finger on the table. He replied that it was fine, although he could not return the favor of someone who used the medicine for his own good, and Cirrus called him impudent. She remembered her meeting with the boy and said that he owed her an explanation for what he did on the moon well. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the girl explained that her people could not find the terrorist mage, and this dealt a strong blow to her pride, and then she wondered if the boy she let go was guilty. Jean raised his hand and with a smile reminded him of what kind of family he had, so he could not be a criminal. The commander put her hand on her waist and replied that she did not think so. But the Runcandle family entrusted him with the task. She introduced the two knights and added that of the possible targets of the Runcandles, only the members of the Ice Palace were there, and she simply could not ignore what had happened. The boy looked down and thought that his interlocutor had misunderstood everything and thought that he was hunting her people. But there was truth in her words because he had inadvertently harmed the members of the Ice Palace. The commander smiled, asking if Jean was going to feign innocence until the end, and decided to reprimand her. He frowned when Cirrus shouted that she would drag him into the arena. and after that she would beat him half to death and spit right in his self-confident face. Pointing her finger at the mage, she challenged him to a duel. The girl's mouth fell open in shock when he said that his father had strictly warned her against fighting those who were weaker. While she looked at the boy indignantly, he smirked and said that he would make a concession for her sake. Jean walked past the guard, saying that he was going to fight and asked everyone except the medical team to leave. He looked to the side and asked the man for 2 swords in good condition. While Cirrus was inspecting her weapons, Jean thought about how the spectators and everyone else would be arriving by midnight, and breaking the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace in front of everyone would be too much. The commander slammed her sword on the floor and said that she wanted to get a promise from her opponent before they started. The boy looked at the girl calmly and agreed when she said that if she won, he would tell her everything that happened that day without leaving out a single detail. Her white hair was blowing in the wind while Jean asked that if he won, she would pretend that she never saw him on the moon. The mage rushed towards Cirrus when she announced the start of the duel. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A powerful explosion with ice shards was visible. The commander's face was focused and Jean recognized the ability passed down in the Endorma family. 10,000 ice swords. A sharp blade of ice was visible. Jean said with a smirk that he did not expect his opponent to use a secret technique from the start. They crossed swords, and the boy continued that he was a little sad because he had not yet learned his family's secret technique. Cirrus pushed him away, rudely shouting that she did not care at all. She created a frost whirlwind, which her enemy dodged. Then she swung the weapon right in front of the boy's face. As the mage deftly dodged the attacks, the girl thought that he was definitely a 5th ranker. And although he was in a hurry to block her ability, his true skills would be revealed as he developed. The commander's sword was covered in an icy crust as she decided that the difference of 1 rank was more than compensated by her secret family skill. Frowning, she thought that her opponent was superior to her in both strength and endurance, so she could not let this battle drag on. As Jean fought off the girl's attacks, he thought that even if she was able to use her signature skill, there was no chance that she could defeat him in a fair one-on-one fight. A white flash of light appeared in the middle of the arena, and Jean was sure that Cirrus had realized the gap between them and was preparing to end everything with 1 blow, and she would definitely use a secret technique to which he was ready to respond with his own secret technique. The boy imagined himself as a child when he memorized dozens of forbidden books in the Storm Castle. The wind blew through his hair and clothes, and he thought of the strongest secret technique he knew. The girl smiled mysteriously. The mage stumbled as she screamed that this was the end for him. An avalanche of ice filled the entire battle arena. Jean clenched his teeth tightly, shielding himself with his sword from the ice crystals that were imbued with aura. In the middle of the snowstorm, the silhouette of Cirrus was visible. Her bright eyes were shining brightly. Suddenly, Jean grinned. Seeing such emotion, the girl opened her mouth in shock. There was a dark silhouette behind the avalanche. She thought that her opponent might be a gifted prodigy, but he was not able to withstand her secret technique. She furrowed her brows furiously, not understanding what kind of unpleasant feelings she was experiencing now. Suddenly, a sword blade appeared right in front of her face. The commander managed to dodge. She frowned tensely, looking at how her enemy's weapon began to be covered with deep cracks. The guy looked at it with confusion and cursed in his mind. An icy explosion was visible and Jean loudly shouted the name of his opponent. Standing in the middle of the smoke, Jean thought that he should have used something else and that this destructive power was not something that a rank 4 could handle. He raised his hand and thought that if Cirrus did not dodge, she was probably already dead or unconscious. The girl was kneeling, stabbing her sword into the floor. Her eyes widened, shocked to realize that she had chosen her life out of fear of death. Her mouth was open in extreme shock. The boy placed a hand on her shoulder and asked if she was okay since he had almost killed her. Looking at the commander, he thought that she had heard his warnings, but she had not tried to escape the storm of blades. Cirrus clenched her teeth tightly while the mage thought that no matter how much she valued her honor and pride, she was still just a 15-year-old child in whom the desire to live was difficult to suppress. The antagonist gently touched her shoulder and said that he would have dodged too if he were in her place. He knelt before her, asking that they not discuss the matter further. The girl silently took something out of her pocket. She opened a jar of cream and said that Jean had a cut on his face. She applied the medicine to his cheek and explained that it was the price for saving her life. And Jean replied that she valued her life too low, being the most successful in the Ice Palace. Cirrus stood up and replied that she would start valuing herself again, so there was no need to worry about it. Then she turned around and added that it was nice to meet you and they would see each other tomorrow. The guy watched her go silently. The next day, there were few guests at the ball. The mage drank champagne and thought about the fact that now he could watch the duels, so the real banquet would begin now. He frowned and assumed that he would be able to meet those guys from Zippel. Looking at the group of boys, he thought that they were all between 15 and 20 years old, which was great because he would be able to compare their skills with his own. Jean put his glass on the table and thought that it would be nice to ask a few questions about Colin when he became Serpent Bearer. He imagined a round silver symbol and thought that with Mirakan's help, finding the mana fountain would be easy. So the Zippel bastards wouldn't be able to continue churning out mages. He turned around and thought that this time he could prevent the terrible event when he suddenly saw a cat. His eyes widened in surprise, not understanding why such an animal was at the Rank family's banquet. Cirrus laughed as she stroked the black cat, asking where its owner was. The moth looked at the girl in fear, who read his name on the collar. Smiling, she asked if the cat was named by the young master, and he confirmed it with an angry expression. They both turned around when they heard someone's voice. Veritan spread his arms wide, shouting that he had been looking for Jean for a long time, but Jean did not recognize him. Cirrus watched their conversation in shock, and the genius mage was offended that he was forgotten. He raised his hand and suggested that his name began with the letter V. The commander of the Seven Swords closed her eyes and suggested that Moth leave these weirdos. Veritan winked asking if the guy recognized him, but he answered negatively. They stood opposite each other, and Jean said that he did not remember how they met. The genius mage put his hands on his shoulders, asking him to carefully remember the name that he was about to say. Jean threw his hands off his shoulders and said his name and asked when he would stop pestering him. Veritan smiled, realizing that Jean still remembered him, and the guy mentally wondered if this fool really wanted to become a 9th rank mage by the age of 30 and take the place of the head. Standing in the middle of the hall, Veritan said that he had been looking for his interlocutor in this room for 2 hours, and Jean asked if he had been walking around this closed space for so long. The annoying mage closed his eyes and said that he could find him faster with his abilities, but he couldn't use them in the Runkandle territory. Jean closed his eyes as the boy was surprised by his rank 5. He said with a smile that he hadn't wasted any time either, and his magic skills were now at rank 6. He raised one finger, and the boy looked at him in bewilderment. Brandon explained with a wide smile that he was a whole rank higher, and Jean couldn't believe it. He touched his chin and thought that for some reason this guy was lying about his rank. The genius mage placed his hands on his waist, and said with a proud smile that he really wanted to fight the youngest son of the Randall family. The boy imagined a man with long white hair and thought that if Ferrandin really could only reach rank 6 at the age of 18. Then after the head of the Zippel family, Jean was closest to the pinnacle of magic. They stood opposite each other, and Jean advised the other to learn to close his mouth and take care of his breathing. A man in a black suit was hiding behind a pillar. Benin pointed his hand at Uncle Andre, who he kept pestering with words about wanting to see Jean. The mage raised his hand, shouting that they were on vacation in the Hufester area when he heard about the banquet, and he knew it was fate. The young man looked dumbfounded at the youngest son of the Runkandle family, who asked him to leave. Veronian then leaned his elbow on his shoulder, and said that he should also come to the Zippel banquet without warning, to which Jean replied that he could commit an act of terrorism. The genius mage said with a smile that he always keeps his word. The holder of the 5th rank looked at him intently when he said that in that case he would not even kill him but would take part in it. Jean looked at his comrade calling him a fool and said that a certain unpleasant guy had been looking at him for some time. He addressed a bearded man in the distance. Gaston turned around holding a pink book and asked when Luna would arrive. The young man frowned in surprise. The suspicious man showed a pink notebook and explained that he wanted to give this to her. Verandin turned around listening to Gaston say that he had been writing this collection of poems filled with his love all night. The magician drank red wine and the man added that Luna would understand what a good author he was after reading these poems. He blushed and sweated, saying that Jean would become his brother-in-law in the future. Venom choked on his drink, coughing loudly. Jean chuckled, and a vein in his neck bulged with rage. He knocked the collection out of the impediment man's hands. The man opened his mouth in fear when the boy tore up his poems. He stepped on the torn pages, outraged by the guest's behavior. Frowning, Jean assumed that the Runcandle family looked pathetic in his eyes. A guard standing at a distance took the order to take Gaston to the arena. Two knights grabbed the guest, who was shouting that any man has the right to express his love as he wishes. While his subordinates restrained him, he screamed that there was no way to treat guests. He was led into the room and he continued to shout that he emphasized Luna's beauty. The guest fell to the floor. Jean threw off his excess clothing and said that they would continue hand-to-hand combat. The man imagined someone grabbing a prisoner and guessed that the magician learned of his transformation into Zippo 5 years ago. The youth spread his legs wide. Throwing off his cloak, he announced the beginning of the battle. The man pinned the guest to the floor with his hand. Valletta frowned in shock and his sister clapped her hands joyfully, happy that the duel had begun. The head of Canzella looked away, shouting that they must come closer. Sir and Moth watched the situation in shock. Gaston was getting up from the ground and the leader of the Seven Swords did not understand why Jean was fighting him. Brandon approached the girl in an attempt to get acquainted, but she rudely rejected him. The man in the black suit extended his arms to the sides, pointing at the two opponents. The master of disguise gritted his teeth in anger when the spectators said that they had never seen him before. He clenched his hands into fists while they discussed how he might be an ordinary fighter. He spat saliva, asking if he deserved to introduce himself before the duel. Jean punched him in the face and told him to shut up. The veins on his arm stood out, and he added that he did not even want to know his name. The guest wrinkled his nose and swung his fist, emitting a green aura. Jean looked at this stream of light and guessed that his opponent was somewhere around the 6th rank. Cyrus, holding a cat, said that the boy had picked a stronger enemy, and it seemed that the fat man was focused on the fight. Gaston punched the mage in the face. He laughed loudly at the fact that the boy dared to raise a hand against him with such abilities. Suddenly, Jean took a step back. He dealt the enemy a powerful blow to the face. Then he began to attack him without stopping. The fat man screamed in pain. Verandon raised his hand up, loudly supporting his idol. He and Cyrus turned around, hearing Marcella screaming that she was disgusted by the mage's actions. She raised her hand and said that she could not believe that he could beat a man like that after he had already lost the duel, and that it was unfair for Jean to pick on a weak opponent. Her brother approached her saying that Gaston was not weak. But the girl replied that she was disappointed in him. She looked at Valletta and asked him to teach Jean a lesson using a much more noble method. Two young men in the crowd raised their hands, shouting for him to listen to his sister. The man touched the bridge of his nose and reluctantly agreed. The mage turned around, hearing someone call him loudly. Valletta was walking towards him, offering to take over for the master of disguise. They stood opposite each other, and Jean thought that he would come out of this fight with dignity regardless of the outcome. The opponent held the sword in his hands while Jean thought that this fight would be a good experience. He looked ahead. Gila was sitting on the throne and the boy thought that she was funny to want to watch her brother fight. They stood motionless. The mage said that the head of Canzello treasured his sister very much, and he replied that it should be obvious. The man frowned and said that Gaston was not their servant, but a companion. The mage's eyes widened in shock when his enemy asked if the master of disguise had made a mistake. The youth raised his sword when Valletta said that their comrade was only there to help Menel and had no ill intentions. He furrowed his brows and thought about the fat man. Jean imagined him in different forms, trying to figure out what kind of relationship he had with the leader. He remembered Valletta's displeased expression. Then he remembered Gaston screaming and thought, he found this scoundrel. But now he had even more questions. He gripped the hilt of his sword and decided that he couldn't afford to be distracted when his opponent was a 7th ranker. The eldest son of the Ivliano family raised his weapon and said that they needed to try hard. Jean also readied his sword and decided that he should focus on the duel. Valletta rushed towards his opponent, attacking him. They crossed swords and the mage was surprised by his strength, which felt like it was even higher than the 7th rank. A red flash appeared and the boy thought that this was a weapon mastery on par with Zed. Blood gushed out from under the white clothes. White marks from the lightning-fast swings of the weapon were visible in the air, and Jean realized that he was currently unable to comprehend the trajectory of the enemy's sword. The spectators stood at a distance discussing how after the battle with Aliano, no one would ever want to do it again. Venom thought with a smirk that in situations like this, Rancandilas only shine brighter. He imagined a white snake which was like the sword of the Valletta family. Then he imagined an indestructible rhinoceros which was like the strength of the Jean family because this animal would not stop moving forward even if its horn broke. The battle continued. The mage gritted his teeth looking at the wound on his chest. His enemy dodged the attack and he thought that the head of Canzello was not fighting with all his strength. Placing his hand on his chest, the young man thought that he was still able to put up a good fight against an opponent who was higher than rank 7. While he himself was only rank 5, his enemy stood firm and Jean felt that he had almost reached his limit. He remembered one of his previous battles. Frowning, he thought that this was the same as he felt that day. The young man's sword began to emit blue flames. The man looked at him intently and said that it was a good fight. He then rushed towards Jean. The mage's eyes were tightly closed. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on his sword. The blade cracked into 2 halves. Valletta's sword was at his neck. The 2 opponents froze in place. Then the holder of rank 5 began to fall backwards. The Ivliano family member brought his hand to his neck. There was a fresh cut on it. He frowned in confusion, not paying attention to the fact that he was declared the winner. Valletta rubbed his neck and looked at his opponent. The guy frowned mentally, saying that at the moment the sword broke, he felt something sharp touch his throat. Looking at the guy lying on the floor, he said that he most likely understood the state of the heart sword during their fight. If Jean had reacted a split second earlier and Valletta a split second later, blood would have definitely gushed from his throat. The guy looked at the enemy being carried away by the medics. Looking closely at Jin's face, Valletta said that he was quite scared. The cat wagged its tail lying on the guy's face. Jean raised his hands, telling Murak to leave. He abruptly picked him up by the scruff of the neck. Getting up, Jean realized that he was in his room. Squinting, he assumed that he passed out right after the fight. When Julie approached, the guy asked her how many days he had been gone. The maid answered by saying that he had been unconscious for 2 days. Jean closed his eyes and said that the banquet had ended. It seemed that he had not even been able to greet the guests who had come to meet him. Gilly smiled and said that for the past 2 days, everyone had been hotly discussing his duel with Valletta, and this was an indicator of recognition, and he had also shown the heart sword. Indeed, the people at the banquet were amazed to hear that a guy with only a 5th rank had mastered the heart sword. The fact that the guy was able to do this at the end of a duel with an 8th rank knight was truly impressive. Jean, imagining his sister's appearance, said that it was not an ideal heart sword, but he got what he wanted. Now the days when his sister instructed him had finally paid off, and at first he did not understand the essence of training at all. Luna, sitting opposite him, demanded that he not open his eyes. Jean, standing with his eyes closed, meditated. The guy was at least at the level where he only activates in extreme situations like when his sword broke. Jean closed his eyes and mentally said that he needed to remain patient. It was surprising that he was able to resist an 8 ranker at all, even if clumsily. He said that besides that, he had received enough goodies. Jean confirmed the status of the ever-smiling Veridin. He also found something like friendship with the eyes of the Ice Palace. Although, if you remember the moment when she put her fingers to his face, then perhaps it was not friendship at all. The guy also learned that Beer Bear and Valletta were acquainted. Jean rubbed his chin mentally saying that there were many ways to commit a crime using transformation. This did not suit him, so he first needed to find more information. Gilly, smiling, said that these flowers were left by the eyes of the Ice Palace. Looking at the flowers, the girl asked if she really liked the young master. Jean refuted her saying that in the language of the Ice Palace, these flowers mean an endless duel. Closing his eyes, he said that the girl clearly wanted to fight him. Baraka barely asked if this was not the first time he received flowers from a girl. Raising his head, the cat asked Julie if she agreed that although it was a challenge, it was still a memorable moment. The maid turned to Jean, saying that the head ordered to come as soon as he came to his senses. She thought that the time had come to prove his worth. Maraka, seeing that his question was ignored, could not hold back his tears. The guy smiled and said that he would probably live away from his family for a while. Jean walked through the dark hall. He approached his father from behind. The demigod turned around. Looking at his son's appearance, He said that children had not visited him in such comfortable clothes for a long time. Looking at his son, Chiron asked him if he knew that he was sending him away. Jean responded by saying that he knew everything, so he was planning today. When his father frowned, Jean mentally said that his father seemed pleased. Although he was unsure, after reincarnating, he became able to read his father easily. Chiron asked if he knew what this place was. Jean parted his lips, saying that it was a mausoleum, a place where only those who have done worthy deeds for the family are allowed to enter through the sword garden where great heroes are buried. Looking at the walls, Chiron said that it was good that he was informed. Turning away from his son, the father said that this was the land of those who protected the family for thousands of years. Pointing to the empty room, Chiron said that unfortunately, Timar, the first head of their family, is not here. Jean, hearing his words, said that he also knows that his grave is not in the sword garden either. Chiron thoughtfully told his son that his shadow powers were the reason they couldn't honor the first patriarch. The man said that after Timar's death, they made a humiliating pact with Zippel. They could no longer use magic and honor their ancestors. The Zippel gods united and cursed their lineage. Now, every child born on the Rangadel family altar after the first chapter was born with a body that was unable to withstand magic. Turning to his son, the man said that when he defeated his brothers with his aura, he did not ask him how he gained this power. Jean agreed and said that he even lied then when he said that he would use this power for the good of the family. Chiron heard him and said that fortunately he was small then. But if everything happened now, he would not leave it like that. Jean did not change his expression, silently looking at the faces. After thinking, the head of the family asked the boy if he heard the voice of the Lord of Shadows. Jean, imagining Sauterette, answered by saying that the Lord calls him a contractor. The man's cloak fluttered as the man asked his son if he thought it was unfair to his siblings. The demigod frowned at his son and asked if he could have the power to surpass them and take over the care of his family. Jean parted his lips and said that he would leave and see the world if there was nothing more valuable than Runcandle than he was in. The man's lips stretched into a grin. He raised his hand, saying that others left the sword garden for the recognition of others. But he was leaving to see if his family was worthy of his recognition. He didn't know if he should say he was proud of them or that he was arrogant. Spreading his fingers, the man said that he had 5 years, in which time he needed to gain recognition or acknowledge the family, and returned with an answer. Jean grabbed the hilt of the sword. He held the sword out in front of him. Bringing the sword closer to his face, the boy said that he would greet him in 5 years. When the guy came out, Gilly asked the guy if the conversation went well. The guy answered saying that everything went well. Suddenly, he froze with his mouth open in surprise. Jean looked at Gilly with a bag in her hands and asked what she was doing. The guy noticed a small metal thing on the girl's hand. The girl closed the artifact under her sleeve and said that it should block the aura. She heard this from her elders. Gilly closed her eyes and said that she was a little embarrassed that he could not use his powers. And when she was a nanny, she did not earn a reputation herself, but it was based on the achievements of her master, so she could not make such a face. Jean narrowed his eyes and said that he would continue to protect her for the next 5 years. Putting her hand to her chest, the nanny asked him to please not say that. Looking at the gentleman in front of her, she said that it was enough that she could become his backup option and would return her powers when he completed his test. Jean involuntarily looked behind him. He stared at the gates and walls of the family estate. The sun rays were shining through the leaves to his face. The boy stepped into the tall grass, saying that this was just the beginning. Jean and Gilly turned around and walked away. The boy's cloak fluttered in the wind as he walked towards his goal. He chuckled. Jean was about to look at this world. The events take us to Cayenne. Putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he mentally said that he had reached the level of a demigod only with the help of his sword. However, he could not break the oath that his ancestors made to the Zippel family. However, his son made a contract with Sauterette and received the power of darkness. It is very likely that the youngest is their last hope. Chiron smiled, saying that this child may have enough power to free the Runcandle family. He can't wait to see him in the future. At this time, Jean made his way through the forest. He glanced at the nanny when she asked him if it was okay that they left without saying goodbye. Taking the broken piece of wood in her hand, the girl said that the cadets who were under his command and the young lady Luna would be disappointed. Jean continued walking and said not to worry because Luna herself was quite a freedom-loving person and the cadets had no need to say goodbye to him because he was not going to die. After thinking, he said that if he had warned them, they would have probably arranged a farewell with raised swords. Lowering her hand, Gilly asked where he was going to go. From what she had heard, most of the Bannerman men first went to Mumit because destroying evil was the most effective way to earn glory. Jean parted his lips and thought the reserve bannermen of Runcandle before becoming full-fledged bannermen must go to the outside world and create a reputation for themselves from scratch. In addition, one of the mandatory conditions is independence. Only a few like Mary left with smiles on their faces. Mary, for example, defeated all the strongest people in the southern regions of the continent. Because of her terrifying appearance in battle, she became known as the Fury of the Southern Lands, the Violent Wind, even before being initiated as a bannerman. The guy looked at his hand and said that the other brothers and sisters were absent from half a year to 2 years. But his father gave him all 5, and there is only one reason for such a decision. He must learn everything about the energy of shadows, all about the energy that he concentrated in his hand. Gilly opened her mouth in surprise when her master said that they were heading to the Akin Kingdom. She asked if he meant a nation associated with the literal Federation of Mages. But isn't that the territory of the Zippel family? The guy clenched his fist and said that when he was on a mission in the ruins of the Pillar, he heard that a large number of unregistered magicians were rampant in this area. The magicians united with martial artists and caused a lot of trouble for the locals of Arkan. Gilly clenched her fist and said that it was a great idea and he couldn't imagine how much fun it was for her to get rid of the bad guys when she was on duty. Jean turned away and mentally said that he had never actually heard of it. He got all the information from his past life. Every unregistered mage and warrior in these lands was a puppet of the Dark Testing family. What Jean really needed were the underground auctions that were held by interesting people. The auction was full of items whose true value was unknown. Jean had a couple of grimoires and a ring on her. Taking a bag in her hand, the girl said that they would not be able to use the teleportation gate to get to the Akin Kingdom. Taking a coin in her hand, she said that according to the family's rules, she could only take 10 gold with her. As a reserve flag-bearer, he was forbidden to reveal his involvement with Runcandle, so the choice of transport was poor. Jean turned to the girl and said that he would sort everything out when they got to Jean Kingdom. Murakan's eyes widened when the guy said that they would fly. Smiling, the cat asked the guy if he was sure about it. Gilly objected, saying that it would be bad if someone found out about it. Jean turned his whole body to the nanny and said that they should try at least once. Murakan jumped down. Mana burst out of his body. Steam and a gust of wind tilted the trees around. Soon, a huge black dragon appeared in front of the couple. Opening its mouth, the dragon said that they should hold on tight because they would have to fly at full speed to get to the place by tomorrow. Gilly sighed and the guy dispelled the fire in his hand. At this time, Luna was walking along the corridor of the estate. She froze and widened her eyes, feeling a terrifying aura. The girl turned her head and looked into the distance. In the sky, she saw a dragon. Luna opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that it was her brother. Looking at the dragon's back, she wondered if her brother had really saddled the dragon when he became a reserve flag-bearer. Touching the window, the girl said that he was very special. Smiling, she said that the guy had rushed off without even saying goodbye to his sister. Let her cold younger brother have good luck. At this time, Jean and Gilly were holding on to the dragon's scales, trying to hold on. Soon, they found themselves in the forest of Jean Kingdom's territory. Murakan stood restlessly near Gilly. The dragon looked angrily at the guy and said that his strawberry pie was not feeling well because of him. The guy immediately denied this, saying that it was not his fault because he was the one who did not know how to drive. The dragon simultaneously scolded Jean and worried about Gilly, saying that she should take her time and just take a deep breath. Jean watched everything from the side, puzzled. Looking at the dragon taking the girl in his arms, he asked himself if Murakan had behaved badly to match people's ideas about black dragons. Jean put on his hood and told the dragon to be quiet and stay here while he got some money. The events take us to the center of the capital of the Gone Kingdom, the Villa family mansion. Sember was sitting by the lake. He closed his eyes and said that despite the grandeur of the banquet in honor of Jean, he found out about everything only after it was over. The guy remembered how he looked when he was saved. He was kneeling and crying. Now the guy wanted to meet Jean once and thank her for saving him. Then he shouted in the forest saying that if he ever needed his help, he just needed to let him know. A man in a cloak walked out of the forest. In the reflection of the water, you could see a figure approaching Sember. The boy turned his head sharply when he was called. Jean abruptly closed the boy's mouth. The boy's eyes widened in fear and shock. Jean put his finger to his lips and introduced himself, and said that it was he who saved him from the Canzello boys. When the boy removed his hand, Sember asked how he got here. The boy replied, saying that he told him to call if he needed help. Jean parted his lips when Sember said that he would do everything in his power. The guy put two fingers together and said that he needed some gold and cash. The boy froze with his mouth and eyes wide open. The boys froze in that position. Banner bears were required to hide their identities. Such were the rules, and Jean, accompanied by a dragon and a nanny, was no exception. The banner men had to earn their reputation on their own without the help of a family. So many people looked at them with disdain. In the restaurant, the worker waved his hand and refused. It was expected that the young Runcandle masters, who only learned to fight, lived a poor life for the first months until they could save enough by completing missions to catch criminals or providing mercenary services. Jean held out the bag in his hand. The bag in the guy's hand was full of gold coins. Jin's group was different from the others. They could enjoy delicious food in restaurants. Gilly said with a smile that the food in Jean Kingdom was not bad. Ida on the street near the master, she said that she was prepared for frequent stops like other bannermen do. But thanks to him, they got there in the blink of an eye. Murokan laughed and reminded her that yesterday she said that it was complete extortion. The girl froze. A shadow covered her eyes. Smiling, Jean said that by giving money, Sember was able to repay the debt. Turning his head to the dragon, the guy asked him who was in his stomach, a boy or a girl. Did he not remember that they had to go through the teleportation gate? What would he do if he threw up? The dragon remembered how he had teleported with the guy as a child. Pointing at himself, he said that he was a glutton. Eating until he was full was a sacred thing, even if he started to throw up. Jean, turning away, said that if it weren't for him, he would have to starve for the next few days. The dragon frowned and said that if he didn't want to watch him empty his stomach, they could fly, but he insisted on teleporting. Looking away, Gilly said that if she was seasick, then they would just put up with it. Jean, looking at the girl, said that seasickness was not really the main problem because they were heading to the Akin Kingdom. This place was connected to the Literal Mage Federation, which is controlled by the Zippel family. Currently 80% of the active dragons cooperate with them. So if they carelessly flew in there, it would be a clear declaration of war. Murakan's pupil narrowed. He screamed, saying that more than half of these oaths would be their pants if they heard his name alone. Then he took his cat form and said that the scoundrels held their heads high. Dragons, gods who are indebted to dragons, and dozens of contractors related to these gods. They supported the Zippel family. On one hand, Jean is the only one of the Rankadels who made a contract with a god. If it weren't for his father, the Zippel would have destroyed them long ago. The guy's eyes widened. He wondered how the Zippel family managed to gather so many contractors. And in one generation, someone extended his hand. The guard extended his hand and asked to show the documents. Jean and Murakan froze after his question. The guy handed over the documents and introduced himself, saying that they wanted to visit the Akin Kingdom to see the sights. The guard carefully looked through the documents. Soon Jean sat in the compartment, Jean and Gilly next to each other. Soon the teleporters should have transferred them. Gilly smiled and said that this was expected from the identification cards made by the family. They passed without problems. The guy raised his head when the teleportation began. Murakan barely held back tears, climbing on the girl. Jean squinted. He closed his eyes, trying to remember the events of 15 years ago. Soon Jean opened his eyes. He found himself in a completely different room. Jean looked around. The capital where the guy spent the last year before reincarnation. The guy had not been here for 15 years, but the landscape was still the same. Street vendors roam the streets. Homeless people lie around. People walk with gloomy faces. Gilly, looking around, said that this is a rather strange place despite the good weather. Looking at the sky, Jean said that they should first settle in and then find a victim. Soon, the group found themselves in front of a 2-story building. Murakan frowned and asked if he seriously wanted to stay in this godforsaken barn. Jean looked at the dragon and said that the young master probably had a plan. The dragon closed his eyes and said that the guy was rich, so what was the point of them staying here? Jean approached the door and said that it was a good idea for a bunch of unregistered magicians to come to such a great place and show that they had a lot of money. The evil dragon asked if that was really the only reason they would stop where even orcs would not go. Murakan clicked his teeth and clenched his teeth. The group went inside. Inside the room, a man was lying behind the counter. The sleepy man raised his head. He froze when he saw the guests. Looking at the dragon, he assumed that he was a gigolo. Then he looked at Jean and immediately noticed that he was a novice sword master. Looking at the smiling jelly, the man noticed that she was probably a maid. The man's lips stretched into a wide grin. He put 3 glasses of juice on the counter. The man stood up and greeted the guests at Jet's Inn. Pointing to the orange juice, he said that this was their special juice. They could help themselves to it and choose any room they liked. Murakan raised the glass. Seeing this, Jet was happy. The juice was poisoned, and if they drank it, then tomorrow the guests would end up as slaves in the auction house. The dragon looked closely at the juice in the glass. His eyes flashed. He frowned sharply. The dragon threw the glass at the man, asking if this insignificant freak was crazy. Jet froze with spilled juice on his face. Murakan climbed onto the counter. He forcefully kicked the man in the face, asking how dare he try to poison him. Jean simply poured out the juice while Gilly looked at the glass in surprise. Murakan stood in front of Jet. He released his aura and said that he would definitely die today. Jet held his wounded cheek and begged Murakan to stop and talk. Mikan quickly raised his leg. He hit the man with all his strength and screamed for him to talk to his butt. Jet flew back from such a blow, splattering blood. He is a self-proclaimed high-class informant, someone to whom Jean was indebted in his past life. Thanks to his help, an exiled family and having no foundation, Jean was able to settle here in Arkan. In his past life, Jet approached Jean with a smile on his face, but this did not lead to anything good. Under the pretext of introducing him to the underground auction houses of teasing, he had deceived him countless times and taken everything except his clothes. The boy was forcibly taken away by 2 muscular men. Leaving the memories, Jean rubbed the bridge of his nose and said to himself that just thinking about it was driving him crazy. However, this time he was going to use him to the fullest. With these thoughts, he looked at Murakan beating Jet in anger. The man covered his head with his hands and shouted that he was going to give it to them now. His eyes filled with rage and he shouted with all his might that despite his appearance, he was a 5th rank. Hearing this, Murakan grabbed him by the chest and hit him hard in the face, asked who cared. Gritting his teeth, he continued to beat Jet, who now shouted that he was wrong. It was not poison but a sedative. But Murakan continued to beat the man, saying that he did not care. Gilly looked at this in shock with his hand to his mouth, and Jean said to himself that it was probably enough. After which he asked Murakan to stop and listen to what he had to say. Hearing this, Murakan turned around and screamed, asking why they should listen to an idiot who tried to poison them. Then Jet extended his shaking hand and asked the Lord to save him because he would atone for all sins, to which Murakan, becoming even more furious, screamed at him to shut up and do this until he died. At this time, Jean crouched down and said that he would ask a few simple questions. If he lied, he would die. And if he told the truth, he would live. Looking at the floor, he added that he would judge his answers subjectively based on his feelings and instincts. After which he asked if the man understood, to which he screamed in fear yes. Then Murakan pushed Jet away with all his might and shouted great. After which Jean asked what he was doing. The man knitted his brows in fear and replied that he was an innkeeper and an informant, and that he was also a swindler and a human trafficker. Listening to this, Murakan continued to grind his teeth. Suddenly, Jet fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy because he would be very useful because he knew everything about Arkan. Jean looked at the man banging his forehead on the floor and said that it looked like he was trying to get them drunk so that he could sell them somewhere later. To which he shouted that he was very sorry. After which Jean asked where? Hearing this, the man raised his head in surprise and asked what. But as soon as he asked, Jean stepped on his hand with all his might. Screaming in pain, Jet grabbed the guy's cloak and shouted loudly, "Under auction house testing!" Jean pressed harder on the interlocutor's hand and ordered him to speak in more detail, which made him continue to shout, telling that testing is a dark organization that controls auction houses, slaves, illicit drugs, stolen treasures, and even artifacts. In other words, a place where there is everything. Hearing this, Jean said to himself, "So auctions are Tessing's house," after which he asked if he knew what to do next, adding that he would be cured by the evening, which made Jet, with tears streaming down his face, shout words of gratitude. Mirakan, hearing Jin's words, asked if he was really going to spend money on medical bills for such scum. And the maid added that if they spared him, he would try to deceive them again, which made the guy turn around and answer that a dark organization and underground auction houses. Is there anything better than destroying them, adding that it is never too late to get rid of him? The boys looked at the master with confusion. Jet, gritting his teeth, held his wounded hand. Jean began to leave, saying that they needed to trust him because they still needed a guide through Arkan. Opening the door, he added that first they would find someone to take care of him. Mirakan, frowning, looked at the master's back. Going outside, Jean sighed with relief. Leaning his hand on his hip, he added that it was tiring to play the ignorant when he knew everything. But he did not plan to tell anyone about the reincarnation, so nothing could be done. Night fell, the moonlight illuminated everything around. The doctor left the inn and told Jet not to disturb his hand until the bones healed, adding that he could call him anytime if he was needed. And Gilly said that she never thought that the person they would meet on the street would be such a talented doctor and magician from the Literal Federation. At this time, Jet looked in the mirror at his restored teeth and said to himself that these crazy bastards first beat him up and then cured him. After which he asked himself who they were, the heir of a family involved in martial arts, or the Beeman Special Affairs Department. He frowned with displeasure, adding that no matter what, there would be nothing left of him if he decided to stab him in the back. While he was thinking about this, Jean approached him and said that it was time to move, which made him turn around in fear and ask what again. Jean looked at him with disdain in his eyes and repeated that they needed to go to the underground auction house. Under the black night sky was a huge house that looked like a palace. The guards standing at the gate frowned when they heard footsteps. Jet and the others approached them, causing them to ask him why he brought such a crowd. Were they really goods? Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth and ordered him to stop talking nonsense and open the door for him since they were his guests. After that, Jet and the others continued towards the front door. The guard at the entrance took hold of the handle. As they approached, he swung the doors open for them. A bright, warm light immediately fell on Jin's face. It emanated from a massive golden chandelier on the ceiling. Inside, everyone was wearing masks. People were playing violins. The guys stopped and Mirakan said that these guys were funny. They brought a whole orchestra here. To which Jed replied that for a whole run by bandits, this is not much. Then he handed Mirakan a mask and added that although everyone knows that the boss of testing is called Sula, the real puppeteer is someone else. With a smile on his face, he held the masks in his hands and asked to take them because if they want to go to the auction house, they'd better hide their faces. Jean put on the mask and asked who the real boss was, to which the man replied, "Someone called Spider-Hands." The hall was filled with people and Jet continued to say that everything here is decorated to his taste because he wants to hide his rudeness and ignorance with all his might. The huge man held a cigar in his mouth as Jet continued to say that for a small fry like him, everything was different. Not only did he have the ability to pacify these dirty streets, he was also a 7-year-old martial artist in the lands of Arabelle. Leaning closer to Jean, he added that there were rumors that he had connections with the pure-blooded Runkandle family across the sea. Hearing this, Mirakan exhaled heavily and asked his master to ignore it. Then asked if he really thought that such guys would hang out with the scum from the lowest levels of the neighboring country. Gilly came closer to the master and said that she supported Mirakan's words, adding that she did not see anyone who fit the description, but Jean said to himself that there was one. He imagined chains around himself and added, "The bastard put a curse on him that prevented him from wielding a sword, and if there was a connection to the Magic Federation, then it was most likely him." Jean drew an image of a seal in his head and said a 9th-tier curse that prevented him from wielding a sword, an illusion of a blade. But he didn't think there was a mage in testing who could cast such a complex spell. But 10 years in Storm Castle and 5 in Sword Garden, he couldn't find a single damn clue for 15 years. So he had to at least try to grasp at straws. Jean and Mirakan looked at the master when he said that they came to raise this place into the air. And so as a pleasant bonus, they would learn the identity of this look. Jean said this with glowing eyes. After a while, the boys were going down the spiral staircase, and Murakan asked if their plan was to wipe out all the gangsters on the first day of arriving in Arkan. And Gilly leaned over to the gentleman and said that the guards they saw along the way looked pretty strong, and there were also many unregistered mages nearby. So, a sudden fight in the middle of enemy territory was a bit dangerous. Jean walked ahead and replied that there was no need to worry about it since he had already thought of everything. And then he was asked what exactly. Then he turned around and asked the boys to come to him. The light in the corridor was dim. After hearing the plan, Murakan put his hand to his head and said that sometimes he had no idea what was going on in his head, and then asked how he came up with such things. Julie put her hand to her mouth and said that this was definitely unusual, and then asked if the gentleman was sure that it would work out. Jean looked at them out of the corner of his eye and replied that there was no need to worry because they could always just run away. At this point, Jet stopped and said that it was here, adding that he had deliberately taken a place that was not too conspicuous. After saying this, he opened the curtain and with a smile on his face said, "Welcome to Tezsena Flower, an underground auction house." Jean went out to the top floor. As soon as they sat down on the chairs, the auction began. A chain was chained to a dirty leg, and the auctioneer said that it did not matter at all where the people present were from or what their history was, after which he said that their first lot for the day was something they could use as they liked, a slave. The unfortunate man's hands were chained. The slaves came out on the stage in a row, and those present immediately noticed that they were all in good condition, and they also liked the guy at the very end who seemed very useful to them. Jean looked at all this and said Jet tried to sell them as well, to which he replied with a confused laugh that he was an idiot. Jean looked at the slaves and said to himself that he was glad that he did not see children among them. Murakan folded his arms and asked the master what they would do, to which he replied that they should wait because he had heard that sometimes interesting things slip through at these auctions, and if something like that happened he would buy it first, and then make a move. Hearing this, Murakan frowned. Jean remembered the ring and said to himself that if his memory served him right, it was rotting somewhere in storage, so he could only get it after their plan was implemented. While he was thinking about this, the host waved his hands and shouted loudly that they were starting the auction. Jean and his comrades looked at the stage and said that they could only wait patiently. A week later, the host, raising his hands, shouted out the price that the people present were raising. Suddenly, Jet leaned over to Jean and said that he had been simply watching for a week, and if he did not buy anything today, the people from testing could cause him trouble. The people on the ground floors raising signs placed their bets. Jean did not take his eyes off the stage, asking if it was not his job to prevent them, to which he, bowing, exclaimed, "Of course," adding that he should do as he wished. Having said this, he clenched his teeth and said to himself that he and his job were in danger, adding that whoever he was, at this rate, he would be thrown out, so he should hurry and buy something before he got into his mess. Suddenly, the next lot was brought into the room, the first grimoire of the evening. The host waved his hand and said that this grimoire belonged to Matthew Wannick, a mage who once ruled the world. They failed to neutralize it, but powerful magic was probably sealed within the pages, after which the bids immediately began to rise. Jean raised his hand to his temple and said to himself that this was Matthew Murick and they were just scammers. Besides, most of Morn's grimoire were under the control of the Zippel family, which meant that the chance of this lot being authentic was 0. As he said this, he presented collections of powerful books and added that he had been at the testing auction for a whole week, and every day was the same. The host smiled broadly. With a smile on his face, he continued to talk nonsense which the mages willingly fell for. The man held on to the table with his hands on which stood another grimoire when suddenly he said that he was the author of this grimoire. Raising his hand high, he exclaimed the name Chenny, and the starting bid was 50 gold. As the stakes were rising, Jean was thinking that sometimes little-known grimoires like this were put up for sale like lottery tickets, when suddenly a hand fell on his shoulder. Murakan frowned and told the guy to buy it because if this grimoire really belonged to the Chenny, he knew they would need it. Immediately after that, surprise appeared in the host's eyes. Jean placed a bet of 150 gold, causing everyone in the hall to ask in surprise if there was really a certain young master from a noble family in the hall. As soon as the host said that the grimoire was sold to Jean, he looked at Murakan, who was gritting his teeth, asked why he was in such a place, and said to himself that there was no reason to ask unnecessary questions. Immediately after that, the next grimoire was brought into the hall, causing Jean to turn around in shock upon hearing this name. There was a black book under the glass, and those present were asking in surprise who the sister was. Just like Chenny, they had never heard of him. Suddenly, the host saw Jean raise a sign and place a bet of 200 gold. As soon as those present heard this, they turned to him in shock. Then they began to look at each other, asking who he was, if he continued to buy strange things. At this time, Mirakan, folding his arms on his chest, asked why the guy had placed 200. Did he really know this book? To which he calmly answered just like that, adding that he simply thought it would be nice to buy something else, while saying to himself that he never even thought that he would find this here his master's thing from his past life. He remembered a man with a staff in his hand and long red hair named and said to himself that this family was destroyed hundreds of years ago, and he found their trace here. When the host said that the grimoire had been sold to Jean, he stood up and took off his mask and said that it was enough for today. It was time to make a move. After a while, 2 purchased grimoires were lying on the table. Min leafed through one of them and said that it was amazing, the very chummy he was thinking about. Then he looked at the book that Jean was interested in and asked what it was because it had such a bizarre and strange code. Jean looked at the man and said to himself, "Of course, because only the master and he could read it." And Jet behind them with a smile on his face said that he was very glad that he had finally bought something because otherwise they would have had problems. Then Jean turned to him, after which he raised his eyebrows and asked what the master needed. Jean turned to Jet and said that he needed to meet a look. Hearing this, the man exclaimed in fear that this was impossible because even if he was his guest. But before he could finish speaking, the guy put his hand on his shoulder and ordered him to go to him and tell him. His eyes suddenly lit up and a malicious smile appeared on his face, with which he finished saying that Verret and Zippel wanted to see him. As soon as Jet heard this name, shock appeared in his eyes. In that same second, he rushed at full speed down the corridor, saying to himself that this crazy bastard was not from the Beeman's Special Affairs Department, but a purebred Zippel. There was a wide smile on his face. Grabbing the door handle, he added that he would become an informant for the Zippels and leave this hole. Throwing the door open, he shouted with all his might that Veritan Zippel was here, so it was time for a look to come out. Aloka's enraged subordinates immediately turned to him. A few minutes later, they were walking down the corridor. Coming out to Jean, the man asked if he was really Veritan. He looked down at the guy and ordered him to go forward because the boss wanted it. But before he could finish speaking, Jean hit him in the face with all his might. The man recalled back and Jean furiously asked if they were mocking him. A large fireball appeared in his hand and he asked if he was a look. Seeing this, the man stretched out his hand with horror in his eyes and screamed that it was not so. The boss simply ordered him to be taken to him. The heat from the fireball heated the air. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The man looked at the smoke rising to the ceiling and heard Jean's voice, who said that he had revealed his name, and he dared to send his pawns to him so he would repeat it again. Jean looked at those present with burning eyes and ordered a look to come here himself crawl on all fours right to his feet. A massive hand rested on the floor. A look and his subordinates were kneeling in front of Jean. He was banging his head on the floor saying that he was the one who cared about Tessing, and he also made a mistake by not acknowledging him as the Lord of the Skies. So he was asking for forgiveness. Jean looked at the huge man with disdain in his eyes. Jet was standing behind him and saying to himself that if someone else claimed to be Veritan Zippel, he would laugh in their face. But he was different. His aura was different. He was smiling madly, adding that before that he used a fireball, and this is at least rank 5 mana. Freely wielding it at such a young age would be difficult for others, but not for Zippel. Jet was watching Jean intently. A week ago, when the guys were going down the spiral staircase, Jean said that he would pretend to be Veritan because even if this look knew someone who knew the Zippels, it was unlikely that this someone was higher than the status of the old servant, which made Murakan frown with displeasure, and Gilly did not know what to say. The guy looked at his comrades, adding that he would not be able to prove that he was not Veritan. The servant looked at the master with excitement in her eyes and said to herself that it was not a matter of whether he would be exposed or not, because if in the future the family or the patriarch found out about this, he would not be able to avoid problems. In the present, Jean ordered to look to get up, and he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same second, he straightened up, shouting, "Yes, exactly." Jean showed 2 grimoires and asked what he thought they were. The man then lowered his head in disappointment and replied, "Magical manuscripts," after which he apologized because he had requested ancient magical manuscripts without Zippel's permission. Jean did not take his eyes off the interlocutor, explaining that these manuscripts were highly valued by his family. He then showed his powerful aura and asked how much money Aluk had earned this way, to which the man, spreading his arms, trembled that this was a pathetic excuse. But he was a martial artist. He was stupid enough to be unable to determine the value of these texts and cause them inconvenience, so he did everything possible to return them. So he asked for another chance? Then Jean lightly hit the man's chest with the grimoires and asked if he thought it was easier for him to return them himself than to rely on someone like him. His eyes lit up with a blue light, and he ordered him to shut up and bring the list of shareholders and the account book because his family would begin an investigation tomorrow. Hearing this, Aluk's eyes widened in shock. At that very moment, he lowered his head in desolation, saying to himself that this was the end, because no matter how hard Tessing tried, unlike the Zippels, they were just a small local gang. He imagined himself as if he were on a huge palm, adding that if something came up during the investigation that the mages didn't like, Tessing was finished. After some time, the guys were already sitting in his office, and a look at himself holding his hands behind his back said that this was almost all that was at the auction. When Jean asked if there was more, the man slightly lowered his head and quietly answered yes, in a strictly guarded storage facility. But it was located in the residence for workers, and if the guy would allow him to leave temporarily, he would deliver them right away. Jean looked at Aluk with displeasure, who continued to say that it would take a couple of hours, therefore. But before he could finish speaking, Jean angrily asked what kind of nonsense he was trying to pull off, which made a frown. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist, while Jean asked if he was really going to run away and destroy important documents, and then check if he was real and why he had come by questioning the guys he had bribed. Aluk shook in fear as Jean told him to do whatever he wanted and twist as he pleased, but not to forget that he still had her on the hook. The man bit his lip in rage as he listened. After a short pause, he turned away and apologized, saying that he would be back soon, and ordered his subordinate to show him the vault in his absence. He then placed his hand on the man's shoulder and ordered him to keep her in the mansion until he returned, to which he replied that he would do so. As he left the office, he gritted his teeth and said to himself that Jean was an arrogant piece of, and then asked himself if he really thought everyone obeyed him. His eyes were burning with excess rage as he screamed to himself that he had spent so much money on the Zippels so he would find a way to buy them back. At this time, all the most expensive things were flying to the floor in the storage room, and Mirakan was telling Gilly not to deny herself anything. Carefully searching the boxes, the girl asked if everything was really all right, to which he, throwing papers and artifacts around, answered, "Of course, because there was only stolen goods here." One of the books he threw out hit the head of Aluk's subordinate. Mirakan turned to Jean and asked in a whisper what he would do when he found out that he was simply lying, to which he asked in response what he was talking about. Shifting his gaze to the side, he explained that they simply bought everything at a 100% discount and ran away before he returned. His gaze fell on the half-open box. Without thinking twice, the guy opened it. Inside was the ring he had been thinking about just recently. Seeing it, Jean said with a slight smile on his face that he had found it. Gilly, holding the jewels in her hands, glanced at the gentleman out of the corner of her eye and asked if they were really going to rush headlong into it, adding that she was still in shock, to which he grinned and replied that he would consider it a compliment. Suddenly, Jet burst into the vault and shouted that he was back. In his hand, he was holding the papers on the slaves that Jean had requested. Handing them to Jean, Jet said that he had written down all the regions of birth and age, to which he replied that it was good work. As he was leaving, he said that they were done here when suddenly Aluk's subordinate blocked his way. Standing in front of him, the man said that the boss would soon bring the account books and until then, they should stay in the mansion. But as soon as he said this, Jean abruptly raised his hands. In less than a second, he dealt several quick and strong blows. From this, Aluka's subordinate lost a tooth and consciousness. He fell to the floor with a crash. Jet folded his arms at the sight and exclaimed that the guy was simply magnificent. Not only was he a powerful mage, but also an excellent fighter, while wondering why he had punched that man in the face. Jean then turned to Jet and asked if he had a family, to which he replied that he had a son. When Jean told him to take him and run away to the Beeman Empire, he frowned in shock. Jean and his comrades looked at him, adding that he should give them the bills and introduce himself to the informants, because only then can he survive. To which he raised his hands and exclaimed that he would stay with him until the end, while saying to himself that he had tried so hard for this opportunity. Clenching his hand into a fist, he screamed with all his might, begging to be allowed to serve Jean in great deeds for the rest of his life, while saying to himself that he wanted to succeed in something at least once. Jean looked at Jet with an emotionless face, when he suddenly said that he was not Veritan Zippel. As soon as Jet heard this, his expression completely changed. 2 hours later, Aluk returned to the vault and said that he heard that Veritan Zippel had long silver hair. He saw his beaten subordinate on the floor. Another subordinate approached him from behind and said that they took information about the slaves and other clients, and then ran away after that testing was finished. Veins appeared on Aluka's neck and face from rage, after which he ordered to catch up with him. Hearing this, the man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what again. At the same second, Aluk grabbed his head with a huge hand. With burning eyes, he turned around abruptly. Aluk threw his subordinate with all his strength into the wall. Those that their comrade had passed by were shaking in fear, and their boss was shouting, ordering them to take everyone who was left and bring back these swindlers. Aluk continued to shout that he would skin them with his own hands. At this time, Murakan threw a branch into the fire, and said that he still could not understand why they were idle, because he did not think that they would gain anything by fussing over Aluk. Jean sat opposite him, answering that they needed to find out if he was related to the Run Candle. To which he said, "Okay, he would just take this as a farewell before leaving. After all, he gave him the Chenny Grimoire and even gave him the masterpiece." And he went crazy when he saw this thing in his hands at the exit from the auction. Jean silently looked at the ring on his finger. Murakan looked at the master, continuing to ask how he even knew about something so old, and was able to. There was a bright moon in the sky, and before Murakan could finish speaking, he heard footsteps and shouts that they were hiding here, and that he needed to call the boss. Turning around, he said with displeasure that they were being too noisy, and Jean stood up and said that it was time to talk. After these words, he released his magical aura. A few minutes later, Aluk emerged from the bushes with a sword on his back. Breathing heavily, he said that they were just scammers, and then asked how they dared. Did they really dream that they could cheat him and escape? His eyes were filled with rage, with which he shouted that he would hang them up in the market as a warning to others and show them what happens when someone messes with the head of Tessing. Aluk the spider handed himself. But as soon as Jean began talking about the register in which the names of the kidnapped slaves from Beemont were recorded, shock appeared in the man's angry eyes. Jean kept his hand on the hilt of his sword as he continued to speak, the ledger of transactions with the ancient grimoire that the Zippel family was looking for, as well as the client register listing all the nobles who had turned a blind eye to them. When suddenly, with one movement of his hand, all the stolen papers flew everywhere, and the guy said that he would spread this all over the world and tomorrow the world would be watching him, then asked if it was true that magic mail was incredibly convenient. He smiled maliciously, adding that he was finished. Hearing this, Aluka's eyes lit up and he screamed in rage that he was just a damn brat, adding that he would not let him die easily. He would skin him alive, and every time he lost consciousness, he would bring him back by burning him with flames. Hearing this, Jean turned to Murakan, who glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and asked what was going on. After which he replied that he wanted to punch him in the face one-on-one. Hearing this, Murakan exhaled heavily. Then he took a few steps forward, saying how painful it was. Seeing this, Aluk covered in veins screamed in rage, asking if he really thought he could handle it alone, and then ordered his subordinates to attack. The magicians immediately put out their staff. Those who knew close combat prepared to rush, and their boss continued to shout, ordering them to leave the guy alive and bring him to him, and kill the rest. After receiving the order, all of his subordinates rushed to attack Murakan. One of them made a quick strike. Mikan raised his hand in response. With one sharp blow, he broke his opponent's sword. Having missed an insanely strong blow, the man flew tens of meters away. His comrades, gritting their teeth, rushed to attack. Suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of one of them. He saw how Murakan dealt with everyone who attacked him with his bare hands. Aluka's subordinates flew in all directions. Murakan with brightly burning eyes frowned at his opponents. Suddenly, the ground split under his feet. He made a dash, sweeping away everyone in his path. Having reached one of the opponents, Murakan hit him hard in the side. Having reached another, he hit him in the face. Both of them flew back 10m screaming. Immediately after that, Murakan, gritting his teeth, swam. Dust and smoke rose into the sky from his blow. Those who were still intact retreated back in fear. Seeing this, Aluk raised his hand and shouted furiously, asking why they froze, to which they, turning around, replied that if they opened fire, they would hit their comrades. Then the boss pointed at Jean and Gilly, shouting for them to aim at them. And Jean, hearing this, glanced out of the corner of his eye at the maid and asked her to stand there. A fireball flared in the air. The subordinate magicians, raising their staffs, created attacks of all elements. The next second, waving their hands, they attacked. Fire, ice, and water flew at Jean, who said that they were all below the 5th rank. As soon as he said this, the amulet on his neck began to shine. It put up a defense that absorbed all the magic damage. Seeing this, the magicians were horrified. Smiling, Jean thanked his sister for the training, because after it was much easier to repel blows. And Gilly, exhaling heavily, said that he did not even say goodbye to her before he left. At this time, Murakan, having shown his strength, loudly shouted that these weaklings have nothing but numbers, and this irritates him. Blue flames mixed with the power of shadows flared up in the air. Murakan punched the ground with all his might, releasing his power, and shouted for them to just freeze and fall. In front of me, the earth was splitting into small pieces. He and his people looked at this with open mouths. The boss, frightened, knitting his eyebrows, could not look away. Then, suddenly, after a short pause, a smile appeared on his face. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and laughed. But suddenly, Aluk killed a dozen of his subordinates with a quick sword strike. Jean looked at this emotionlessly and asked if he had gone crazy, adding that it would save him some trouble. While Aluk was furiously killing his subordinates, Murakan returned to his master and said that he had taken care of these flies as he asked, and now he could do whatever he wanted. As soon as he said this, Aluk, lowering his sword, asked discontentedly who sent them. He glared at the guys, continuing to ask who it was, to which Jean asked in response what difference did it make to him since he was going to die anyway. At that very second, a slashing magic attack whistled through the air. It crashed into a stone 10 centimeters from Jean. Jean, without moving from his place, said to himself that his opponent was fast enough, and Aluk continued to say that he could not even know if he was telling him the truth. Then he pulled out a sword covered in a powerful aura towards him, and added that he was not going to tolerate a one-sided defeat. The magic of the shadow god began to emanate from under Jean's cloak, and Murakan, laughing, said that it seemed that he had found someone worth fighting, adding that he thought the rumors that he was a 7th-ranked martial artist were true. Raising his hand to his chest, Murakan shouted after the master that his opponent was different from Vishkal with whom he had fought earlier, because this man dreamed of killing him, so he should give it his all and try not to die. Jean silently walked towards his opponent. Raising his sword, he declared that his opponent was an upstart. Making an angry face, the man asked, "How dare an insignificant magician come here?" Grabbing his sword, Jean listened to the warrior's words about him looking down on him. The guy pulled the blade from its sheath. A moment later, the rivals' weapons crossed. The owner of the auction houses bared his teeth. Looking at the young man, he was surprised that he was holding a sword. The man shook the ground with his blow. Looking forward, Jean heard the words about him being a bastard. Crouching, the warrior shouted that his enemy was not a mage. Jean blocked the blow with his weapon. The owner of the auction houses made an angry expression. The brute delivered a series of blows. Jean looked at his opponent from under his brows. The guy struck with his sword. Aluk stood behind the young man. The young man turned his head. The warrior tried to hit the enemy. The man frowned. Looking forward, the boy listened to the words about it being a weak blow. Jumping back, the boy thought about how his opponent was fast and didn't fight with all his strength. With his mouth wide open, the auction house owner guessed that the fireball Jean used at the auction was an artifact. Looking back, the big guy thought about how his current opponent wasn't a problem. Sweating, the man couldn't understand why the guy who single-handedly dealt with his subordinates was just standing in the distance. Smiling, Murakan said that the damned brat had taken several serious hits, to which Gilly asked if the man was going to save his comrade. Looking at the battle, Murakan explained that he would not interfere because that was the master's wish. Making a sad face, the girl listened to the words about how the brat should realize the value of life. Looking at the surprised face of the lady, Min guessed that she doubted Jin's strength. A look struck. Jin blocked the enemy's blow. The young man opened his mouth. The comrades looked at Jin. The owner of the auction houses bared his teeth. Grabbing the sword with both hands, the man shouted that this was the end. Murakan smiled. Looking at the enemy's face, the guy began to tell that long ago the Runcandle swordsman fought. Looking at Jin creating a fireball, Murakan said that the difference of 2 ranks was nothing to them. Jin directed a spell towards the opponent. A look made a surprised face. A moment later, fire covered the warrior's body. The man jumped back, raising an eyebrow. The swordsman was surprised that this was not the effect of the artifact. Looking at the young man, a look could not believe that his opponent was a swordsman. The guy looked forward. Jin's weapon began to be covered in lightning. The young man raised the sword in front of his face. The boy looked at his enemy. Holding the weapon in his hands, the young man used lightning summoning. Many discharges struck the ground. A large bolt of lightning was visible in the sky. A look deflected the magic projectile with his sword. The auction house owner, his mouth wide open, shouted that this was stupid. Looking at his opponent, the swordsman said that if he stood there unprotected, he would definitely die. Jin lowered his head. Holding the sword in his hands, Jin used an ability called Helmet Release. A blow was dealt to the right of the villain. The man made a surprised expression. Looking at the dark figure, he could not understand what it was. The creature drew its blade. Jin grabbed his sword. A look, his eyes widened. A moment later, a fighter in dark armor struck. The creature appeared behind the opponent. He opened his mouth. The masked swordsman looked forward. Cuts were visible on the auction house owner's body. The knight looked at the floor. The helmet on Jin's head began to disappear. The guy frowned. Jin put the sword in its sheath. Murakan, frowning, explained that as he had previously thought it was a rune of multiples, but the girl did not immediately understand what he was talking about. A certain knight in white armor appeared, and the guy said that multiple was an object created to be the first emperor who was a demon lover, and that at that time there was a war, and it was that very masterpiece that blocked all attacks below the 7th rank. But it was still unclear how such a thing ended up in the hands of these bandits. On the finger of the young man glittered a ring which was the rune of multiple, the very object that would be offered to the Emperor of Bement in 60 years. And during this time, the Academy and the press were in hysterics from the discovery. So he managed to remember the location and date of the discovery of this thing very well. Blood splashed on the walls of the cave. The guy walked away from the defeated enemy. The man listened to Jin's words about wanting one question before the death of the enemy. Bowing his head, Jin asked about whether his enemy was related to the Runcandle family, and his comrade noted that he should have asked about it earlier because what kind of answer would he want to hear from a man on his deathbed? The guy opened his mouth, listening to the heavy sighs of his opponent. Grinning his teeth, the man called the name of Jin. Squinting, the young man listened to the words of the defeated man that apparently Jin really failed and nothing should be expected from the younger one. He also said that he would not be able to stop that man. Frowning, Murakan asked what the man was talking about. The comrade looked from under his brow, listening to the words of the young man that most likely the name Alu was not real and they should figure everything out. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jin explained that this man was a 7-rank sword master and a gang boss who had connections to the Runcandilas, and his comrade noted that this was not at all strange since one of Jin's ancestors ran a bar having a 9th rank. But Jin explained that he wanted to know what kind of person his enemy was talking about since he needed to be sure before becoming the boss. Putting his hand to his chin, he recalled the man's words about Jin failing and not being able to stop a certain person. The man lay with his mouth open. Jean realized that the opponent knew him, and then the fact that he failed probably had something to do with the shadowed illusion, and the reason why he pointed out his age and inability to stop a certain person. Remembering his entire family, he remembered that his sister Luna had left the family, and she needed to be crossed out. Remembering the two brothers, the guy also realized that it was definitely not Munaden, and not the twins, because they were all too young and inexperienced, and the rest were not smart enough and diligent enough to get involved in these intrigues. A certain eye was visible, and the young man realized that someone who was sensitive to rank pulled the strings when he learned of his talent. An image of Joshua appeared in his head because no one else had such influence. And now it did not matter whether the conclusions were hasty. The man had a smile on his face. Birds were flying high into the sky. Children were holding newspapers and shouting that testing had been eliminated thanks to Zippel and Beeman's joint investigation. The newspaper said that an informant for testing, Arkan's criminal organization, had surrendered to the authorities. Jean, holding the newspaper, noted that Jet had done a good job. Recalling how he had been intimidated, he also said that he would have been persecuted by the Zippel and Beeman families, so it was a small price to pay for his life. Grinning, his comrade said that no matter what, these families had already received all the laurels, but Jean had not been left empty-handed, and the boy agreed, recalling the ring, the mages, the 7-ranked knight, and even the victory in their duel. Gilly, coming closer, called out to the master. She explained with wide eyes that the opponent's rank did not mean that he was like the others, and therefore Jean should not be careless just because he managed to look, and therefore he should be more careful next time. The young man agreed with her. Standing on the bridge, Jean also said that because of Jet, no one would even think of looking for them, and therefore they should relax and go to the next point. The partner asked about where they were going now. He opened his mouth after the guy said that now they needed to get to the independent city of Taiken. The girl clarified if this was the place with the 7 flowers. Jean answered affirmatively to this. But Murakan still did not understand anything. Jean handed the money to the captain while the girl explained that this was the name of a large information house in Taiken. And after the info offices of Runkandel, Zippel, and Beemant, this was the most reliable place. And his comrade asked if Jean was really going to find all the bad guys like he had with Jet. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that this was one of the ways. The ship's sails were spread and the captain's cry was heard that it was time for everyone to board. The ship was furrowing the endless expanses of the sea, and Jean realized that from this moment on, as he managed to move on, memories from his past life would still be a priority. So, he should come up with a goal. But he knew that this was not all, because he also needed to study everything related to Vishkal, Badar, and Kinzello. He sat down on the bed, realizing that Aluka's past and his affairs with the Runkandel, the Column ruins, and forbidden magic, and that he needed to check all of this, and the most suitable place was the 7 flowers and Taiken. Crossing his arms over his chest, his comrade said that he had managed to find out what kind of trace Chenny had left behind. Raising his head, the guy listened to Murakan's words that most likely it was light magic. But Jean did not believe him because it seemed to him that such magic had disappeared in ancient times. Squinting, his partner explained that most likely it was so, because it was from then on that Chimmy became an enemy of the Zippel family, using 2 members of this family. He said that they erased from history everyone who got on their nerves because this is a trait of their family, and that is why there are no records. A certain piece of cloth was visible while Murakan was talking about how Jean couldn't overcome the boundaries of energy, and that's why Runkandel would become the same in the near future. Raising his hand, he also explained that it was incredibly important to learn this. And the boy asked if he was really going to show him this right now. A certain sphere appeared in his partner's hand while he was talking about how Jean just needed to watch and remember, because it was quite possible that this was what he needed the most right now. Jean didn't understand why light magic was actually dark. Suddenly, light flooded his face. The whole room was illuminated by a bright light. His comrade laughed, asking if his eyes had burst. Covering his face with his hand, the boy noted that he could definitely use this both defensively and in battle. While Murakan was talking about how it was called a light flash, Chenny's most valuable magic. Frowning, he began to talk about a certain elderly human mage. But Jean interrupted him and asked why he was taking out his beloved booklet again. Holding it in his hands, Murakan explained that it was a coded system that even he was annoyed with, so he was unsure of the contents, but he wondered if it would be useful. Looking at him, the young man asked him to leave the booklet as it should be given to a good decipherer. One day, a pier was visible. The girl exclaimed with a wide smile. This was the independent city of Taiken, which was located on a small island in the south of the central continent, which was not related to either the Runkandel family or the Zippel family. The pier of this city was visible, the population of which was small, but it was still a popular place for tourists, as the ocean could be seen from anywhere in the city. Even the pier was bustling with life, and the girl noted that it looked as if even the streets were alive. Smiling, she also suggested finding a place to stay, and the boy agreed. Suddenly, their gaze fell on the ground. Murakan had changed into a human, saying that they were really going to pick some bug-infested place again. But they reminded him that they had told him 1,000,000 times not to transform in front of everyone. Standing in front of them, he said that no one cared. A little girl standing not far from them exclaimed that the cat had really turned into a man. Pointing her finger, she said that the black cat had turned into a black-haired man. Murakan and Gilly's eyes widened. Smiling widely, Julia asked him to teach her how to do the same. Eating ice cream. Julia listened to the words that she had simply imagined because a cat could not turn into a man. Raising her head, the girl said that she had seen how the black cat turned into an uncle and said that her companion was lying. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he was not lying. As they walked along the road, the young man asked the little girl to pretend that he had bought her an ice cream. Gilly lowered her eyebrows, worried that they would be caught by the Zippel family. Mouth opening. Murakan suggested that no one would believe the child, to which the girl replied that if they had listened to the young master, none of this would have happened at all. Julia looked up, pointing her finger. The girl stated that this was an information house. Hugging a toy, the little girl said that she did not like the garrison. Lowering her head, the young lady explained that they were constantly bothering her mother. Looking at Jean, Gilly suggested that the garrison fighters were using cruel methods and exploiting people, to which Jean replied that her mother might be a criminal. The guard, making a surprised face, heard the words of the travelers about going inside and checking. Looking at Julia, the guard recognized her. Turning his head, the man shouted that the leader must be brought because little Miss Julia was here. Looking at the guard, Jean asked if he knew the child, to which he replied that she was the daughter of their leader. With an indifferent expression, the young man repeated the guard's words. Looking at the shoes, the girl shouted that this was her mother. The women came out of the main entrance. Looking ahead, Jean thought that she was the leader of the center. Looking at the stranger's face, the guy thought that this was not the only thing she did here. The lady smiled, spreading her arms, and the head of the center shouted her daughter's name. Hugging the baby, the lady said that she should not have gone far. Taking her daughter in her arms, the mother apologized for not being able to play with her for a long time before finishing work. The travelers looked at the family. Looking ahead, Jean listened to the words that most of the townspeople knew Julia. Extending her hand, Alicia introduced herself by name. Shaking the hand of his new acquaintance, Jean introduced himself to her. Smiling, the boy asked for a recommendation for a good place to stay. The child, his eyes wide open, called for his mother. The girl whispered something to the head of the center. The lady took hold of her pen. Turning her head, the woman asked for a piece of paper. She wrote something on the sheet. Holding out the paper, Alicia explained that it was a letter of recommendation with a seal. The garrison commander. Taking the document, the guy thanked the commander for it. The lady clenched her hand into a fist. Looking at her daughter, the lady turned to her. Alicia, holding her daughter in her arms, asked if it was true that the cat had turned into a man. The girl answered affirmatively, and added that those people did not want to tell her about it. The mother smiled, praising her daughter for her good work. Looking at her, she thought about the transformation. Imagining a dragon, she realized that this is exactly what only dragons can do. A tavern was visible. The girl stroked her belly, smiling. She said that the service here was excellent, and she received such service only when she was on Hefester. And Murakan noted that the beds here are also soft, like the filling of a strawberry pie, and that is exactly how a bed should be. Jean smiled as he listened to his partner say that things were going really well in Taiken. Who would have thought that they would have such luck right after arriving? With her hands in front of her, She also asked if she could have the ice cream that Julia was eating since it was a popular food in Taiken. But the boy did not understand why she was even asking and said that she could order as much as she wanted. As she left, she said that she would be back soon. And the boy said that it had been a long time since they lived like this, and so he felt like they were on vacation. Lying on the bed, Murikin asked how Jean was going to get into the 7 colors since it would still be difficult. With his mouth slightly open, Jean explained that he first needed to find one person. As he imagined a certain person, he understood that in the center of the information house was someone called the Noble Sword Kashmir, who was a famous swordsman that everyone knew. Introducing his blade, he also knew that he was recommended for the role of the Runkandle Basic Sword Master, and this was the only information known to the house. Thinking back to that person again, Jean remembered that he would reveal himself to be the Emperor of Beemont in 10 years using the information gathered by the 7 flowers, and thus be able to obtain sovereignty from Beemont, the Zippel and Runkandle families. Remembering the celebration, he realized that after that person would gain support as the first king of the independent city of Taiken. Squinting, the youth knew that this person was meticulous, but not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also had enough skill to hide for so long, and he could help. Someone ran up the stairs while Jean thought that the only problem was that he needed to somehow get close to such a person. The girl rushed into the room with wide eyes. She explained that something was wrong. The guy's eyes widened after his partner told him that there was no one in the lodger, and all the staff and guests had simply disappeared. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared. A man appeared behind the girl. She turned around listening to the question of whether everything was okay. It was the swordsman who asked if they minded him intruding for a while. His hand was still on the girl's shoulder. Suddenly, Murikin's eyes widened in anger. Frowning, Jean could not understand how this man had ended up here. Suddenly, his partner hit the doorway above the man. With his mouth wide open, Jean ordered him to stop. Murikin grabbed the girl. A shadow hung over the fencing master while the young man shouted at him that he could not kill this man. With his mouth open in surprise, the man listened to the words of the shadow. She bared her teeth holding the girl in her arms. Approaching the swordsman's face, he asked him what he thought. Jean looked at the gloomy Kashmir and did not understand how he ended up here because he should not have had a job at Arkan. Looking at Murikin and engulfed in darkness, the guy said that they did not create trouble because they had just arrived in Taiken. Besides, Kashmir was not alone. There were many guards and servants of Kashmir. The gloomy Jean shouted, telling the dragon to calm down. The space was too small. If he fought here, Gilly could get hurt. The dragon's claws dug into the wall. The dragon and the guy froze. Kashmir opened his mouth in amazement. Dispelling the darkness, Murikin asked a man if he knew who he was. Pressing Gilly to himself, he asked what kind of disrespectful tone that was. Was he really looking down on him because he had a sword on his belt and had flunkies following him? Jean sighed, realizing that the dragon had barely held back this time. Jean, seeing that the veins on Murikin's hand were bulging, told him to stop scolding the man. Didn't he think that he had said enough? After which the guy turned to Kashmir, telling him that if he came without malicious intent, he should relax and put away his sword. The guy looked at Jean in surprise. Jean, smiling, said that he had heard a lot about him, so one could say that he knew him well. The man lowered his sword and asked Jean who he was. Jean, realizing that he had not yet introduced himself, told the man opposite that he lived as Jean Runkandle. Gilly and Murikin opened their mouths in shock from the guy giving his last name. Kashmir frowned when the guy offered to go with him to another place. Soon the group found themselves in the dining room. Jean thanked the man for his trust and decision to communicate privately. Kashmir looked at the guy with a frown. He realized that bringing soldiers after reporting the dragon's appearance was a mistake, which angered the dragon even more. Looking at the angry Murikin, Kashmir mentally said that most likely he was the dragon because such a feeling of incredible pressure cannot be created by a person. Looking at the smiling Jean, the man mentally said that if he had not stopped the dragon, they would all have ended up in the afterlife. After Kashmir looked at the woman and remembered her, he met her before he was kicked out of Beemont's palace. He still remembers what outstanding skills she demonstrated then in the training hall. Looking at the artifact on the girl's wrist, he asked himself how she was connected to these two. Putting his hand on the table, the man told Jean that he had a question about his identity. Pointing at Murikin, who had his arms crossed over his chest, He asked why he was with a dragon. Since ancient times, dragons only deal with mages who have contracts with a god or someone who has special powers. Jean became serious when the man asked him if his family knew about the dragon. Receiving the answer he expected, Kashmir smiled, saying that if it was discovered, chaos would break out in the family. But they were sharing a secret that could easily cost him his life. Jean frowned and asked if something else was important. Muraken's eyes lit up when Jean asked Kashmir why he came to the dragon in the first place. Introducing his daughter, Kashmir said that they had probably already met his daughter, Julia. The reason he was here was because she told him about the cat that turned into a man. Jean asked in confusion if he believed the words of a child. Kashmir thoughtfully said that his daughter was not just a child but a contractor of Az-Mil, the god of sight. Then Jean realized that this girl simply could not see anything wrong. Everything she pointed to was reality. Muraken opened his mouth saying that there was something wrong here. He leaned towards the man asking where her dragon was. If she was a contractor, he would not feel the energy of the dragon near her at all. Besides, the dragon of Az-Mil is known for his excessive care for the contractor. He could not leave the child alone. The guy's eyes widened in shock. At the same moment he said that they had a problem. Muraken puzzledly turned his head in his direction. Kashmir bowed his head saying that the guardian dragon Julia suddenly disappeared a year ago. Most likely the Zippel family or the Beeman Empire had a hand in this, but there is no evidence. Muraken frowned and shouted saying that there was no dragon born yet that would be stupid enough to be kidnapped, especially within a year. Suddenly the dragon hit the table asking Kashmir if his daughter was about 5 years old. The man raised his head saying that she really was 5 years old. Frowning even more, the dragon said that if this child was actually a Az-Mil contractor, then without a dragon at that age, his daughter would soon go crazy and become disabled. Kashmir's eyes widened in shock. His pupil flashed as he asked why that was so. Muraken thoughtfully said that Az-Mil contractors are able to see the future. People do not know, but this vision causes great damage to the dragon's psyche. Now she is too young to distinguish between sleep and reality. So for her, she is just watching a movie through a film strip. However, without protection, in a year or two, her eyes will become uncontrollable. Jean, sitting behind the dragon, asked him to tell him everything in more detail. Could it be that if he sees the future, then soon she will be incapacitated? Muraken thought and answered, saying that it was a matter of causality. Whoever knows the future must follow what he sees. If he does not, Az-Mil punishment will begin. The girl's word is walking on a thin road in the darkness. Turning his head to Kashmir, the dragon told him that his daughter had lived in a world different from theirs from the very beginning. Father Julia froze. He was horrified. The man clenched his teeth. He fell to his knees. Bowing his head, he said that he had not mentioned it yet, but in fact, he runs the 7 Flowers Information Center. But for a whole year, he was still unable to find the guardian dragon. Closing his eyes, Muraken said that it was natural because even meeting his daughter upon arriving in Taika was not just a coincidence. Remembering the image of the little girl, the dragon said that Az-Mil was asking for their help for his young contractor. Kashmir immediately wanted to ask the dragon to help him. Muraken, realizing this, waved his hand that he should not address him because he could not do anything even if he begged. Kashmir froze with his mouth open. Smiling, the dragon pointed at the guy behind him saying that he should ask their leader. Jean stood up when Ian asked him what he was going to do. Crouching in front of the man, the guy said that he had better stand up. Although they were not strong enough, the matter concerned the life of a child. Bowing his head, Jean said that he should not lose hope because they would look for the guardian of Julia together. The man's eyes trembled as he looked at the guy with gratitude. Bowing his head, he said that he would never forget his kindness. Jean's pupils sparkled. He understood that even if the 7 colors could not find the location of the dragon, then they needed information from the Runkandel or Zippel family. The guy turned his head to Muraken when he asked him if Taiken was with the Zippel family. Jean replied by saying that Taiken was just a city, and it was not attached to anyone. Kashmir raised his head when Mira asked him if he had information about other dragons. The man replied by saying that they knew which dragon was on which continent. Jean opened his mouth in shock, realizing what the dragon was going to do. Smiling widely, Muraken said that this method was something of a last chance because there is nothing that dragons do not know. The events take us to a house in the forest. Quicantle turned her head when Enya entered the room asking to look at something. The girl holding a newspaper said that news came again about Sir Jean. They are the same age, but he is already a 5th rank. The dragon replied by saying that she is also a good contractor, and the same as him. The girl stopped in front of Quickhantle and hopefully asked if this was true. Taking the cup in her hand, the girl said that unlike the child from the family whose guardian is the black-haired guy, she is a contractor of Altak, the god of time. Quickhantle froze, feeling a familiar aura. She immediately ordered Enya to lock herself in the house and not go out. The girl opened her mouth in shock, asking if something was really wrong. The girl's hand involuntarily transformed when Quickhantle said that one insignificance had come to them. Murakan flew over the sea. He told Jean, who was on his back, that they were almost there. Frowning, the dragon said that he was going to fly closer and release energy. Then the dragons of the Empire will come out themselves. He should hide well so that he is not noticed. Jean, wrapping himself in a cloak, said that he understood him. Soon Murakan froze over the sea. A whirlpool began to form under his claws. A wave of water spread out from under him. Due to the release of energy, Jean squinted while watching this. Just recently, Kashmir brought a sheet with a list of active dragons in the territory of the Beemant Empire. Taking the list in his hand, the dragon said that now he understood where everyone was hiding. Among all the dragons, he noticed the names of the dragons of the land of Bertima and the silver dragon Quickhantle. Jean, seeing the dragon's face, asked if they had any problem. Closing his eyes, the man said that this undertaking had become dangerous. But there was something between them dragons, so they still had to go on this long journey. Raising his hand, Kashmir asked the great dragon to wait. Murakan, embarrassed, said to just call him by name. The man bowed and thanked the couple, saying that he was leaving the salvation of his daughter to them. Murakan frowned at the man and said that before leaving, he would advise him 2 things. Kashmir's mouth fell open in surprise. The gloomy merchant said that until the girl's dragon returns, they should make Julia tired every day. If she gets tired, then Azimil's power will weaken. He should play with her when she wakes up. Do everything possible to make the girl fall off her feet from fatigue. Kashmir smiled and asked, "What about the second thing?" Gilly covered her mouth in surprise when the dragon said to bring him 1 ice cream since someone couldn't eat it because of him. Smiling at the girl, the man said that he still remembers how she said that she wanted a local dessert. Gilly responded by saying that she was amazed by his kindness, and also that he managed to calm Kashmir down so quickly. Murakan froze. He stopped smiling. A moment later, he screamed, saying that he did not care about the feelings of some micro. Jean closed his eyes. He knew that the dragon pretended to not care about strangers, but in fact, he was very attentive. Murakan opened his mouth. He saw 2 dragons approaching him from afar. Realizing that these 2 earth dragons were Rabus and Quickhantle, Murakan chuckled, saying that he beat them the most. Jean put the mask on his face when the dragon told him to do so. The guy put the mask on more comfortably and asked if he really beat them so hard that they only came after feeling his energy. Rabus opened his mouth and screamed, asking what he was doing here. The dark flame on the dragon's head increased when called the name of the earth dragons, and said that he woke up from his sleep because the time had come they should help him. The dragons looked at each other, realizing that this guy did not know anything. Raising their limbs, the dragons screamed, saying that they did not know what kind of request he had. But he should take care of himself now. He should leave quickly because they have young contractors in this area. They do not want to cause problems in the seas of Beam. The dragon bared his teeth and asked how they dared to order him around since there was no place under this sky where he couldn't fly. Until screamed hysterically, saying that he should just run away since the energy he had just spread was causing chaos. Murakan bared his teeth and asked what he meant by that. Until replied that Quickhantle was hanging around somewhere to kill him. Murakan froze, his entire world plunging into darkness. Jean looked at the dragon's face and asked him what kind of relationship he had with the silver dragon. Murakan closed his eyes and said that she was his ex. Jean froze upon hearing his answer. Quickhantle and Labus in front of Murakan screamed, begging him to leave since their contractors were very young. If they were dragged into this, they could die. Rabus turned his head sharply. Murakan also opened his eyes and told Jean to hold on tight. The guy raised his head, not understanding what was happening. A bright beam of light flew towards them. The dragons had to quickly fly to the side to dodge the beam. The dragon's breath pierced the mountain in the distance and divided the waters. Quickcantle and Rebus cursed and flew away. Jean turned his head, feeling that they were being attacked again. The girl stretched out her hand, concentrating mana near her. Beams of energy flew out of her palm. Muraken flew up, dodging the enemy's attacks. The mana beam hit the sea. A huge amount of steam and water was raised due to the explosion. Large waves formed on the surface of the sea. Jean looked at the whirlpool below and realized that this power was at least equal to the power of an ultimate skill of the 8th rank or higher. Turning his head, he tried to understand how many enemies were approaching them. Suddenly, the girl appeared in the sky and screamed loudly. The angry Quickcantle released her aura, telling Muraken that he was a bastard who couldn't even be corrected. How dare he show up here shamelessly? Jean climbed onto the dragon's neck and asked if they really had to fight that monster now. The dragon replied, saying that it was inevitable. Jean heard him and asked how long their relationship had been going on. Muraken opened his mouth saying that their relationship had been going on for 500 years. In human years, that was about 500 years. Although it didn't matter now, he should have cut her with a sword when he had the chance. Jean looked at his sword and asked if she was going too far since they were done. The dragon replied, saying that he shouldn't forget that he doesn't socialize with those below him in class. So, when the situation gets bad, he gathers his strength and wrought havoc in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the wings on Quickcantle's back grew larger. Soon, the head turned into a dragon's head. A huge horn grew on her head. The girl, having completely transformed, said that it was too late to run now. A terrifying pressure spread from her as Quickcantle's pupils narrowed. She was going to kill Muraken right in the sea. Muraken raised his head, asking his ex to stop, saying that he knew that she hated him, but that was not important now. Frowning, the dragon said that they should first deal with the pressing matter, and then talk. Quickcantle opened her mouth, not listening to the bastard. Muraken had to quickly dodge the dragon's breath. Quickcantle's wing fluttered. She rushed after Muraken. Muraken narrowed his eyes. The silver dragon crashed into him at full speed. Jean barely held on to the dragon's body. Quickcantle opened her mouth. Muraken barely managed to remove his neck from the girl's jaws. The dragon flew back and asked why she was so angry. The girl's tail rushed towards the enemy. She hit Muraken with her tail and threw him back. The dragon gritted his teeth, looking at Quickcantle, who began to concentrate mana in her mouth. He called her crazy. The dragon's breath made the waters of the sea move. Golden scales flew into the air. Mean covered his head with his hands. His eyes sparkled brightly. Quickcantle opened his mouth in surprise. A huge sphere of darkness formed behind Muraken. The darkness rushed towards the dragon. It wrapped him in the sphere. Muraken exhaled and said that he bought some time. Jean climbed onto his shoulder and said that it was good that he followed him. Otherwise, he would have died if the silver dragon had hit him. The dragon replied, saying that he would not die, and no matter how strong Quickcantle was, she could not penetrate them. The silver dragon's claws dug into the sphere. She tore the darkness apart with a sharp movement. Quickcantle's eyes flashed as she asked Muraken if he thought he could use dark energy release. Looking at Muraken in front of her, she called him a fool. Pointing a finger at him, she said that he had no idea how weak he had become. He was sorely mistaken if he thought he was the same as before. Quickcantle narrowed her eyes as Mira and told her to stop, to leave things as they were for the good old days, since he only came because he wanted to ask for something. Muraken froze, feeling the thirst for blood. Quickcantle bared her teeth and said that thinking about the past, she realized that simply tearing him to pieces would not be enough. Mikan rushed forward. In an instant, he was at the silver dragon's side. Muraken grabbed his opponent's shoulder. Breaking through the scales, he asked Quickcantle why she was going so far when they had simply parted ways. The girl clenched her fingers into a fist. She hit Muraken in the face, saying that this was exactly what she would beat him for. The dragon's head snapped back. Muraken suddenly opened his eyes and screamed, saying that it was time. Jean immediately ran along his body. He bent his foot. The guy jumped, rushing towards the enemy. Quickcantle raised her head, frowning. The masked Jean fell on her mentally, saying that the outer shell was too strong. He needed to hit the gap. The masked Jean narrowed his eyes. He looked at the enemy shoulder. He was going to attack the place that Mirakan attacked. The energy of darkness rushed towards Jean. The energy behind Quickhantle also rushed towards the guy. All the darkness concentrated in the sword. Jean raised the sword above his head. A moment later, he had already struck the enemy's shoulder. The silver dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly. The guy's sword pierced her scales. A second later, he completely cut through the armor. As a result, the guy cut off the dragon's arm and wing. When the arm and wing separated from Quickhantle, Jean began to fall down. Mirakan rushed down to catch the guy. He made it in time and caught Jean. At that moment, Quickhantle fell into the sea. The mask on the guy's face dissipated. Bringing the guy closer to the head, the dragon said that he tried well, although he spent all his strength. Now they just need to hope that the girl calmed down a little. Jean jumped up, asking if that was not enough. Looking at the sea, Mirakan said that an ordinary dragon might have died. But Quickhantle was different. She who controlled time would not die so easily. After his words, huge gears appeared in the sea. The clock hand went back. Jean, looking down, said that in the end they could go missing even before they inflated the disappeared dragon. The dragon's eye under the water was filled with mana. The clock hand moved. It began to spin at an insane speed. Soon, Quickhantle and her severed body part appeared in the air. Mana began to connect the lost limb. After a few seconds, there was no trace left of the cut. Jean stood up and asked if she was rewinding time. Mirakan answered by saying that this was the reason why power and magic were separate. But he should not worry. Even though it was a scam, it consumed a lot of energy. But just in case, he should not move. Jean frowned at his opponent. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. She took on her half-dragon form. Soon, her eyes widened. Mirakan grinned and said that he did not know that she still had feelings to the point of becoming enraged. Did they not part on a good note? The girl angrily asked if it was a good note. Her pupil narrowed as she screamed, saying that he suddenly left her without any explanation and he called this a good breakup. Mirakan opened his mouth and said angrily that she was always angry when he started talking about breaking up. He did not cheat on her. They just did not get along. Jean lowered his sword and closed his eyes, listening to the dialogue of dragons living for thousands of years. Squinting, Quickhantle asked if it was possible that the man next to him was a contractor of Sold. The guy looked at her in surprise. Then Mirakan said that it was not important now because one of them was in danger. Quickhantle frowned, telling Mirakan that he was disgusting because he himself killed many dragons. Was he really worried about someone now? Did he really decide to mock her? The girl looking at the dragon in front of her suggested counting all the dragons he killed. She froze abruptly. Her eyes widened when Mirakan interrupted her and said that among all the dragons there was also her brother's enemy for her revenge for the one with whom he had no connection. He killed him. Turning around, Mirakan said that anyway he was wrong to decide to ask her. It was necessary to ask the others. Quickhantle extended her hand and asked to wait a second. The dragon turned his head, scratching the back of her head. The girl said that when she sees him, she always becomes emotional. He should just ask her. Jean sighed, realizing that they will finally talk about business. The guy narrowed his eyes when the girl said that the child was recently taken by Valletta. The guy immediately realized that it was a wind dragon, one of the dependencies of Melzier, the god of wind, and the guardian dragon of the vice head of the Zippel family, Andre. Scratching her chin, Quickhantle said that she was sure that they said that they would teach Latri the language of dragon magic. Mirakan frowned, seeing this. The silver dragon suggested returning to the Empire, bypassing all the traps. Turning around, she said that she would take them. The events take us to the forest on the outskirts of the capital of Beemit. Jean, sitting at the table, introduced himself as a contractor of solder at Quickhantle. Hearing him said that she knew his identity very well and that he was the youngest son, Jean Runcandle. Mirakan, frowning, asked how she knew about everything. Remembering the old days in Timar, the girl said that she simply could not help but recognize the energy of her friend because the three of them often walked thousands of years ago. Besides, his reactions spoke for him. Jean involuntarily looked at the man frozen in a stupor. Drinking a cup of tea, the girl said that they should return to the topic of conversation. If we talk about later, then Valletta took him a year ago. When she put down the cup, Mirakan said that if Latri was persuaded by tales of being taught the language of dragon magic, Then it was very bad because the current contractor, AZ Mill, was too young to control the abilities. Quicantle frowned, asking if it was more dangerous than not having a guardian dragon near her. Tapping her finger on the table, she said that Valletta did have a motive. Jean asked her what exactly she knew. Remembering that night in the forest, the girl said that when Valletta took later, he stopped here. Said that he wanted to introduce her to later, but continued to fixate on her contractor. He asked her to meet him just once for no reason. But she and her character could not agree to this. Stroking the bridge of her nose, Quicantle said that she had no choice since her contractor's identity had been exposed. Since there were many people in the upper class of Beement who were connected to Zippel, if she had acted on her character, they would not have invited her contractor to stay here. Murakan frowned at Jean when he said that the identity of her contractor may have been revealed, but no one recognized the contractor AZ Mill. After all, it was suspicious how they found out, and turned to Latra. Putting his hand on the table, Murakan said that it was indeed strange. Perhaps the magic of detecting contractors was created while he was sleeping. Quicantle denied this, saying that no one is able to find out about the contract until the contractor personally reveals himself. And even if this magic exists, it does not bring any benefit. Jean, raising a mug of tea, said that the Zippel would benefit from this in two ways. Firstly, they had a way to minimize the dangers and eliminate enemies outside the territory. Quicantle looked closely at the guy. Jean said that if the contractor was killed, the Zippel family would also get the opportunity to make a contract with God. In fact, this is not just a chance to make a contract. Zippel had a certain method. In the boy's past life, the god of time, the contract of Alta officially appeared at the stone statue. 10 years later, the contractor was a purebred Zippel. Little Julia's dragon was stolen in order to make a contract with her god in the future. Frowning, Quicantle said that there seemed to be many assumptions about the contractor Soderette. She can't accept them. He has many contractors, so why isn't he acting ridiculously suspicious? Suddenly, the entire room was enveloped by Jean aura. Then he said that she was telling a lie that even she didn't believe. Murakan looked at the boy in shock when he said that he was unsure how the other dragons were doing. But human greed has no limit even after reaching the top. They will not be satisfied but will want more than that. Jean narrowed his eyes and said that the leaders were planning something. But he didn't quite understand why she was pretending not to know anything. Maybe she was just afraid of the Zippel family. Quick froze when he heard his words. Murakan jumped up, telling the silver dragon to calm down because they all knew about the Zippel's greed in addition to everything he didn't like to admit. But they were capable people. But he would not ask anyone to leave him. The girl chuckled. She put her hands on her eyes and laughed loudly, telling Murakan that he had changed. The man and the boy froze when he heard her words. Standing up, the silver dragon said that she first needed to hide her contractor and help them. Murakan frowned and froze in shock. He gritted his teeth when the girl said that she needed to see Valletta and find out the truth. If the two of them weren't lying, they must be looking for an opportunity right now. Placing her hand on Jin's shoulder, she said that in addition to that, she had an obligation to Timar. One of his descendants was here, awakening memories of old times. Jean raised his head and looked at the girl. Quicantle smiled and said that his provocations, even his impedance, reminded her of him. Removing her hand from the guy's shoulder, she said that she would call Valletta. Suddenly, Enya entered the house and announced her arrival. Everyone in the room stared at her. Quicantle looked at her and said that she had told her not to come out, but it was even better this way she could introduce her. The girl clutched the hem of her dress when the silver dragon introduced her. Jean nodded to Enya and greeted him when Quicantle introduced him. The girl's lens cracked. A loud scream was heard from the house in the forest. Putting her hands to her chest, an excited Enya asked the guy if he really was that Jean, if the young Master Jean was really right in front of her. Quicantle covered her face with her hand, saying that she forgot to tell him about it. Blushing slightly and almost crying, Enya asked the guy to give her his autograph. The girl froze with her mouth open when Quicantle asked her if she really didn't want to maintain her dignity as a contractor. She immediately bowed, asking for forgiveness for her behavior. She said that she completely lost her head from meeting Master Jean. After the girl introduced herself, saying that she was from the common people, but was attending the academy as a scholarship student. Jean, closing his eyes, mentally said that it was surprising that Ulta chose a commoner. Perhaps her talent was simply incredible. The guy stood up and told the girl that she had no need to apologize. She did not need to be ashamed of the enthusiastic reception. Enya raised her head when Quickcantle asked her if she really didn't remember how she told her not to leave the house. Quickcantle froze when the girl said that it was sad at home, so she thought that she would feel better if she saw her. But suddenly, a young master appeared in front of her. She definitely made the right choice by coming here. Jean saw how tightly Quickcantle squeezed her hand and realized that the girl's fate was complicated. A ruthless student of the academy, she was the perfect person for the nobles to mock. They laughed and mocked her, so Jean never interacted with them in his past life. Jean stepped forward and said that the purpose of their arrival was her. Standing in front of Enya, he said that there was a possibility that someone was hunting her, Ulta's contractor. Extending his hand and smiling, the guy asked if she would go with him. In return, he would protect her. The girl blushed with embarrassment and covered her mouth. She abruptly raised her hand, saying that Jean himself was taking her. Apparently, Ulta heard her prayers. Muraken closed his eyes and said that he had gone deaf because of her. The girl clenched her fists and screamed, saying that she would definitely go with him. Quickcantle appeared behind the girl and hit her on the neck. Catching the girl in her arms, the dragon said that she was afraid that she would not want to go, but it all turned out to be in vain. Quickcantle laid the girl down and told the guy that she would follow him even to the underground prison of Runcandle. The guy thoughtfully said that his family did not have a prison. Jean opened his mouth in amazement when the silver dragon told him not to pretend because there was a dragon there too. Suddenly, Muraken opened his mouth and snored loudly. Both interlocutors sharply turned their heads when they heard his snore. Looking at the lying man, Quickcantle said that he could not even wait normally. Jean glanced at the girl when she turned to him and said that she agreed to help because and said that she would not say Muraken, but he would not be able to stand up to Valletta. She narrowed her eyes and said that if she had to fight, she would fight. Jean asked in surprise if Valletta was really that strong. The girl answered by saying that he was strong, but Muraken was also incredibly weakened. Imagining the old image of Muraken, she said that her attack in the sea would have been a joke for him 1,000 years ago. Now they both needed a place to wait for Valletta to arrive so they could stay at her place. Jean looked around the room and asked if they would displace her. He just needed to convince the sleeping Muraken, otherwise, he would definitely start to rage because this was his ex's house. Jean chuckled. Contrary to his first impression of the silver dragon, she was quite thoughtful. Having received the guy's consent, the girl leaned on her knee. Standing up, she said that Enya would wake up in 10 seconds and he should carefully choose his words to explain the situation to her. Jean was surprised and asked if she hadn't just hit her. Even martial artists could not wake up so quickly. Then the guy looked at the sleeping girl's face. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide. Jean sharply turned his head when Quickcantle said that in this world there are things that go beyond common sense and reasoning. Enya extended her hand to Jean, pronouncing his name. Enya sat down on a chair and asked if it turns out that she had become a target for some hunters. Clenching her fists, the girl, delighted by Jean, said that she trusted him completely. It was him after all. The intrigues and adventures associated with a child, a girl, dragons, and a young master sounded incredibly romantic. Jean, who was sitting opposite her, said that only she could look at it that way. Enya, smiling, said that she should prepare to leave the Seven and Tychon. Looking at the candle, the guy said that they would set sail as soon as they could. Scratching the back of her head, the girl said that she was ready to leave even tomorrow because her entire family was a 7-year-old younger brother and an old dog. When Enya stood up, Quickcantle told her to go back and start preparing. A few seconds later, the door of the house closed. Looking after the girl, the silver dragon asked if she could tell the academy that and was sick. Jean replied saying that she could do it. But if she reported that she was hiding, they would start an investigation. The couple looked sharply at the door as they heard a knock. And a moment later someone said that he had come to ask for some firewood. Standing up, Quickcantle said that the man was strange because there were many trees outside. Jean interrupted her words and said that she needed to wait. Did she really think that the guest came for firewood? The girl turned her head towards the guy. Jean put a mask on his face and said that there was most likely a man from the Beeman Special Affairs Department outside. Most likely they will be watching this place from now on. They probably wanted to confirm the presence of strangers that she brought with her. The man outside smiled, waiting for Quickhantle. The girl's eye flashed. The presence of surveillance on her greatly angered her. She abruptly opened the door. Her hand instantly grabbed the man's throat. She lifted him by the throat. When foam came out of the man's mouth, she asked him if he was from the Beanant Special Affairs Department. Someone took a step towards the silver dragon. The man who appeared inside the house said that it was he who ordered to follow her. Jean turned his head Quickhantle towards the person who came. The red-haired man in a mask told the girl that if she killed him, another officer from the Special Affairs Department would come. Quickhantle let go of the man, saying that if she had to kill someone, it would be him. She stepped towards him. A moment later, she was already in front of him. Clenching her fist, she said that she would start with him. Energy along with the stream of wind burst out of the doorway. A huge amount of smoke was raised. The man who took the blow to the face stood motionless. Quickhantle gritted her teeth in anger seeing this. The man's eye flashed when he asked her if she had calmed down now. Jean, standing behind, froze. He could not think that the man would stand up after being hit in the face. The guy looked closely at the man's red mask. Such could only be worn by the leader of the department's groups. Then Jean noticed the curved sword. He knew only one person who fit all the characteristics. The right hand of the Emperor, the leader of the third group, the one whose mastery of the blade was recognized even by Runcandle. Lowering his hand, Quickhantle told Raz that he was strong for a human. Frowning, Raz said that he apologized if he had offended her. They simply had no other option to check the identity of her guests. The girl's eyes lit up as she asked if an apology was enough for invading her space. Was there really no limit to human arrogance? Bowing his head, Raz said that Miss Enya had just left the house. Did she not think that walking late at night was dangerous for her? The dragon's pupils narrowed. She released her aura from her body. Raz, sensing this, said that if they fought now, she would win, but she would not be able to help Miss Enya, who was constantly followed by one of his people. Passing by, Residential said goodbye to the dragon. He froze from the terrifying pressure. The silver dragon turned towards him and said that next time he would have to bet the treasure. The girl's eye glowed unusually as she said that she would take away every little thing he had protected with his life. He had to be prepared to lose everything because of what he had done. Raz turned his gaze to her and then said goodbye. Walking through the forest, the man ordered his subordinate to return and find out their identities and also to stop all surveillance of the dragon for a while. The man walking behind frowned, saying that they needed to continue monitoring Quickantle's movements. Raz stuck his hand under his mask, saying that if they provoked the dragon even more, it would only get worse and he would take responsibility for it. Looking at his hand, Raz said that they were definitely up to something. The man frowned as his commander gave the order. Quickhantle slammed the table. She bowed her head angrily and said that she was a complete fool for leaving Enya in this ill-fated city. If they hadn't come, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Jean, who had removed his mask, said that they had managed to avoid the worst. Now they would just make looking after them their top priority. Raising her head, Quickhantle said that they would be heading out tomorrow. The next morning, the group was already at the sea. Looking down at the sea, Jean said that they had luckily caught a ship heading to Chan. And she shouldn't worry because he had paid the captain well. He wouldn't neglect Miss Enya. The gloomy dragon looked at him. Now Enya was sailing with her brother, her dog, and Nurakan, who was being tormented by the dog. Turning around, Quickhantle said that it was time for her to contact Valletta. The events take us to a wooden house a week later. Nurakan was frowning at the house. Jean, who was standing behind him, said that he had done a good job. Nurakan, hearing his words, said that Quickhantle was more cruel than he expected. The guy asked what he was talking about. The dragon put his hands in his pockets and said that they had made this house together when they were together in the past. He knew why she was leaving them here. Jean heard him and asked if his cold heart was melting. Murakan turned around saying that he shouldn't say something so ridiculous. Old feelings were resurfacing, something that was hard to deal with. For Murakan, these were dear memories. 1,000 years ago, in a house that looked like this, the three of them were sitting at the table. Murakan winked at Temur. Suddenly, the face in the dragon's memories distorted. Murakan grabbed his head in pain. Gritting his teeth, he said that his head suddenly hurt. Quickcantle appeared next to him and asked if he was already tired from a short flight. Mirakan shouted, saying that no matter how weak he became, he would not be exhausted from something like this. Quickcantle became serious and said that an answer came from Vlit. The meeting place was chosen to be an uninhabited island off the southern coast of Bite. Quickcantle stood alone, silently looking out to sea. She crossed her arms over her chest and waited for the guest to arrive. Jean and Mirakan hid nearby. Yesterday, the girl stood in front of the men and said that she would tell Valletta that the reason she called him here was to find out the location of Amila's guardian, Latri. She narrowed her eyes and said that if Valletta feigned innocence, she would beat him up. Mirakan smiled widely, saying that in her place his boy would simply avoid such a situation since Enya was not with her, so she could do whatever she wanted. Hearing his words, Quickcantle told Emma that he would not do anything since she would be the one to fight the enemy. Mirakan, furious, approached the girl, saying that even if he was weakened he did not need compassion from his ex. Putting her hand on the dragon's shoulder, the girl said that it was related to Enya and the other party took the dragon's honor seriously. Smiling, she said that he should not worry. Jean frowned. He doubted the honesty of his opponent. Looking at the girl, he understood that the enemies would come fully armed. Quickcantle's eyes suddenly opened. A storm of wind rushed towards the island. Soon, flying out of the storm, a huge dragon landed on the island. Andre, smiling widely, said that he never thought that he would meet the silver dragon of time. Bowing, the old man greeted the girl. Then he raised his head and smiled widely, introducing himself. Quickcantle, angry, screamed. Her eyes lit up when she asked if she just imagined that he said he would come alone. Valletta opened his mouth, saying that when he received her letter, Andre was with him. He was interested in the story of the contractor Altak. Andre seemed so excited that he decided to come. Releasing his aura from his body, the dragon asked Quickcantle to understand him. The girl raised her head and told Valletta that he had recently done something stupid. The dragon chuckled and said that since he had made a strong impression, then we could talk about the problem. The dragon's eye widened when Quickcantle asked him where he was now. The dragon raised his head and laughed, saying that now he understood what she had been thinking about all the time. The angry silver dragon screamed, demanding an answer to her question. The dragon's eye flashes when he said that he did not know what answer would satisfy her. Later it was just fine. Quickcantle hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. The green dragon said that he had two proposals. The first was to give him the contract. In exchange, he would let her live. And the second was to kill her. Quickcantle frowned at the green dragon and said that this was complete nonsense, where he was just an old lizard. Valletta froze upon hearing her words. Two tornadoes immediately attacked Quickcantle. An explosion occurred in the middle of the two tornadoes. The silver dragon took on her true form. Valletta clenched her jaw when Quickcantle said that she also had one proposal. The silver dragon bared her teeth and demanded that later be returned right now. Andre laughed madly, saying that Valletta's attack was easily stopped. The old man raised his staff, saying that for the first time in a long time, he could give it his all. A huge beam of mana shot into the sky. Jean, watching this, realized that their opponent was a 9th-rank mage. He remembered seeing Andre in his past life. The old man gritted his teeth in anger because Runkandle rejected him. A sphere of mana formed right on the island. Pointing his staff at the dragon, the crazy old man said that he would see how strong she was. Quickcantella flapped her wing. Realizing that she needed to dodge, she looked behind her. As the beam of energy approached her, the silver dragon noticed that she could not move. She clenched her jaw and looked at her wing. She realized that it was not the wind that resisted her. Valletta flapped his wings, saying that all the air currents on this island belonged to him. Flying up, he shouted, saying that he was the king of Mar, the god of wind. No one would fly without his permission. Wind elements began to accumulate in the dragon's mouth. Grinning, Quickcantle said that this was probably the best they could do. Electricity flowed down Andre Unkri's hand. He was about to show how much power was actually stored in him. A huge amount of lightning began to strike around him. Then Andre asked Quickcantle if she thought that he could only control the wind. A beam of energy rushed towards the silver dragon. Andre, grinning, released a cluster of thunder energy. The two energies combined and rushed towards the silver dragon. Jean excitedly turned his head and shouted from Iraq to act. He refused, saying that it was not time yet. The beam of energy approached Quickcantle. A circle of mana flashed on her head. A moment later, it increased. The entire space froze when the circle of mana reached the sky. Jean froze with his mouth open. He saw that time had stopped. The enemy beam froze right in the air, as did the green dragon. Antel opened her mouth and exhaled lightly. The enemy beam disintegrated from her breath. Andre smiled widely and said that it was amazing. Too many years had passed since he had seen such a sight. The old man trembled when the silver dragon said that today he and Valletta would die. Raising his hand, the angry Andre ordered Valletta to begin the next attack. But the green dragon did not move. He froze. His body did not obey him. Quick Antel bent his feet. She rushed at full speed towards the dragon. Quick Antel grabbed Valletta by the tail. Andre flew back, being knocked down by the body of his partner. Valletta could not move while his body was dragged somewhere. The silver dragon lifted Valletta and launched him down. A huge amount of dust and smoke rose up from the fallen Vil. The angry Quicantel fell right on him. The green dragon opened its mouth in agony. Quicantel also opened its mouth, but with the desire to tear the bastard's head off. Her jaw grabbed Valletta's neck. The dragon roared in pain and began to writhe. Andre, landing on the ground, screamed. The silver dragon dug her claws into the enemy's chest. Sitting right on him, Quicantel asked Vid how he, a non-entity, dared to talk to her like that. Andre screamed, demanding Quicantel to stop. The dragon pointed her finger at him and ordered him to be silent because he was next. In fact, the dragoness was breathing heavily from fatigue. She understood that she needed the help of Jin and Mirakan to deal with the magician. The magician put his hand under his robe. He took the artifact in his hand, telling the silver dragon that her arrogance was allowed only to the best. Mirakan screamed and jumped up when he saw the artifact. Looking closely at the dark energy on the stone, he said that it was the origin stone. A snake-like monster burst out of the stone. The sweating black dragon said that this artifact had to be destroyed. The monster bared its teeth as if mocking everyone. Its mouth opened. A moment later, it let out a terrifying roar, creating a gust of wind from the power of the scream. Quickle froze in shock. Then Andre said that people, dragons, and even gods would eventually just fall into the hands of the Zippel family. The monster rushed towards the dragon. It rushed past quickly until striking. The origin stone stored the power of all the gods. When danger came to the world, the gods created it as a security measure to prevent the end of the world. In the end, the gods themselves destroyed the stone because it was so strong that instead of protecting it could erase the world. Transforming, Mirakan jumped out of hiding. Cantel covered the wound with his hand and asked what it was. Andre suddenly froze and frowned. Someone was approaching him at great speed. Mirakan took on his true form and told Andre that he should stay away from Quicantel. The old man put on his hood and said that there were only 2 black dragons left in the world, and apparently he was Mirakan had he woken up from a nap, which meant the guy next to him was his contractor. Looking at the guy who took off his hood, Andre recognized his identity and said that he had come here to get his hands on the contractor Altak. But now his appetite had grown. The old man smiled widely after saying his words. The monster rushed towards Valletta's body. He opened his mouth and cast the spell. The green dragon's eye suddenly opened. His body was immediately enveloped in dark energy. Hitting the ground, he said that he should not have saved energy. Valletta stood up holding his head. The dragon's eyes lit up as he told Andre that he had already thought that he was dead. Mirakan, who was standing in front of the pair, said that they were 2 crazy bastards. Suddenly, the green dragon disappeared from his place. The 2 dragons clashed in a confrontation. Mirakan looked at Valletta and ordered the corpse to get away. Then he only smirked, saying that although he had become weaker, his words were still as harsh. Concentrating the wind in his mouth, the dragon ordered Mirakan to return to sleep. The dragon's body plunged into darkness. Valletta's breath pierced only a clot of dark energy. Disintegrating, the darkness began to gather behind the dragon. Merrick's fist formed the fastest. He struck with his fist. Valletta, holding his fist with his hand, said that he would be upset if the legend lost to him so quickly. The 2 dragons began to concentrate the elements in their mouths. Andre, approaching Quicantel, said that they should continue the fight. The old man grinned and said that he was going to be gentle. But now that she saw that face, he would have to kill her. Suddenly, he frowned. Jean was just a few meters away from his opponent. He concentrated darkness in his palm. A bright light illuminated the old man's body as he screamed, saying that a child could not change anything. Valletta turned his head, hearing his comrade's painful cry. Jean struck with his sword. Valletta turned and rushed towards the boy. Jean turned around, hearing Muraken's cry, warning him. The green dragon attacked the boy with its tail. The boy gritted his teeth, blocking the blow. His body flew back and crashed into the rocks. The boy, with his sword outstretched in front of him, was breathing heavily. He raised his head and looked at his opponent. 2 attacks rushed towards him. Jean put his hand on his neck. He abruptly tore off the necklace. The boy gritted his teeth about to punch. The necklace shattered in another part of the world. A bright light broke through the darkness of the night. A pillar of mana rose up due to Jin's strike. A sword of an unusual shape appeared in the air. Luna, standing in front of her brother, said that during all this time, he had never contacted her. But now, the circumstances have changed. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind, while she looked at her opponents. A little earlier, Jean ran across the battlefield. Running past the green dragon, he realized that it would be suicide to get into a fight between dragons. He ran forward, realizing that the only place where he could be useful with his level of strength was a fight with Andre. As a result, 2 stripes from the sword flashed in the air. Luna cut the breath of the dragon and the monster. A bright light illuminated the entire battlefield. Andre frowned. He froze when he saw the girl who came. Luna, smiling, said that the deputy head of the Zippel family and the wind dragon were enough to call his sister. Looking at her brother from behind, she said that he did a good job, then asked if he was injured. Jean chuckled and said that he barely lasted, so he was grateful that she came. Luna turned her head and stared at her brother. She tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, causing the metal to creak. Pressure fell on the gloomy old man's body. The girl, unleashing her pressure on the dragon, and the old man said that she would like to be explained how they are even related to her younger brother. Jean opened his mouth in shock. He felt this incredible pressure. Earlier, he thought that even his sister would have a hard time defeating these opponents, but now seeing Luna's aura, he realized that the end had come for the opponents. The guy nodded when Muraken told him that they should retreat. Lifting the guy, Muraken apologized for not being able to block the enemy. Looking at the girl's back, Muraken said that he had a good sister. If she had appeared a little later, there would not have been even clothes left of him. Jean silently looked at his sister. Andre's wound was healing while he was saying that the moon itself had come to them. And he also had proof that the Rangadel family had broken the Zippel family's oath. Having created the monster again, the old man said that her brother had used magic and the Zippel family would not be able to turn a blind eye to it. The girl chuckled and said that he should not worry about it. Raising her hand with the sword, she said that he would not be able to tell the news to his family. Andre gritted his teeth in anger. The monster rushed towards her. The bright light of the blade passed through the monster. A moment later, its body was scattered by a swing of the sword. While Andre looked at the torn parts of the monster, the girl said that all the Zippels she had met were unbearable windbags. Smiling, she said that even the deputy head was no different from the rest. The girl disappeared from the field of vision, turning into a bright glare. Soon, her foot stepped on the ground. At the same moment, many wounds appeared on its body. Turning around, the girl said that if the dragon preferred to remain in this form, then her blade had room to roam. The wind dragon clenched its jaws in anger. He quickly took his human form. Andre screamed behind him. Hearing his scream, Valletta said that he himself knew everything. The wind began to spin in the dragon's hand. A few seconds later, a spear appeared in the man's hand. Andre poured mana into the source stone. Valletta's dark hand rushed to the spear. The spear in the man's hand absorbed the darkness and grew larger. Luna, looking into the glowing eyes, understood that this was not magic. It was similar to both the energy of dragons and the energy of demons. Smiling, she said that it seemed that they needed time to use the artifact. Andre frowned even more when the girl mockingly said that he, the deputy of the Zippel family and the wind dragon, had to rely on a pathetic object. The spear of darkness and wind rushed forward. Luna hastily dodged the enemy's attack. Valletta shouted, ordering the girl to shut up because she knew nothing. Luna swung her sword. With one blow, she deflected the dragon's spear. Valletta, not giving up, lunged forward. Luna spun around. In a few moments, the pair collided dozens of times in the air. The girl's sword cut through the wind. With a blow of her sword, she forced Valletta to raise his spear and open himself for an attack. At that same moment, the girl was in front of him. She began to spin and struck him in the body. Valletta slammed the spear onto the ground. Being wounded, he bent over, clutching his wound. The dragon raised his head and looked angrily at his rival. The girl lowered her sword and asked if he wanted to show her something new. Raising her sword, she said that she would finish it quickly. Luna's sword glowed brightly. A beam of energy rushed into the sky. Now the third final move of Run Candle was used. Luna's eyes glowed in the darkness. A beam of energy pierced the clouds and shot upward. The dragon's eyes widened in shock and fear. A bright light illuminated Andre's face. Luna lowered her sword. At that moment, the entire area was plunged into darkness again. Zed looked at the students and said that if he had to describe the family's sword technique in one word, it would be dominance. Looking at Jean in front of him, he said that the Run Candle's thinking was contained in the sword. So there was no method, not for the Run Candle's sword. The only thing they had to kill opponents was a secret technique and a finishing move. Now Jin's eyes widened and he could watch one of the techniques. Something pierced the clouds in the sky and shot downward. The boy's eyes did not stop watching this spectacle. Meteorites fell, trying to hit their enemy. Soon, one of them appeared above Andre and Valletta. The bright light of the meteorite illuminated the old man's face. Many meteorites crashed into the ground with an explosion. The old man flinched when he heard the dragon scream. Valletta, who covered the old man with his body, shouted at him to come to his senses. Andre sat down on the ground. He did not believe that this was possible. It did not seem like Luna was using the power of a god with whom she had a contract. The old man's eyes were shining with fear and horror. He realized that the enemy did not even use an artifact. With one human strength, she simply swung her sword. The old man's eyes widened when Valletta told him that he just needed to survive. As long as he was alive, they could still win because as long as they had this stone, they would win. Meteors continued to fall on the dragon's body. The dragon closed its eyes and said that if it died protecting it, then it should resurrect it. Looking at the stone in its hand, the old man said that as long as he had the Devil Stone, he would not die. A beam of energy struck the dragon. Light steamed from Luna's sword. The girl looked at the results of the battle and was a little sad. Only part of the wing remained from the dragon. Looking around the battlefield, the girl said that she was still far from her father's sword. Then she glanced at her brother and his comrades. Jean was smiling. He was clearly provoked. Luna looked sharply at the space in front of her. A giant with a sore stone in his chest came straight to her. The monster stopped in front of the girl and made an incomprehensible sound. Luna looked at him and said that her pride was a little hurt. She would be irritated if the clowning dragged on in front of her younger brother. The monster clenched his jaws. He raised his head and roared. Jean frowned and asked what it was. Viren answered saying that now it became clear to him Zippel most likely used contractors to create this stone and this roaring monster was a weapon against the gods. Although now it was a very low quality. Darkness dispersed from the body of Murakan. Transforming, he said that it was time for them to leave. Jean looked at him in shock and said that they couldn't leave someone so dangerous to his sister. Murakan didn't agree, saying that his sister was able to handle such a pile of manure. They would just be in the way. The guy froze after hearing his words. He clenched his teeth until they gnashed. He made a contract with Saderet and was reborn. After the guy met Murakan, the Dragon of Darkness, he could start with more luck and strength than anyone else. Jean bowed his head and said that he would have to retreat again without being able to respond properly. Just like that time when the collapse happened and blood was everywhere. Jean clenched his fist tightly. He never wanted to feel such helplessness again. Murakan silently looked at the guy. Studying the guy's aura, he mentally said that he already knew that the guy was not scared. But to burn after such a sight was amazing. Watching the darkness being enveloped in the flames of determination, the dragon decided not to stop this fighting spirit because if he continued at this pace, he would become the best. And he, Murakan, the Dragon of Darkness, would support him. A bright flame of determination burned in the boy's chest. Luna looked at the monster and asked him if he thought he could kill her just because his form had changed a little. The origin stone began to glow. The monster extended his hand towards the girl. A moment later, he shot a beam of mana. The beam rushed to the rocks across the sea. Luna's leg trembled. She defended herself with her sword from the beam. Andre shouted, saying that there were 12 gods inside him. But she had nothing but a sword that was too big for her, and even if her father were here, he would not be his opponent. The girl's lips parted. Pouring energy into the sword, she said that for a sword master, one blade would be enough. Andre froze upon hearing her words. Putting the sword horizontally, the girl said that if he used the magic he had used all his life, he would be able to see half of her combat technique. Luna stepped forward. Her sword blazed with fire. She was going to show how strong the sword was against such a pathetic creature like him. Andre opened his mouth in amazement. He had fought countless swordsmen, but he had never seen a red aura. Separating a part of his body from himself, he said that this was impossible. Darkness formed near his body, creating a sphere of darkness above himself. He shouted, saying that he would gladly welcome her. Andre opened his mouth wide and said that he would show her how weak she was. Luna rushed forward. She struck the enemy's head. Luna froze in a stance after swinging her sword. Her pupil flashed. She had just used the sword of the heart, a red moon. The entire space around was painted red. The earth and sky were red. The monster's sphere of darkness was cut. A moment later, the origin stone cracked as well. Luna watched in surprise. Suddenly, a beam of darkness shot out from Andre's body. A dark flame burned in the man's chest. Suddenly, the darkness began to expand in all directions. Smoke and wind rushed towards the darkness, being absorbed by it. Luna stabbed her sword into the ground. She gritted her teeth, barely holding herself together. The girl's eyes widened when she heard her brother scream. Murakan was flying straight towards the girl. Jean climbed onto the dragon's palm. He extended his hand, telling his sister to grab his hand. The girl froze with her mouth open in shock. Her lips stretched into a smile. Today, the younger one saved her. Luna extended her hand to her brother's hand. Raz, standing behind the Emperor, said that a strange vortex had engulfed nearby matter and the island itself, and a large amount of mana had been detected around the area, though humans certainly played a role. Raz closed his eyes and said that the department suspected that Valletta of the Zippel family was involved as there had been a report of him crossing the border before the incident. The man put his hand in his inner pocket. The Emperor turned his head. Raz held out a dragon scale and said that it seemed that the wind dragon had died. Amir put his hands behind his back and said that the contractors with the guardian dragons and the ominous energy, all of this was somehow connected, which they were creating. The man remembered the vortex he had seen and asked what had happened to Andre. Rez hid his eyes behind his mask, saying that they were still investigating him. Air slammed the table, frowning at his subordinate. He said that many details had been removed from the reports recently. Hadn't they determined who was visiting Quicantle yet? The Emperor saw that his subordinate only closed his eyes. Then he said that there was nothing to be done. If he can't do it, then no one can. Raz opened his eyes when Air ordered him to make sure that nothing would be spilled during the process. If they couldn't find Enya by evening, they should file a missing person report. Raz turned around when the Emperor told him to send more people from the Special Affairs Department to the Zippel territory and check on their condition. Although they were on friendly terms, it was better to be on the safe side. The man looked at his subordinate and asked him if he understood the reason for his concern. Raz closed his eyes and said that he would live up to his expectations. Amir left the room and walked away. The events take us to the Night City. Valletta, sitting in front of Babur, said that a battle between a silver dragon and a wind dragon took place on the Baiman coast. As a result, the island disappeared and a whirlwind formed in its place. Babur, who was eating, asked how they dared to destroy his creation. He had told them not to use it so carelessly until it was finished. Valletta could barely contain his anger from the scraps falling on him. He knew that the brainless bastards of Zippel had ruined everything because of them. He would have to postpone killing this pig for a while. Babur, who continued to eat, said that he felt his bloodthirsty emanations right on his skin. Most likely, he was angry with Zippel too. Valletta, turning away, said that now the leader was furious. Wiping his face, he said that their leader wanted to reconsider the alliance with the Zippel family. A bright fire burned in the darkness. A huge piece of meat was being roasted on the fire. Flames burst out of the nostril of the red dragon. Keliarkok parted his lips and said that Andre was dead. The dragon bit off a piece of meat. Looking at the guy from below, he said that Andre should have left Valletta. Did not even the primordial stone help him? The dragon's pupil narrowed when Keliarkir said that either the silver dragon's power exceeded their expectations or someone else interfered. The red dragon suddenly remembered that the shadow dragon that killed the grave giant in Kinzello had appeared. The boy narrowed his eyes when he heard his words. He imagined the girl and said that if it was Misha, then everything became clear. She would definitely not be afraid of the Source Stone. At this time, Murakin turned away from Quickhantle, who was looking at him angrily. Stroking his chin, the boy listened as his dragon said that Misha was Murakin's sister. Besides, Quickhantle was her ex-brother, not exactly a stranger to Misha. Kadun grinned when Keliarkir told him that he should already know what to do. The dragon thoughtfully asked if he wanted him to find her. But this is impossible. If Murakans want to hide, no one can find them. Keliarkir, who was sitting below, laughed, saying that they shouldn't be a child. Besides, they had disgraced themselves by losing the origin stone. The dragon's eye was near the boy when he asked if he wasn't worried about his brother's death. After thinking about it, the boy answered saying that of course he was sad. But he knew that it would happen. He couldn't even imagine his shock when he found out that Andre had attended Chiron's banquet and hadn't even told him. Imagining the formidable Chiron, Kadun said that they should tell the creator of the origin stone to make another one. Otherwise, without it, they wouldn't be able to rule the Runcandle family while the head was alive, as well as the kings of the Black Sea. Kiark leaned his head back on the chair and said that none of him was irritated by what was happening. Exhaling steam, the dragon told the boy not to be a child because if he planned to take over the world, the stone was necessary, and of course if he wanted to become a god. Keliark closed his fingers. He smiled and looked at the dragon. Jean knocked on the door. Gilly opened the door. Right outside the door, she saw 2 dragons and the spirit of the Runcandle family members. The girl froze with her mouth open in shock. Jean smiled, saying that they couldn't eat while flying back. Could she cook something? Luna smiled. Gilly suddenly fainted when she saw Luna. Murakin's shocked cry was heard throughout the city. Murakin waved something like a fan. Gilly, lying on the couch, said that now the young master will be kicked out. Luna, looking at her, told the guy that his nanny got something wrong. It seems she is too worried about him. Jean, smiling, said that Gilly is too good for him. The guy looked behind him. Kashmir came inside and froze, asking who all these people were. Luna smiled when her brother introduced her, after which she said that she had heard a lot about the noble swordsman. The man frowned and said that he was flattered by such a high assessment. It was an honor for him to serve them. Then the guy looked at the second girl. Quickhantle only looked up. Then Jean introduced her. The man immediately stood at attention like a soldier. He bowed and said that he welcomed her here, aka Kashmir, the head of the information and an acquaintance of Master Jean. When the man straightened up, Jean asked him for forgiveness for not warning him. Kashmir smiled and said that everything was fine. The silver dragon's eyes sparkled. She asked where she was. Kashmir heard her question and surprised Jean by saying that she returned 3 hours ago. Now he was with his daughter and Miss Enya. The man became serious and said that one thing was strange, namely that he did not remember anything about his disappearance. Jean froze with wide eyes. Alakika opened her mouth in bewilderment when later said that his abduction was impossible. The boy hugging Julia said that Valletta said that they wanted to teach him the magic of the dragon language, but he did not know what happened after that. Kashmir, standing in front of Quickhantle, said that he was feeling too well for them to say that he was threatened by the Zippel family. Perhaps he really wasn't kidnapped. Cantle denied this, saying that she personally received a confession from the creatures. Frowning, Murakin said that the Zippel family was erasing evidence. They were removing everything related to the Devil Stone, including latest memories. Kashmir looked at Jean and asked what kind of Devil Stone it was. He answered saying that it was an artifact they created. When Gilly opened her eyes, Kashmir had already listened to Jin's story in full. She stood up when Jean said that there was only one reason why the Zippel decided to imitate the origin stone. Murakin frowned and said that someone wanted to become a god. They were trying to gather all the power of the existing gods and destroy the obstacles on the way to this goal. Keliarkir walked through the hall. His subordinates followed him, following the guy who wanted to become the only deity controlling their world. Keliarkir smiled, looking into the distance. Kashmir looked at Quickle and said that they needed to rest. He would use all the resources of the organization. If she wanted, he could take Enya to her. Jean and Murakin turned to Jean when she called them. The girl froze again with wide eyes. With her own eyes, she saw only Luna. A moment later, she fainted again. Holding a bottle of wine in her hand, Luna told her brother that after he destroyed the organization, Taiken became a safe city, and the deputy head Zippel and Valeto were dead, and he turned all this in 2 months. Smiling, the girl said that even having received magic without receiving official confirmation, if he was caught, he would already be sleeping in the grave. Gilly, playing with Mirakan, said that when she found them, she thought that everything was over. But it turns out that she already knew everything. Luna laughed, and said that she could look through her fingers once. Gilly froze and grabbed the cat tightly when Luna said that. Besides, her father already knew. Continuing to smile, the girl said that soon her father would find out about her involvement in everything. Jean entering the room told Gilly not to worry because he had an idea. Smiling, he said that he wanted to meet his father with his sister. The two girls jumped up from their seats upon hearing his words, saying that this was complete suicide. Jean, smiling, said that he would only warn that the Zippel family was in the middle of executing a plan to attack their family. Luna frowned and said that he should understand what it means for a reserve flag bearer to return home without permission. Jean responded by saying that his father would know that everything happened because of him, and since it had come to this, it would be better if he spoke to him personally, perhaps even make a deal with his father. Gilly covered her mouth with her hand. Standing up, Luna said that if he continued like this, his father would kill him. After saying this, she released her aura. Gilly closed his eyes and said that he believed that when the time came, she would stop him. Luna frowned even more after hearing her brother's words. She walked towards the guy. Then she stood right in front of him. She looked at her brother tensely and frowned. Jean was calm, his eyes only slightly sparkling in the darkness. Luna clicked her tongue, gritting her teeth, and said that he scared the family, and she clearly saw how hard it was for Gilly. Gilly lowered her hand and looked at Lewin in surprise. The sister stopped frowning and told her brother that she would go with him. She turned around when the boy said that he planned to use the first teleportation gate tomorrow. Approaching Gilly, the girl said that since their family was made up of those who were so eager to kill each other, at least she should give the younger one warmth. Smiling, she said that it was the older sister who would become his shield. Jean smiled upon hearing her words. Soon, the pair stood in front of the Runcandle Knights. The warriors of the family stood straight and did not even move, while their commander asked Lewin if she really brought him along instead of trying to convince them. Runia, emitting a terrifying aura, asked if they really thought she would believe that. Jean stood behind his sister, so he did not feel the pressure. Luna narrowed her eyes and asked if she was sure she should treat him well. The boy replied, saying that it was natural. The boy behind Runtia stepped forward saying that they should take a look at these crazy people. Pointing at the boy, he asked him if he was really that stupid. Why didn't he come back? The other two flag bearers standing to the side said that it was the result of the elder sister's favor. Luna herself frowned. She saw that the opponents were prepared. At this time, Dyphus and Mary were watching everything from the window. Mary humiliatingly said that puberty most likely made the boy wonder if there is life after death. Clutching the windowsill with her fingers, she said that the younger one would not dare to do such a thing. They should fight when he grows up. Runia stood in front of her sister and asked why she brought him here. Luna answered saying that the boy came here himself. Runtia got angry saying that her task then was to stop him. Luna bit her lip hearing her words. Turning her head, she said that she didn't know anything and it would be better for her to just tell him where father was. Many looked at the calm Jean and asked him if he really wanted to meet his father. Runita opened her mouth in shock when the guy said he wanted to meet his father. The guy standing behind her shouted saying that he only survived thanks to luck. Was he really that arrogant because he overtook the twins? Runtia sighed. Closing her eyes, she said that father was in his room. A moment later, she drew her sword. Blocking Luna's path, she said that from now on, the first flag bearer must lower his sword. The girl's aura enveloped her body when she said this. Luna turned her head when Runita said that father ordered the reserve flag bearer to return without a support team. The girl gritted her teeth, getting the hint. She released her aura, asking what would happen if she objected. 3 people immediately rushed from their seats. 3 flag bearers surrounded the girl. The guy put a shield in front of him and said that it was the leader's order. The girl with long black hair was tense. The silver-haired guy frowned. Luna gritted her teeth in anger. She suddenly calmed down when Jean told her not to worry. The guy looked at her and said that as a member of the Rancendio family, as his father's son, he was obliged to report everything. The flag bearers looked after the guy and called him crazy. Jean, walking through the corridors, said that all the brothers and sisters did not know their father well. Although the return of the reserve flag bearer home was against the rules, the leader was not one of those who cared about these rules. Soon the guy found himself in front of the doors of his father's office. Jean remembered how his father patted him on the head. Passing by him, he said that from now on he would closely watch him. Jean sighed. He raised his hand. The guy knocked on the door. He slightly squinted when he heard a strange sound. The door in front of him shattered into pieces. Jean froze in shock as his father said that his expectations were in vain because he was sure that he gave him 5 years. Jean looked at his father on the second floor. He glanced at the doorway that his father destroyed with the energy of the sword. Looking at his father's hand, the boy realized that this must have been a demonstration. Standing with his back to his son, the man said that he would not repeat his question twice. Jean smiled and asked if there must be a reason for a son to visit his father. He came because he missed him. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He bowed his head and mentally chuckled, wondering if he had ever heard such a thing from his children. Straightening up, he asked the boy if he had become so soft after contact with the outside world. Jean answered by saying that the outside world had nothing to do with it because he had always liked his father. Chiron closed his eyes. The boy froze in horror, feeling the man's aura. He could barely stay in his place because of his father's aura. Chiron released his bloody intent from his body. Jean gritted his teeth, not understanding what he said wrong. Was it because he laughed a little? The man frowned like never before. Putting away his bloodlust, he told the guy that he did not expect this from him. Closing the book, he told the guy to stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Jean understood him and said that the deputy head of Zippel, who insulted him, was dead. The man turned his head, asking if he killed him. Bowing his head, the guy said that his older sister killed him, but he put him in this position. Smiling slightly, the guy said that he also had a few details and if he was allowed, he would report on what happened. Chiron slammed the book and gave his permission. Jean raised his head nervously. Taking off his glasses, Chiron told the guy to sit down. Sitting next to his son, Chiron said that the reason for his return was the news he wanted to tell him. Jean turned his head and said that Andre was not a full-fledged deputy. Although the older sister was strong, for the deputy head of the only family that could resist them, he was too weak. Chiron crossed his arms over his chest and thought. Closing his eyes, he said that he was right and Andre was just a figure. Jean looked at his father when he said that there was clearly someone behind the killer. Although he could not share this information now, the guy heard his words and said that he should still tell about the strange artifact that they used. The man opened his eyes. Jean, remembering the appearance of the stone, said that everyone called it the Devil's Stone, and having collected information, he discovered that it was an imitation of the origin stone that the gods created a long time ago. The man rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then asked his son if Mikan had dedicated everything to him. The guy opened his mouth in amazement upon hearing his father's question. He grinned and asked if he knew everything. Chiron replied, saying that it wasn't the only thing he knew. He also knew that he could use mana. Did he really think that he could hide mana all the time? The boy replied, saying that he understood that it was impossible to hide mana, but Mirakan. The demigod's lips stretched into a smile. He laughed loudly, saying that he had only suspected Mirakan before, and now he himself confirmed everything. He had never thought that he had belittled the great dragon to a stray cat. Jean closed his eyes, seeing that his father was having fun. Becoming serious, the man said that he needed to talk to Luna. He understood that this power was dangerous. Imagining the Black Sea, the man said mentally that he should visit the kings of the sea. Looking at his smiling son, the father asked what he wished for. The boy's smile grew wider when he said that he wished that he would not allow other family members to visit the independent city of Chin for a while. The demigod grinned and said that it was the place where he hid himself. He involuntarily recalled the appearance of the city. Chiron thoughtfully said that he would fulfill his wish, but he needed to find the hidden master of Taikan, the noble sword Kashmir, and make him one of his people. Jean froze upon hearing his demand. His lips themselves stretched into a smile. The father mockingly said that he was giving him a year to see if he was able to get this arrogant bastard. A couple of days later, Kashmir appeared before Chiron. The man's eyes were wide open in horror. Shran frowned as he looked at him. Kashmir himself involuntarily frowned. He understood that the gay-haired man in front of him was the strongest sword. He could be called the most worthy person. The man clenched his fist and took control of himself. He was the young master's guest, so he couldn't be afraid. Her gaze became firm. The guy looked at Kyan without fear. He bowed to the man and introduced himself. Jean approached his father and asked for permission to speak. Having received permission, the guy put his hand to his chest and said that his relationship with Kashmir was like a common fate. Kashmir sweated heavily upon hearing the words about a common fate. This old man could smile and say that Taiken now belongs to his family, or with a smile on his face say that in this case Runkandel and Taiken can unite. Chiron closed his eyes and said that he fooled his father. Jean smiled, saying that he was just lucky. Bowing his head, the old man said that he passed the test and from now on no Runkandel will set foot on Taiken lands without his permission. Kashmir's eyes widened in shock. The guy smiled, bowed to his father and thanked him. Then his father said that he could leave, but he still needed to talk to Kashmir. The guys froze when he heard his words. Jean turned around and left Kashmir alone. The man was shaking all over. Chiron, emitting a terrifying aura, said that they needed to talk. Jean walked along the corridors. Two brothers ran towards him and asked him if he was okay. The guys ran and asked their brother if his father would really spare him. The guys froze when Jean asked them to help him if they could take care of the cadets until he returned. Dayton interrupted him and asked how he was doing. Jean turned around asking since they were worried about him. Then he said that he was leaving the youngsters with them. The guys looked at each other, saying that their brother was acting too relaxed even after meeting his father. The flag bearer looked behind him. Jean went outside and told his sister that her father was waiting for her. The guy pointed at the girl and asked if they noticed anything strange. What kind of ignoring was that? The guy tensed up. Veins stood out on his body from anger. Kashmir came out and said that he finally found him. The guy looked at him and asked how the conversation went. The man smiled, saying that to his relief, the conversation went well. Runia raised her hand and stopped the guy. Putting the sword in its sheath, she said that the leader seemed to have finished his business, which meant they were free. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. Luna smiled when her brother thanked her and said that he was in her debt. Approaching his sister, Jean said that he wanted to devote himself entirely to training for some time. Luna looked after her brother as he left. Jean looked at her and said that they would see each other again.